Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Force Manifest Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He only had a split second to register what was about to happen before it was too late. After the sheet day he was already having, he just wanted to go home. All it took was a split second for that simple walk home to go to absolute sheet as he was surrounded, suffocated by sludge. His brain is barely able to register what was happening at first. He thinks the sludge guy says something about a disguise and a hero, but he can't be sure. What he does know is that he can't breathe. And then what's happening finally registers as his brain kicks it into gear. He's being attacked, there's sludge, what he assumes is the villain's body, going down his throat, and he's dying. Now his brain has caught up, and his hands desperately try to pull at the liquid entering his airways. Every part of his chest and throat begin to burn from the lack of oxygen. As black spots enter his vision, he can't help but feel like all the other sheet in his life has led up to this moment. From the day he turned 4, no, from the day he was born, he was a person waiting to die. That's what everyone has been beating into him, isn't it? That death would be a welcome mercy for someone like him. And no matter how badly he wanted it to change, now he knows it never would. Because, right now, Izuku Midoriya was choking, suffocating, dying. His strength in his arms leaves him as the oxygen deprivation really starts to set in. Everything is fuzzy but, for whatever reason, he strains to keep his eyes open. He needs to focus on something, anything, because he doesn't quite feel like dying yet. There's something yellow shimmering just barely in the corner of his vision. That wasn't there before. Was it? With one last moment of control, he reaches up, desperate for this to be over and for him to just be able to breathe, and pulls. Something inside him tingles, but he assumes that his limbs are simply starting to go numb at this point. But then the sludge surrounding him recoils. He can feel it like a thick, wet shiver against his own skin. Then he's dropped to the concrete, knees landing first, and he can barely even feel the jarring pain from that impact. What he does feel is sweet, lovely air flowing back into his lungs as he takes gaping breaths. Izuku doubles over, heaving in more air, more, it's not enough, and tries to twist his head so that he can look behind him and see what the hell actually happened. It's in the same moment that he cranes his neck to look and sees a pile of sludge on the ground, barely moving, that he feels the ground under him shake slightly from some impact, and a booming voice shouts, "Have no fear, citizen. Now that I am here." There's a pause. And he's finally caught his breath enough to turn around fully, taking in the scene in front of him. That sludge thing, man, whatever is on the ground a few feet away from him, not quite moving but not completely still, so he assumes it's alive. There's a storm drain that appears to have been blown off, rattling to the ground. And then there's All Might. He looks just as shocked as Izuku feels, standing a few meters past the sludge villain, just staring. It's Izuku who breaks the moment first by speaking. He blurts out the first thing that comes to mind. All Might. Immediately followed by a series of coughs, chunks of sludge dislodging from his mouth and throat. This intellectual response seems to break the stupor that the hero was in, as he starts moving again, taking a look over the villain before moving over to Izuku. "Young man, are you alright? I was chasing this villain through the sewers when I thought I had lost him." His ever-present smile was shining as he spoke, but Izuku noticed the hint of strain and confusion in it. Yeah, I'm fine I think." Before he even finished speaking, All Might turned back to the villain and pulled out plastic bottles. Izuku watched as he collected the sludge in the containers and couldn't help but think it was a weird choice for securing a villain. He thought he noticed 2 yellow strips of numbers floating around in the air, but he was so focused on All Might, the actual FING number 1 hero, being in front of him that he barely took stock of it. Another round of coughs erupted from his lungs before he could contemplate anything further. "I'm glad you are safe, young man. Looks like this villain must have reached his limits before I arrived. Now, I really must get going." Wait. He tried to stop him. All Might was always his favorite hero, the best, someone who inspired him. He needed to say something more than shocked, stuttered responses. Ask for an autograph, or ask the most important question he knows. But All Might was already bending at the knees and preparing to take off as if he hadn't heard Izuku. So he lurched forward and grabbed on. The next second they were in the air. There was panic from both Izuku and All Might, and he felt something hit his ankle. Then, they finally landed on a nearby roof. The hero began to lecture him about how dangerous that was, but Izuku couldn't focus on that. He had something important to ask. I'm sorry for interrupting and grabbing onto you, but I have something I want to ask. Can someone like me, someone quirkless? Can I be a hero too? Before he could get a response, there was a poof of smoke filling the air near where All Might stood. When it cleared, he could only gape at the emaciated form of a man standing in front of him. That's when he really noticed the string of yellow numbers floating above the hero's head. Some part of his brain wondered what that was, but then the man started talking. He was so shocked that he only half heard the thin man explain that he really was All Might, then something about an injury and time limit. He finally focused to catch the tail end of what the hero said. The answer to his question. That's why, my answer has to be no, young man. Hero work is just too dangerous. It's better to be realistic. Maybe there are other ways you can help, but hero work is not cut out for someone who cannot protect themselves. Those words shook him to his core, then settled heavily in his easy like a weight attempting to topple him over. Simply standing up felt hard once he heard his answer, but he just continued to stand there as the man walked past him to the roof entrance and left down the stairs. It wasn't until after he heard the soft click of the door shutting that the first tears fell from his eyes. He almost wanted to laugh. What rotten luck or unforgiving God decided to hand him the absolute load of shit that served as the events of today? First the hell that was his mere existence at school, his burnt shoulder and Kaken's searing words, nearly suffocating to death by sludge, and now that soul-crushing response from the #1 hero. All the worst things that could happen to him, all piled up on one fantastic day. It actually seemed par for the course when he thought about it. And now here he was, crying alone like some idiot, forgetting an honest response to the stupid question he decided to ask, on some roof, the roof. If you want to be a hero that badly, there might be another way. Just pray for a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. How fitting that this is where he was dropped off and left alone. Without thinking much about it, his feet took steps closer toward the edge. He felt the wind push his curls away from his face as he peered over the side to the ground below. Less than an hour earlier he had been fighting desperately against being killed, but now those words played on loop in his head. It didn't sound so bad really. Everything seemed to be leading up to this anyways. Be realistic. Isn't this realistic for quirkless kids? Most people should know the mortality rates of those born quirkless nowadays. Maybe this was what he meant. He's useless just like everyone. All those thoughts stopped at the loud sound of an explosion merely a block and a half away. Izuku snapped his head up, stumbling back from the ledge. He heard distant shouting, followed by more explosions. Then he was racing through the doors and down the stairs faster than he could think about what he was doing. There was most likely another villain attack, and old habits die hard. He wanted to see what heroes were there this time. When he got to the scene of the explosions, he had to push his way through the crowd. He noticed that all those people seemed to also have that strange yellow string of numbers above their heads, but he was too focused on seeing what was going on to concentrate on what it was. A head of green curls whipped around trying to focus on the details of the fight. The first thing he noticed was the sludge, and his skin began to crawl with the phantom touch of that all-encompassing oozing liquid. But the second thing he noticed were red eyes and spiky ash-blonde hair. His breath felt like it was SCD out of his lungs. Kaken. Izuku only allowed his shock to overtake him for a moment before he started taking stock of the situation. Looking around, a horrible realization comes to him. None of the heroes are doing anything. Empty Lady, Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Backdraft are all standing there doing absolutely FNG nothing as Kaken desperately tries to take in air and fight off the sludge villain. Then he hears them speak, some bullshit complaining about not having the right quirks and waiting for backup when there's a kid dying right in front of them. Izuku gives Kamui Woods some credit, as Kaken's explosions aren't exactly letting him get close without catching fire. But clearly, or at least it's clear to his 14-year-old mind, they aren't thinking as a team. They are all too focused on limitations rather than possibilities. Well, Izuku can't just watch someone die, and his mind is already buzzing with possibilities. He crosses the police line in a swift movement before he starts shouting. "Can't you see that he can't breathe? What the hell are you all standing around for?" "Kid, it's Dange." Izuku doesn't let Death Arms finish his statement before he starts yelling out the plan that's been forming in his head. Backdraft, dose Kamui Woods with water to decrease the chances of him catching fire. Woods, cover Backdraft so that he can get in close. He needs to get in as close as he can to pump water directly into the sludge that should dilute it and weaken him. Death Arms, when I make the distraction, you need to get in there and yank Kaken free from the sludge. The priority is rescue, not capture, though that would be a plus. Someone starts yelling in confusion. He thinks it may have been Kamui Woods, but he doesn't let him finish. Without hesitating, Izuku starts running for the villain and his captive. Now that he has a clear look, the only non-sludge part of the villain appears to be his eyes. As he slings his school bag off his shoulder and into his hand, he notices their hesitation and barks out, "Get your buttes moving and do it, unless you want two dead kids on your hands." For whatever reason, that's what it takes to get the heroes moving. Izuku sees Kamui Woods and Backdraft moving in from the corner of his eye on his right, and Death Arms on his left. Only a moment after Backdraft makes contact with the body of the sludge villain, he releases his backpack full force into the villain's eyes, earning a shout of pain. Seeing the opportunity, he yells out, "Now!" And Death Arms moves in to grab Kaken with one arm and use the other to attempt to pry through the sludge. Thanks to the water pumping into the liquid body from Backdraft, the hold of the villain is far less firm than it was moments before. With the victim detached from the villain's hold, all heroes and Izuku move back. The green-haired teen was just about to start racking his brain for what to do next when the now familiar, slightly smoking, form of All Might comes flying out of the crowd to smash into the watered-down villain. He breathes a quiet sigh of relief. As Izuku makes his way back home, he can't help but think that the whole aftermath of the situation was a little unfair. Obviously, he recognizes that having civilians run into villain attacks isn't necessarily safe, so he understands being scolded for that, but being told he had no business giving orders, even though the heroes were just watching a kid die, was another thing entirely. It worked, didn't it? But instead of being thanked, or even just told to be more careful, he gets completely ripped into for somehow being disrespectful of the heroes risking their lives to keep people safe. It didn't look like they were doing a whole lot of that to him. And it only got worse when Kaken started screaming, like a feral child, about his useless, quirkless butt. Because then they wanted to yell at him about being defenseless and a liability of all things. He would have simply walked away before they could finish speaking if he didn't have to wait to give a DMN police report. With all this stewing in his mind, he almost didn't notice the sound of footsteps barreling towards him. It wasn't until he heard Kaken shout that nickname he loves so much that he whipped his head around and turned to face the blonde. "Deku, what the hell do you think you were doing? I didn't need your shitty butt running in to help me." As Izuku listened to his childhood friend, and looked at his fuming form stopped a couple meters away, he just found himself feeling so damn tired. He didn't have the energy to be scared of his tormentor, or be mad that his walk home was interrupted again. He just felt so thoroughly exhausted, and his voice reflected that. "I did something at least, didn't I? Instead of standing around with my thumb up my butt while you suffocated, unlike the heroes." "So what? Trying to play hero. You didn't even do most of the work, dumbass. Don't think this means you're suddenly useful. You still can't be a hero, Deku." He sighed, and didn't hesitate in his reply. "I know that, Kaken." The blonde boy's face morphed into what Izuku almost thought was confusion or shock, but only for a moment before returning to its usual scowl. As he looked at the teen, he couldn't help but realize a few things. One was that yellow string of numbers resting a few inches above his head that Izuku had been seeing, but ignoring, the last couple hours. The last number changed as he watched. It almost looked like a countdown. The second thing he realized was the complete and utter irritation radiating off the blonde. The anger, over Izuku simply trying to help him not die. Thinking about the events of the day, his lack of appreciation received for anything he tried to do, and his newfound mental exhaustion, Izuku came to a realization. Some part of him had still been holding out on him and Katsuki being friends again, some part of him was still clinging onto their childhood. But now he felt far too tired for that, and something calm settled in his he at the thought of letting go. The blonde opened his mouth as if to speak again, but Izuku was already turning away. "I'm not trying to be a hero anymore, I'm done with that," he decided to confirm as a method of appeasing the hot-tempered boy as he began to walk away. "Goodbye, Katsuki." Izuku missed the face Katsuki made while watching his retreating form, one that was flickering between a shocked and pained grimace. Walking into the small bathroom of his home with a first aid kit and fresh clothes in hand, Izuku had a lot to reflect on. Arriving home had been uneventful. He opened the door to a mostly silent apartment, besides the low volume of the TV playing from the living room. His mother didn't make a move to greet him, or ask him where he had been, which was normal at this point. But as he was moving past the living room where she sat, focusing on whatever talk show was playing, he saw that string of yellow numbers again. Now that he had an actual moment to think, he really began to wonder what the hell was going on with that. He thinks it started after he got attacked by the sludge villain, but no one else was commenting on it, and part of him wondered if he was just hallucinating. Just like when he noticed the numbers above Katsuki earlier, he noted that the last number changed. It really did look like some kind of countdown. Maybe it was the effect of someone's quirk being used on him, or he had hit his head at some point. Thoughts for later. The burn on his shoulder was really starting to hurt, now that the adrenaline of the last couple hours was wearing off, and he smelled really awful at this point. So that's how he found himself in the bathroom, going through the motions of cleaning himself off and bandaging wounds that he is all too familiar with, as he reflects on the other big issue facing him. He meant what he told Katsuki. He's done with the hero thing, clearly it isn't meant for someone like him. But what does he do now? Being a hero had been his goal for so long that he really hadn't considered anything else. He could always take Katsuki's, and the rest of the world's for that matter, advice and just put an end to it all. But that moment on the rooftop was more of a grief-ridden haze in his judgment, and he honestly doesn't particularly feel like dying. He would really feel like he lost to everyone who tormented him if he went through with that. So then what's next? He was so stuck in his own head that he barely noticed making the short trip from the bathroom back to his bedroom and sitting down at his desk. Thinking back on the day, he remembered the feeling he had when he was assessing the situation with the pro-heroes and yelling out a plan for them to follow. What he felt during those moments was good, he felt useful. He got to use his analysis and be right there in the action, and he actually did something with it. Regardless of what the heroes said to him, he was the one with the plan that saved Katsuki. But, was there an actual job for something like that? Pulling out his laptop, he stared at the search bar for a few moments trying to figure out what exactly to search. It took a few attempts, but eventually he found what he was looking for. Field Battle Analyst. That seemed to be the most common name for the job, also referred to as an on-site quirk analyst or an on-site battle strategist. Regardless, it was exactly what he was looking for. A person who worked with police and heroes to offer on-site support in strategy and analysis during missions and raids to assist in real time with whatever the heroes or police were facing. He discovered that this role was often filled by a licensed hero who focused on support roles, but it wasn't uncommon for it to be done by a member of the police force or a contracted analyst. They weren't meant to be directly involved in the apprehension of villains or criminals, but accompanied the appropriate forces on the field to offer support through the comm systems. Usually they worked on high-profile cases and raids, not everyday petty criminal and villain capture. This was something he could do. And he knew exactly what steps to take to start down his new path. First, he would need to build up a portfolio and a reputation. Then, he needed to send out examples of his work to the appropriate recipients. A blog, an untraceable email, and some good contacts should be a good start. It takes a good few weeks for his blog to gain any traction. Izuku decided to mockingly name his site, Being Realistic, as an ode to that soul-crushing advice he received all those weeks ago. On the public blog, he sticks to publishing his analysis of hero fights that ended up on the news, saying what they did well, picking apart strategies, and offering potential alternatives, along with any variables that could have occurred or breakdowns of villains' weaknesses that could have been better exploited. He avoids posting anything too revealing, like weaknesses and limitations, about the hero's quirks, recognizing that it could not only get him in trouble, but also be used by the wrong side of the law. Those specific breakdowns of heroes' quirks and his suggestions get emailed directly to the heroes themselves, being pleasantly surprised when some heroes even contacted him back to either thank him or ask for more information. It had taken a little while to get a hold of each one's personal email contact, but Izuku had plenty of time to develop his internet stalking skills, as well as the technological skills to cover his tracks. During this venture of finding information, breaking down quirks, and sending off his reports under the name of his new blog, he discovered an even more pressing matter that required his research. That being his own quirk. He won't ever forget the twist of confusion and panic in his gut when he looked into the mirror the day following the sludge villain incident only to find his own string of yellow numbers floating above his head. Reaching up to try and touch them warily, he found that his hand couldn't block the view of the numbers, nor touch them. Above his head read out the line 25:0, 52:16:35 in yellow, digital-looking numbers. It took a full week of him being able to see the varying lines of numbers above every person's head, along with his own in the mirror, to rule out it being a hallucination or the effect of someone else's quirk on him. After that, it could only mean one thing. Izuku now had a quirk, and he needed to know what it did. And so, the research began. It took him a while, for full weeks of hypothesizing, testing, and observing, to come up with what he currently knows. And what he knows doesn't necessarily put him at ease. First, everyone's string of numbers is different, they all are formatted the same way, and they almost always are the color yellow. Second, it is a countdown. Disturbingly, he realized it's a countdown to each person's time of death. He figured this out the first time he saw someone with the string 00:000:16:38. These numbers were so much lower than the others he'd seen floating around, that he decided to follow the old, portly-looking lady around to watch the numbers continue to drop. Sickening curiosity set in when the numbers suched from 00:000:01:00 to 59:59, and the final two numbers became seconds that continued to drop. When the timer ran out, Izuku watched the old woman's body go rigid, then fall to the ground. It was a heart attack. He just followed a woman for over 16 hours just to watch her die. While the information was useful, it didn't stop him from emptying his guts into the first trash can he could find. Now he knew that the string of numbers was a countdown, represented mostly in the format of years, days, hours, minutes that such to minutes, seconds in the final hour before death. The third thing he discovered was the hardest to figure out at first. Every once in a while, very rarely, he would see someone whose numbers seemed to be glitching. The numbers changed sporadically and the color flickering between yellow and green. After some tedious observation and some embarrassingly awkward interactions with those who had the glitching numbers, he finally figured it out. The glitching would appear within the 24-hour PRD of someone's possible death. Possible being the key word because these deaths could be either avoided or caused by a chance interaction, sort of like a butterfly effect situation. For example, if one person follows the same routine to walk to work every single day, choosing the same path at a set time, and a second person is running late, not paying attention as they drive, and accidentally hitting and killing the first person, then the death is a type of glitch. Any small change, like the first person changing their routine to stop for coffee, or the second person not missing their alarm, can completely prevent the incident from occurring. He discovered that if prevention does occur, the numbers go back to their normal yellow color and steady countdown. The problem is that there is no way to know how much of an intervention is required or if the intervention itself is what could cause the glitch, so he tries his best to leave that alone for now. The last thing he discovered was a complete accident. Up until that point, he had believed that his quirk made him a simple, macabre observer of death. It wasn't until a particularly brutal beatdown over his supposed quirklessness, that he was all too familiar with, that he discovered this assumption about his quirk to be incorrect. In the midst of the punches and the pain beating down on him, He threw his arms out to push away that day's attackers before quickly drawing his arms back in to protect his vital areas. Everything stopped when he heard a cry of pain and another body fall to the floor, swearing and groaning. He looked up to notice one of his attackers on the ground, the others looking at the boy in shocked confusion. But the most important thing he noticed was the soft yellow glow that was still only visible to him, and the rapid fluctuation of the timer above the boy's head. Izuku felt a familiar buzzing in his limbs, and panicked, letting his body open back up, and a feeling of release washed over him. He watched with wide eyes as the numbers returned to normal above the boy's head, though he still lay breathing on the ground. Izuku took their moment of confusion to sprint away as a new realization washed over him. He could control, pull it, other people's time, maybe even take it. That left him feeling sick for the next several days. Even more so when his mind placed that familiar buzzing feeling to that moment he almost died in the sludge villain's hold, and was forced to the conclusion that, with his near-death manifested quirk, he must have used it to take some of the villain's time for himself. It took less time than he thought to get over that realization. He never planned on taking anyone's time from them permanently again, but holding on to sympathy for the guy who tried to kill him was a lost effort. Ultimately, he decided to keep his newfound quirk to himself. It would be horribly disturbing to explain and near impossible to prove. Having some quirkless kid suddenly claim they got a quirk at the age of 14, especially one he couldn't even really prove existed, would only be asking for more trouble. With his blog gaining a significant level of attention, and heroes he contacted directly with his analysis beginning to make requests for him, Izuku decided it was about time to add some focus onto other skills that he felt would be necessary for his new path. One of his new focuses was physical training. If he was going to be useful on the field during active fights, he couldn't remain his current string bean self. Even if he wasn't going to be directly involved in takedowns, anything could happen during a fight, and he didn't want to be in the way by being unable to protect and defend himself. So he developed a routine. Stretching and running in the morning to make him limber and fast. A gym membership he used in the afternoon to start muscle training. And utilizing roofs in the cover of night to follow videos on self-defense moves. That last one was the most difficult since he had no one to practice with, but in the meantime he could memorize the movement and the strategy behind each attack. All his spare time was spent on school, analysis, and research. That's how he found himself in the gym one evening, one he picked for its lack of patrons so that he would mostly be alone when he was there, just about to begin his cool-down stretch when a head of purple hair entered through the door. He gave the boy, who looked to be about his age, a polite smile and nod as a welcome which was returned with a small nod of its own. Izuku planned to just continue his final stretches and mind his own business. He really did. But when he notices the teen sloppily go through the bare minimum of stretches before fumbling around with one of the weight machines, he just had to say something. Taking a step to face the purple-haired stranger, his lips turned into a small frown. You're going to hurt yourself if you do it like that? In response, he received an incredulous questioning look directed at him, which caused him to snort. Seriously, you're only going to hurt a lot more if you half-butt your stretches like that. Plus, your form is all wrong for that type of weight lift. The taller teen let out a huff, reaching back to nervously scratch at the back of his neck. I guess it's pretty obvious that I don't know what I'm doing yet. Yeah, no kidding. Izuku snarked, with a small smile beginning to curve in his lips. It had been a while since he actually spoke to someone his age without any anger or disgust involved, or spoken to anyone normally for that matter. It felt nice, though in the back of his mind a little voice was reminding him that this was only happening because the stranger didn't know him yet. He doesn't know how useless you are. He shook his head lightly to dispel the thought and decided to simply enjoy the interaction for what it was. If you're new to this, I can help out a little. Starting with how to actually get through a proper stretch routine. Lilac eyes scanned him for a moment. Izuku knew that face, knew that movement. He was searching Izuku for any hints of emotion other than genuine offering, looking for anything to be wary of. So Izuku gave him a welcoming grin in an attempt to put his mind at ease. It seemed to work. Yeah, sure if you don't mind. Not at all. He replied in a chipper tone, motioning for the other teen to follow him to a more open section of the floor and mimic his movements. Then, Izuku decided to be a little more daring, a little more selfish for a sense of normalcy, and made an offer. I usually get here every day about 2 hours earlier than right now. If you want someone to work out with and walk you through using the equipment, I wouldn't mind teaching you. Really? Yeah, it'd be nice to have a little company. My name's Izuku Midoriya, by the way. There was a pause, while the other teen scanned his face once again, looking for something. He either found it or didn't, depending on what he was looking for, because he finally responded with an only slightly hesitant, "Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I'm Hitoshi Shinso." For the first time in what felt like forever, Izuku genuinely beamed. He didn't notice Hitoshi squint his eyes ever so slightly at the brightness of that smile. Izuku sighed, leaning back in his desk chair and frowning at his laptop. He had finished sending out a couple analysis reports to some more pros that he felt were smart enough to take his reports seriously, and decided to do a little more research into a recent drag bust that was portrayed on the news. What started as an analysis of the video feed displaying the heroes capturing the dealers that attempted to escape turned into research regarding the criminals themselves to learn more on their quirks. This led to him delving into a rabbit hole of possible criminal affiliations, sources and money trails for the drags, and the possible connection of this bust to other recent ones around the city. He was frowning because he couldn't help but feel like he could be doing more. If he really wanted to help, he would need to assist with offering analysis and breakdowns regarding current cases, rather than just reports on completed ones. But his research was coming to a standstill. There was only so much he could find through available video feeds, news reports, and rumors or chats found on blogs and servers in the deeper parts of the internet. What he was currently looking at alluded to being a much larger organized trafficking ring, something that wouldn't be solved by sporadic drag busts here and there. And whispers, rumors, and hunches weren't enough to compile an accurate report, not for something this important. He needed more information, more leads, more facts. As he sat in the dark of his room, only light being that from his computer screen, he thought about all the accurate information he still needed. His face split into a grin as he realized he knew just how to get it. Shota Aizawa frowned at the harsh light of his computer in the dark of his apartment. He signed into his personal email to access the paperwork that was supposed to be sent to him regarding a new case he was being requested for. Something about trafficking, product of said trafficking currently unknown, though it is suspected to be some hallucinogenic drags. Instead, he is found with an email he wasn't expecting, from a sender that he doesn't know. Surprises really aren't his thing, and this is his personal email no less. He clicks on it, only to find a file attached with a complete breakdown of his quirk and fighting style accompanied by suggested improvements along with some possible updates for his support gear. The man knows he didn't request any work from an analyst, and anyone who has the information to his personal email knows better than to hire someone without asking him. Warning sensors start to go off in his brain as he scans the email for any sign of who sent it. All he finds is a cryptic logo titled, "Being Realistic Analysis Blog," and a link attached. Although he assumes the link simply connects to this aforementioned blog, he knows better than to click unknown links sent to his email from unknown senders. Instead, he decides to try and search this blog by typing "Being Realistic Analysis" into the search bar of another tab. It's surprisingly easy to find, considering that his senses were warning him that this was some type of threat or trap. As he reads the most recent posts on the website, a grin sneaks its way onto his face. Whoever this is clearly isn't afraid to criticize pro-heroes, a trait he finds rare but desperately needed in their work. After all, pro-heroes are people first, and people make mistakes. The only way to learn is to have those mistakes called out. Though the warning signals did not cease in the back of his mind, as the information he just read on himself was scarily accurate for some stranger to be able to find on an underground hero, his interest was certainly piqued. It took longer than Izuku thought it would to get his first solid lead. Ever since he decided that his current analysis work wasn't enough to be actively useful, he began making changes. He established contacts, joined information networks. Though he was sure that some of the people he talked to weren't the most reputable or law-abiding, he figured that as long as he kept everything he did above board, it couldn't get him in that much trouble. After all, There's nothing technically illegal about talking to people and being in the right places at the right times to make some key observations. Intel was important, intel was knowledge. And knowledge was powerful. The other change he made was to his schedule. He moved up his solo sparring time on the rooftop to just before sunset. After sunset, he would don a casual and unassuming disguise of dark clothing, a hood, and a normal medical mask and hit the streets. The best way to confirm the information he heard was to see it for himself. He found that he blended into the night and the small corners and shadows that accompanied it quite well. And if anyone saw him, he just looked like some punk teen staying out after dark. Most nights he did this, he would be able to see and hear what he came for and make it back to his apartment before midnight, slipping in through the fire escape with his mother being none the wiser, and still get a decent night's sleep after taking notes on whatever information he gathered. But tonight was a big deal, and he knew that arriving home at a semi-reasonable time was unlikely. He finally had his first real lead as to where the main operation was located. This wasn't just following people to a deal or one of their export locations, though that still gave him valuable information. This was where the big money was, where those in charge of giving orders sat on their buttes and oversaw the whole operation. He was perched on the neighboring roof's ledge, getting as close as he could in order to hear anything that was said at the doorway as people entered or any of the conversations happening in the alley below. It had already been a couple hours of watching people come and go, scribbling descriptions, quirks, and snippets of conversation down in his notebook. Izuku still needed information on the last two big shots' quirks and confirmation on what products they were trafficking exactly. From what he had gathered the last couple weeks, the hallucinogenic drags being dealt were mostly a front for a high-priced product being handled, but he had yet to figure out what. Then, at the nearing hour of 4 a.m., he finally got to listen to the conversation he had been waiting for. Almost time. The distant but certainly audible conversation began as the three men drifted into hearing range. At the end of the month, they're securing the next shipment to put on market. All the merchandise is coming here for verification, then being sent off the following week. Izuku quickly took note of the potential dates for activity as the next voice cut in. I don't see what's got the bosses all FING worked up. Everyone who's worth a DMN is gonna be here to make sure it goes smoothly. Them being on edge is really a pain in the butt. That's exactly what he was looking for. A grin spread across his face under the mask. The rest of the conversation yielded little information, but he now knew the when and the where. He knew when the merchandise would be all in one place, along with when those in charge would all be gathered to be taken down in one well-planned raid. Just a little more and he would be able to make his report, maybe send it to that one detective he started to take a liking to. And dude, you look dead on your feet. Shinso was grinning at him from his seated position on the gym mats as Izuku walked in. They had been working out together for a few weeks now, and Izuku would even say that they were friends at this point. Although they mostly just hung out in the gym, numbers had been exchanged in case one of them couldn't make it for whatever reason that day, and they even sometimes text about other things besides their gym meetups. The topic of quirks still hadn't come up, something that Izuku found great comfort in. He was a total nerd for the topic, sure, but he didn't really feel like ruining his one almost friendship over it. So he never brought it up, and neither did his purple-haired buddy. So I look like you? Izuku joked back, earning a successful chuckle out of the taller teen. And with that, the two boys fell into their now comfortable routine. Stretching, alternating between the various equipment, all accompanied by bits of idle chatter, snarky remarks, and comfortable silence at the appropriate times. It was nice. Honestly, it was the best part of Izuku's day most of the time. Part of him really wanted to ask questions and get to know Shinso more, but the other part of him knew not to push it. The more he asked about his new friend, the more likely he would be to get annoyed, or worse, ask Izuku questions back. And he couldn't help but feel like the more that he knew, the more likely he was to see Izuku for what everyone else thought he was. Useless. Hey, are you busy after this? It took all of Shinso's courage to ask that one stupid but question. He'd be lying if he said he didn't find it extremely nice to have a friendish person to spend a couple hours with a few times a week. But he didn't really think he could call Izuku his friend if they never did anything together besides working out, and occasionally buying drinks at the convenience store afterwards before parting ways. Plus, his moms had really been pushing him to take more chances with people. So he asked the question and held his breath, opting to look down at the gym bag he was currently packing before they had to leave. Like right now. Yeah, I have to. What? He heard the slight hesitancy in the green-haired boy's voice, but the positive confirmation gave him enough relief to move his gaze back up to the smaller teen. Izuku was looking at him with that slight tilt to his head that he always had when he was curious about something. Seeing it almost made him want to laugh, but he kept his face neutral instead so that none of his nerves would show. Even if his face was neutral, it was hard to get his voice to cooperate through the buzzing anxiety over simply asking someone else to hang out. In his defense, it wasn't like he had asked another kid his age to spend time with him in literal years. Shinso cleared his throat and barreled through. I was wondering if you wanted to grab something to eat. My moms won't be home for dinner tonight, and they gave me some extra cash to order takeout. But I was thinking about eating on my way home instead, if you wanted to join. It only took a second for the request to register before that freckled face was breaking out into a wide grin. Shinso squinted his eyes at the sight. So bright. Why, that sounds fun. Do you mind if we swing by my place really quickly so that I can drop off my bag and throw on some shorts? It's super close. Noticing that Izuku was wearing tight workout shorts, and thinking it made sense that he would want to put on something more casual, he nodded his response. Both boys gathered their stuff to leave and exited the gym in comfortable silence. They walked for a few more minutes with Izuku taking the lead towards his apartment before either of them spoke. You know, I never asked, but I was wondering what made you decide to start working out. Any special reason? Izuku tilted his head to look at Shinso as he spoke, green curls shifting to fall sideways with the angle. Shinso shrugged before responding, fixing his gaze on the path ahead of them instead of making eye contact. It wasn't a particularly loaded question, but he knew how people felt about someone like him trying for the hero course, so he tried to keep his answer simple. Just thought it would be a good idea to get some training in before applying to UA? Izuku hummed his question before continuing. Hero course then? Yeah, I'm aiming for the hero course. He tried to keep his voice as steady and neutral as possible, not giving away any of the importance he placed on his potential acceptance. His eyes flickered back up to meet green ones and was surprised to see Izuku absolutely beaming at him again. He'd thought about this before over the weeks of them meeting to work out together, but that smile simultaneously seemed so right and wrong on his friend. It seemed right because it was so genuine and shined like the DMN sun. But spending weeks noticing how strong his shorter friend was, lean but sturdy muscles taking over his entire form, and that tired yet intelligent energy he had that sometimes gave off the impression that he knew too much, made it seem a little too bright and innocent to match him. Plus there were the scars. He'd noticed after the first week, faint lines and starburst pink scars on tan skin peeked out from under his clothing every time his shirt or shorts lifted during training. That in itself provided a stark contrast to the glowing smile that was currently directed at him. That's really cool, Shinso. I'm sure you'll make a great hero. Even as warmth filled him from the statement of confidence, he couldn't stop the next words from falling out of his mouth. Why, you don't even know what my quirk is? Stupid. That's what he thought the second he heard himself say it. Weeks of almost friendship and an actual hangout invitation down the drain because he couldn't keep his demon mouth shut. But Izuku didn't seem bothered by his statement at all, simply humming as he turned back to the path ahead of them. Well, you never told me, so how could I know? He stated as if it were the simplest thing in the world. I wouldn't judge regardless, but most people like to brag about their quirks right away. It's kinda telling when someone doesn't want to talk about a certain subject. Regardless, that's your business, and I'm not sure if that's the most important thing anyways. Shinso kept his pace, but was silent for a few moments as he absorbed what he had just heard. Based on what Izuku had just said, he got the feeling that the boy next to him understood on some level. He took a deep breath. Brainwashing. He said it so fast, just to get it out there before he could change his mind, that he wasn't even sure if the other would be able to understand it. That smile was turned his way again, but this time there was an excited gleam in those green eyes to accompany it. Really? That's pretty cool, Shinso. Though I get where you probably had some trouble with that type of quirk. I can already think of a bunch of ways it would be great for hero work though. The shorter teen continued to talk as Shinso walked beside him in a shocked stupor. After a few moments, he regained his senses enough to listen. Izuku talked about possible applications, asked questions, even suggested some alterations to his workout routine, and did a lot of mumbling that he couldn't quite understand. But that didn't matter as much as the light feeling in his tea and small smile on his face as he soaked in the positive reaction. After a couple minutes, Izuku was unlocking his apartment door and Shinso was happy to know 2 new things about the boy beside him. He mumbled a lot when he was trying to think through new ideas. And he was scary smart. He belatedly realized he still didn't know about Izuku's quirk, though that didn't seem particularly important at the moment. Izuku was so distracted by the excitement of finally getting to talk quirks with his friend that he failed to think everything through. One moment he was opening the door, telling Shinso he could wait in the front hallway as he threw on some shorts and dropped his bag off, and the next moment he was face to face with his mother upon exiting his room ready to go. He nearly stumbled back and fell on his but when he turned out of his bedroom and she was just there. Probably shocked by the fact that she was actually looking at him, waiting for him, rather than the mere passing glances he received most of the time they were home together. "Oh hey mom. I was just changing before heading out with Dash, that's where it all went wrong," he thinks. He didn't even get to finish his sentence before she was speaking, her tone distant and biting. Nothing like the sweet honey voice he vaguely remembers from his early childhood. And bringing a stranger to the door no less. "I've been trying to let you be, give you space, but is it so difficult for you to just stay home and be good? I don't even know what to think when Dash." And she just kept going. Izuku tried to focus and placate her as the panic started to settle in his tea, but it was around the time she said something about hoping you're not still chasing after useless dreams that he simply checked out. His mind felt like it had just been displaced from his body, and he vaguely worried about whether or not Shinso could hear their conversation from the door. He was also struck with the thought that this was the most she had spoken to him in months, which set off a whole different type of pain in his It was around the time she seemed to be winding down that he came back to himself enough to get out. "Sorry mom. I'm sorry. I won't be long, P promise. I just have someone waiting so I have to go, but I won't stay out long." He didn't wait to hear her reply before rushing past her, trying to slow down a bit when he entered the hallway to the entrance of the apartment where Shinso stood waiting and slipped on his shoes with a mumbled, "Ready, let's go." He tried really hard to not seem so out of it as they made their way to a nearby ramen shop and began eating. Their conversation stayed on lighter topics, and Izuku was eventually able to get back to an enthusiastic discussion about ways to modify Shinso's training to better prepare him for the hero course. Izuku missed all the worried glances that the purple-haired teen shot his way during the rest of the evening. Izuku was going to be sick. It took all his effort not to begin dry heaving onto the rooftop right there. It was finally the night that the shipments of product would be brought to the main headquarters. This was the final piece of information he needed to make a complete report to send to the detective working this case after weeks and weeks of surveillance and information gathering. Except this secondary shipment of product that the drags had been a cover for wasn't weapons, or a more dangerous drag. It was people. And Izuku was going to be sick. Obviously he knows this type of shit happens, he knows the world houses indescribable evil. But seeing it with his own eyes, seeing human beings in such horrible shape be pushed and prodded through the back door of the building, was something else entirely. Now that he knew, he felt a new sense of urgency rush through his system to complete his report and send it in as fast as he possibly could. He would finish it tonight with no sleep, if he needed to. In all his urgency to get back to his computer and finish the report, he was careless. Clambering down from the roof 2 buildings over, he lost his grip and fell right onto a dumpster bellow. His ribs hit the edge of the metal side, before falling into the open container. The impact was accompanied by a loud crunch and shooting pain. As he groaned and moved to get up, he realized he had just landed on broken glass. Fantastic. But there were more important things to worry about than the throbbing pain in his side, or the BLD dripping down his torso and leg. Making it home was a painful effort, but he barely took the time to remove the remaining glass and wipe up the BLD before sitting back down at his computer. He opened the mostly complete file and got to work. It was nearing 5 in the morning when he had completed adding in the remaining details, finalizing hypothetical strategies that could be employed during the takedown, and double-checking all his work to make sure it was accurate and understandable. He sent it with an accompanied message of urgency. You will need to act fast. They plan to move all their shipments in a week, any later and it will be too late. Hopefully you will find this information useful. Please save them. Naomasa Tsukachi groaned in frustration over his coffee as he slumped on his desk in his office. He was just getting into the station for the day as Aizawa, aka Prohero Eraserhead, was showing up to report and check out of his previous night's patrol. This case had been open for months, and Eraserhead's most recent report only yielded them the information that something big appeared to be happening soon and a few more locations of possible distribution centers. As the grumpy Prohero finished his report and slumped out of his office, the detective turned on his work computer to open his email and send out the most recent report to the filing department for processing. Before he could do that, the most recent email in his inbox caught his eye. Clicking on it and opening the attached file, he only scanned the first few lines before he was bolting out of his chair and into the main lobby of the precinct. He shouted, calling Eraserhead back to his office with urgency. The moment they were back in his office, he offered a brief explanation before setting to work to make 2 prints of the file attached to the email. It was long to say the least. Over 20 pages of information, and it took the 2 men over an hour to comb through it thoroughly. The Prohero sighed as he lowered the report and slumped back into the couch positioned against the wall of the small office. This is a lot. Tsukachi offered as he lowered his own copy of the report and placed his elbows up on his desk. You've heard of this guy, right? They run that blog and keep sending anonymous emails to heroes with a total analysis breakdown of their quirk. I keep getting asked if there's something to worry about, considering how much they know, but we've got no information on them. Most of the stuff in here aligns with what we already know. I'm just wondering how they got all the other information. There's a lot in here that we didn't know. Locations, quirk breakdowns, descriptions of the big dogs in charge, the human trafficking, not to mention all the strategies and suggestions they left for us. I'm not sure how they got it, but I'm not sure if we have time to care if the week deadline they gave us is accurate. I'm sending out my guys tonight to double-check the main location they sent us. If there's confirmation, we make our move in 2 days. I'm not risking it. Aizawa hummed his agreement, glancing back down at the report. After a few moments of silence, he spoke in a gruff tone. It's scary how much information they have. So far there's been no reason to think they're anyone other than some freelance analyst, with a possible intelligence quirk, trying to get their name out there. But this is something different. Tsukachi lifted his head from where it had been resting in his hands to make eye contact with the man sitting across from him. His mouth settled in a grim line. This is something dangerous. It was only 3 days later when Izuku saw the report in the news. He saw the alert on his phone first, then rushed to SWH to the live network on his laptop to watch what was happening. The moment he saw the victims being gently skirted from the building, his muscles melted in relief. Focusing on anything other than what may be going on in the case proved to be extremely difficult from the time he sent the report until now. He watched the rest of the report for confirmations of capture and success, forgoing the analytical part of his mind that wanted to focus in on the clips of the fighting and takedowns of the ringleaders and their cronies. Right now, he simply wanted to enjoy the warm feeling in his ist that everything had worked out, that those people are now safe. And hopefully, what he was able to gather was useful. He decided that the warm relief he was feeling right now was good, and he wanted to keep earning that feeling. It was completely worth the bruised ribs and assorted cuts he received for his troubles. When his office door opened and Eraserhead entered the room without knocking, Tsukachi let out a long, full-bodied sigh. This is about the analyst, isn't it? He put out the question before the disgruntled hero even had time to sit down and speak, and he received a grunt in response. Well, if you have any ideas on how to find their identity, I'm all ears. Right now, I've got nothing. They cover their tracks well. Haven't been able to get a solid track on the email address or the website. They don't seem to be too concerned about keeping up communication though. I asked around, And whoever it is seems more than happy to receive and respond to follow-up questions from the pros they contact. Hasn't said anything that could hint to an identity though. Tsukachi closed his eyes and hummed to show he was listening, trying to take in the little information they knew and rack his brain for possibilities other than simply placing his data and technology team on it. Technically, this wasn't an open case as no obvious crime had been committed by the anonymous analyst, unless one counts the potential invasion of privacy that may have occurred to gain the hero's direct email addresses rather than their agency ones. Then his mind caught on the last bit of information his colleague had just shared. You said they respond to the pros who email him back? Yeah, happily too. So, what if we just, I don't know, ask them to meet with us? Tsukachi watched as his tired friend sat up slowly from his slumped position and turned to face him with a raised brow and slightly widened eyes. Would that even work? Aizawa's tone was nothing short of incredulous at the suggestion. I mean, does it hurt to try? They aren't technically a criminal or anything from what we know at least, so there's nothing for them to be concerned about with that. Plus, they already assisted on a major case. We could frame it as a meeting to thank them, or debrief about the information of the case. It was the only suggestion he had at the moment. Looking up mental enhancement quirks with no means to narrow down the prospects would be fruitless, and the technology approach was already failing unless they turned this into a case that they could hand over to the tech department, which may turn up nothing as well. Aizawa just blinked at the detective for a long moment before shifting in his seat to pull out his own laptop without saying a word. Tsukachi moved from behind his desk to take a seat next to the man, watching as he opened up his email and found the analyst's email address. The message he sent was simple. From Eraserhead, thanks for the help on the trafficking case. Detective Tsukachi and I were hoping we could meet you in person to thank you for your help and debrief some of the more sensitive information regarding the case. Once the message was sent, they both just sat there for a moment staring at the screen. It's not like they expected an instant reply, but neither man really knew what to do next either. Just as Aizawa was about to lean back into the couch and Tsukachi was preparing to stand and snag them both a cup of coffee, a ping sounded from the laptop that caused both men to snap their gaze back to it. From being realistic, I appreciate the thanks, but it really isn't necessary. Was there something wrong with the information I sent? I apologize if there was an error or something I missed that caused you any trouble on the case. The two men exchanged a look before Aizawa turned back to his keyboard to respond. Why were they so worried about possible errors? Or so quick to jump to the conclusion that they caused trouble? The information they provided was ridiculously detailed and completely solid. Tsukachi decided these were questions for later. From Eraserhead, no, the information was good. It was a big help. We just wanted to meet in person to go over some of the final details for the reports. Plus, it would be nice to meet the person that made such a big impact on the success of the case. From being realistic, when would you like to meet? Tsukachi saw Eraserhead grin out of the corner of his eye and shivered. From Eraserhead, how about tomorrow afternoon at the Mizudafu precinct? 3 p.m. Izuku honestly didn't know what to think about Eraserhead and the detective wanting to meet with him. He honestly didn't think there was anything special enough about what he's been doing to warrant an in-person meeting. But they wanted to meet at the police station, and simply seemed curious, so he supposed it was all right. He adjusted his backpack on his shoulders and took a deep breath before walking through the sliding doors of the police station. Any attempts to keep his nerves at bay felt futile. What if they figured out he was quirkless? Would they tell him to stop contacting them? Would he get yelled at again? Actually, that really wouldn't be so bad. Yelling is something he's used to at least, even if it would hurt a bit more to come from a hero like Eraserhead. There was no time left to dwell on it as he found himself standing in front of the receptionist's desk. A young man with an earpiece in his ear and light blue hair looked at him expectantly. He swallowed and took another deep breath. Hello, I'm here for a meeting with Detective Tsukachi and Pro-Hero Eraserhead. He was so focused on simply getting the words out of his mouth that he didn't notice the yellow lump shifting in the seats of the lobby. Aizawa had been slumped in his sleeping bag for the last hour, trying to catch a short nap while waiting for their mysterious analyst to arrive. Despite his relaxed position, he had all his senses on high alert. He had no idea what to expect from this stranger, But what he did know was that they held a frightening amount of information and was doing God knows what with it. Sue the man for being appropriately suspicious of the anonymous person's intentions. He saw the green-haired kid walk into the station, but only eyed him for the briefest of moments before turning his focus away. So imagine his surprise when he hears his own hero name come out of the kid's mouth, saying he was here for a meeting with the pro and the detective. Regardless, Aizawa shuffles out of his sleeping bag to walk over to the reception desk. As he really looks at the kid, he grows even more suspicious. The kid can't be any older than middle school age, and has a rather unassuming look about him, wearing a simple blue hoodie and some faded black jeans with a yellow backpack resting on his shoulders. Just as he neared 5 feet away from the kid, the pro notices his shoulders stiffen as a green head whipped around to look at him. The man won't admit that he was mildly impressed that the kid felt his presence before he announced himself. Green eyes met black, then shifted to take in the rest of the older man before seeming to relax a bit. The kid spoke first. "Oh, Eraserhead, I was just asking for you." The boy's tone was casual, but he noticed the slight tremor of nervousness underneath. Aizawa noticed the receptionist looking between him and the boy in mild confusion, but paid it no mind as he continued to eye the boy in front of him. He really didn't know what to think of the kid. Part of him wanted to ask what he was here for, because it was hard to imagine that this unassuming teen was the analyst, but he wasn't the one with the truth quirk. It'd be most logical to just take the kid back and ask that question in front of Tsukachi. So, he just nodded and let out a gruff, "Follow me," before turning to make his way through the precinct with the green one trailing behind. They had decided to have this meeting in Tsukachi's office. It was less threatening than a conference or interrogation room. He swung the door to the office open and offered a cryptic announcement. "We have a guest, detective." Tsukachi looked up as Aizawa stepped fully into the room, revealing a young, green-haired teen. He won't deny feeling amused by the way the man blinked at the kid, before gaping. "This is our guest. The analyst." The pro simply shrugged before moving into his seat on the couch so that he would have a full view of the room. "I don't know," said he was here for a meeting with us. "Ask him yourself." Clearing his throat to compose himself, the detective turns his attention back to the teen who is shifting nervously on his feet near the door. "Sorry about that, I was just a bit shocked. Are you the analyst who we've been in contact with? The owner of the Being Realistics blog?" "Yeah, I am." Aizawa eyes the detective for the small nod of confirmation at the boy's words. "Please have a seat then." The man smiles and motions toward the open chairs near his desk. The boy seemed to hesitate for a moment before settling down in the one that put the most distance between him and the other 2 men in the room, something that does not go unnoticed by either of them. "My name is Naomasa Tsukachi, and this is Pro Hero Eraserhead. It's nice to finally meet you after all the help you gave us with the last case." Something about what the detective said must have put the boy at ease, if only slightly, as the tired man on the couch noticed him let out a small breath. A head of green curls bows ever so slightly in the direction of the 2 men. "It's nice to meet you. I'm Midoriya Izuku." "All right, Midoriya." Tsukachi starts speaking as he discreetly taps away at his keyboard for a moment. Aizawa is rightly able to assume the man just typed the boy's name into the database search bar, but the boy displays no sign of noticing the gentle tapping sound over the man's voice. "We were hoping to ask you a few questions about your analysis and blog, if that's all right with you." Narrowed green eyes zero in on the detective, flickering across his face to read his expression. Aizawa's not sure exactly what he's looking for, but eventually the kid nods his acceptance. "Great. First, I wanted to ask you some questions about your website and email. Don't take this the wrong way, but we did try to track the IP address related to your activity at first. At the time, you were sending pros such detailed information about their quirks that there was some concern that you were a threat. Was there a reason you went through so much trouble to hide your identity?" Tsukachi did an impressive job of keeping an air of polite, soft professionalism about him the whole time he was speaking, and the eraser hero notices the teen's body finally, slowly begins to relax into his seat. "Oh, that's easy." The kid started with a far more casual tone than he held before. "You just pointed out yourself how the information I was sending could be seen as a threat. It does include a lot of detail. I know that, and I know that even my blog alone could attract the wrong kind of attention. If you guys could find me so simply, then who knows what other kind of people could do the same. He finishes with a small shrug. Aizawa can't help but feel like that makes sense, and it's smart, logical. The kid may be young, and that fact is still jarring for the hero, but he certainly is using his head. That all makes sense. But if you went through all those efforts to avoid having your identity be revealed, is there a reason why you're okay with meeting us in person now? The kid took a moment to think before answering. Some of the heroes I've talked to have asked about who I was, but it didn't seem appropriate or necessary to give my name to people I've never met over email. Isn't it like the first rule of the internet to not give out your name to strangers? He actually smirked and tilted his head at the two men in the room as he added the final point. Almost with a look that said, "Are you too stupid?" that almost earned a snort out of the scruffy man on the couch. Almost. He doesn't miss the small upward curve of the detective's lips either. Fair enough. It's good you notice the potential dangers of all that information you seem to have. A strong intelligence or analysis quirk like you have can be super helpful, but also really dangerous if used against the wrong people. As the man finishes, there's an immediate shift in the teen's demeanor. Furrowed eyebrows and a sharp expression are aimed in the man's direction. I don't have an analysis or intelligence quirk. This statement is made plainly, with the slightest tone of hesitance, but it still takes both men by surprise. It takes Tsukachi a moment to school his expression again. Midoriya, are you aware of my quirk? Yes, lie detection. He nods. How were you able to gain so much information then? I didn't use a quirk for that. Aizawa notices the almost sharp tone lacing its way into Midoriya's voice, and can't help but feel that they are entering restricted territory. What is your quirk then? There's no pause, no hesitation, as the kid speaks in a cool and calculated tone. It should be in that file you pulled up earlier. Both men freeze, shocked that he noticed yet didn't mention it until now. He leans back in his chair. That's what you did after I said my name, isn't it? Typed it to search your records database and pull up my file. For the first time since they all sat down, Aizawa speaks and has trouble holding back the amused tone to his voice. Impressive observation, kid. Green eyes meet his, and the man thinks he sees a small smile try to crawl its way onto the kid's face before it is gone again. He only receives a hum in response. The detective clears his throat as he turns to his open computer screen to read aloud. Izuku Midoriya, age 14, quirkless. His eyebrows furrow as he turns back to the teen. Neither man misses the slight flinch that is followed by a shift into an almost defensive position from the boy. You're quirkless? The news is jarring for the raven-haired man slumped on the couch. It's rare these days, but it does explain the minor behaviors he had been observing from the teen during their meeting. That's what it says, isn't it? Midoriya responds evenly. Aizawa notices the slight twitch to the detective's eye, signaling that his quirk registered the statement. For whatever reason, he has a feeling the kid noticed it too. There's a pause. Your wording almost passed as true. Let me rephrase, are you really quirkless? Midoriya goes rigid for a moment. Aizawa almost thinks he's gonna make a run for it. But after a long moment the teen just lets out a long sigh, one he thinks sounds far too old and worn on a 14-year-old, and slumps back into his chair. Your quirk is lie detection, so I guess you'll have to know I'm telling the truth. Green eyes close for a moment as the kid takes a deep breath. Technically, my file isn't wrong, or rather wasn't wrong. I was thought to be quirkless since the age of 4, and I guess I really was up until somewhat recently. Really late bloomer, I guess. And you got this quirk recently? The question is asked with slight hesitancy and utter disbelief. Getting a quirk at age 7 or 8 is a late bloomer. Getting a quirk in one's early teens is practically unheard of. The kid hums and nods. A forced manifestation, I think. Are you both familiar with the sludge villain incident? Green eyes watch both men nod before he continues. Well, I don't know exactly what's in whatever reports you read about it. But there were 2 people that villain attacked that day. The first one was me. I'll spare you all the nasty details, but I was dying basically, and I guess that moment made my body manifest a quirk. A kinda shitty one at that. It's near impossible to prove I even have it, so I just keep it to myself. I mean, having a kid who's been quirkless for 14 years suddenly run around saying he has a quirk, but can't prove that the quirk exists. It sounds like bullshit. That's just asking for trouble, so there's no point. But you know if I'm telling the truth, so I guess it doesn't hurt to tell you. It makes sense. And Aizawa hates that it does. The whole story that the kid told made his gut twist with a sickening feeling. He knows the statistics on quirkless kids, and clearly Midoriya is well aware of the treatment too based on his hesitance to share. The hero is the one who asks what seems to be the question of the hour. So what is your quirk, kid? It's a countdown basically. Green eyes flicker to some spot above each of the men's heads for a moment. Everyone has them. A string of yellow numbers that counts down until a person's death. The room goes absolutely silent at the proclamation, and Aizawa swears he hears Tsukachi whisper out a disbelieving true. The kid chuckles a bit before continuing. It's mostly useless. I almost die and my body decides to give me a countdown to see when all the other people around me are going to, some F-ed joke that is. But yeah, there's not much else to it. It certainly didn't help me gather any of the information I sent you or posted online. A silence settles on the room at that. The pro runs a calloused hand down his face in exhaustion. The kid was right, some absolutely F-ed joke was handed to him. And Midoriya's quirk leaves both men with a lot of questions. Like, if he can see everyone's countdown, does that mean that there's absolutely no control over when people die? That everyone has a predetermined time of death and nothing can be done to stop it? Something to contemplate another time. And certainly not something to ask the 14-year-old child sitting in front of him. If I'm being honest, I don't really know what to say to that, the detective sighed, earning another chuckle from the green-haired teen. But you never did answer my question. If it wasn't a quirk, how did you gather so much information about pro-heroes in the case? Midoriya gave him a cryptic-looking smirk. Asking the right questions to the right people, and being in the right places to make a few key observations. Somehow that doesn't make me feel any better. Tsukachi hangs his head for a moment, before lifting it up and giving the kid an almost fond-looking smile. Aizawa would venture to guess that the kid has grown on both of them at this point. Regardless, you're a smart kid, and you seem to know what you're doing. So we can be done here and you can get back home, Midoriya. Just stay safe and be careful who you contact. You can always contact one of us with anything that comes up. Your information really did prove to be valuable in closing the trafficking case. Without it, I doubt we would have gotten to those victims in time. For the first time during the meeting, the kid absolutely beamed at the small praise he received. Both men came to the conclusion that that smile was to die for, literally. Come on, kid. The gruff man huffed as he stood from his position on the couch. I'll walk you out. Despite the stress he felt during their first meeting, Izuku found himself liking the detective and underground pro more and more over the last few weeks. They both kept in contact with him, even going so far as to give him their personal phone numbers so that they could check in through text and help him set up a payment system for his analysis work so that he wasn't just sending unrequested files to pro-heroes for free anymore. The teen also suspected that Aizawa, a name he was told to refer to the eraser hero as after their second meeting, was largely responsible for the increase in requests by talking about him with his coworkers at UA. But Izuku didn't plan on calling him out on it. The men also agreed to not go around sharing his name with anyone else for his own safety, unless it seemed absolutely necessary. Izuku also noticed how Tsukachi would hesitantly request his help on a steady flow of cases, mostly minor ones. And he suspected this was the detective's way of monitoring what type of work he got involved with to keep him out of danger or trouble. It's not like he minded, it was kind of nice that the man was concerned and it made him feel helpful most of the time. Both men were understanding and patient in a way that Izuku was extremely unfamiliar with, but found himself happy to be on the receiving side of, even if he knew it was just due to how useful he could be to their work. He wouldn't forget the conversation they had during their third meeting about potentially registering his quirk. Izuku grimaced as he settled into the couch in Tsukachi's office. It had been a particularly rough day at school, and he now sported a fresh set of bruises that ran up the side of his body. Regardless of how much training he was doing with Shinso, he knew it would only end up worse for him if he started fighting back at school. The blame for all the troubles he caused would only increase if he dared to hurt any of the more promising students. Kid, Are you hurt, Sheet? He must have failed to keep the discomfort he felt from moving off of his face, because now the pro-hero was looking right at him with a concerned crease in his brow that was soon mimicked by the detective behind the desk. He schooled his expression back to an unbothered look and waved off their concern. It's nothing too bad, I've had worse. I'll just be sore for a few days. Don't worry about it. What do you mean had worse? It was the detective who spoke this time, concerned eyes scanning the teen as if he could somehow see through the clothing in a futile attempt to check for more injuries. I'm quirkless, remember? The wry smile that accompanied the statement looked too worn, too knowing for either of the men's liking. No, you're not. Oh yeah. Technically. But the only people that know that are standing in this room. Both men seemed like they wanted to say more, dispute something he said, but Izuku couldn't figure out what part of his explanation either of the men would find so concerning. Either way, they shared a glance and seemed to decide against questioning him further about the injuries. Aizawa spoke next. We should probably register your quirk officially by now. It's illogical to not update it when you have both of us who will go with you to verify your quirk. Izuku smiled at that with genuine appreciation for the implication that both men wanted to back him up. But he also was more familiar with the reality of the situation than the other two were. I don't mind registering my quirk if you'll be there to back me up, but I'd really prefer to wait until after I graduate from middle school. I don't think it would go over well when the school office notices my file updates. The pro squinted his eyes in response to that statement. School staff aren't allowed to share the details of a student's file without their permission. Izuku huffed out a short laugh. I don't think a standard school procedure is going to do much in my case. Trust me. I understand wanting to legally change my quirk registration, since it's illegal to falsify it. But it will only cause me more problems right now. I'd appreciate it if we could just wait a bit. Once again, both men seemed like they wanted to say something more. But with creased brows and tentative expressions, they both nodded and decided to just trust him. As a biting chill raced up his spine from the cool night air, Izuku found himself wishing he had worn more layers under his hoodie. He was heading home from a little late-night surveillance work for a case that the detective had sent his way about some string of convenience store robberies where the unsub was leaving absolutely no trace. No proof of a break-in, no evidence, nothing besides the missing cash from the register and some missing stock items from the stores. He was only asked to do some potential quirk hypothesis based on what the police had already found so that they could run it through the quirk registry systems, but Izuku decided he wanted to provide the man with a little more than that and go out himself to see what he could find. Izuku was passing by an alleyway when he felt the heat. It stood in stark contrast to the cool night air and immediately caught his attention, allowing him to zero in on the pained grunting noises that accompanied it. Always unable to mind his own business, he crept through the shadows into the alleyway. He noticed the foot first, poking out from behind a dumpster a few meters away. As he got closer, he felt the air leave his lungs. A dark-haired, young, adult man was slumped against the corner of the dumpster and the brick wall of the alley, his body covered in purple scars. Heat was radiating off of him, and he was lazily attempting to apply pressure to a profusely bleeding stab wound to his side. But the most jarring part for him to notice was the timer, 08. A gruff voice spoke through bread breaths that successfully knocked Izuku out of his state of shock. Who the F are you? Sheet. Izuku lurched forward to kneel beside the man, who he belatedly processed was probably a criminal based on his general demeanor and the situation, and used his own hands to hastily apply pressure to the wound. The man grunted from the increased pressure to his side, but the teen could hardly hear it over his own accelerated breathing and the thumping heartbeat in his ears. He could hardly concentrate on anything other than the BLD and the steady countdown of the timer, eyes flickering between the two desperately to see a change that he knew wouldn't happen. Geez, kid, the man huffed out slurred words. Calm the hell down, I'm not effing dying yet. Damn it. Izuku couldn't keep the panic out of his tone. Your timer is F-. You're really about to die. Blue eyes met green, and he thought the man might have asked what he was talking about, but Izuku couldn't think straight as he watched the seconds tick by above the man's head. This was different than the old lady or the other people he saw die when he was still trying to figure out his quirk. Those deaths were all accidents, hardly preventable, or of old age where the person is simply nearing the end of their natural life. This felt so different to that. A young stranger was dying, bleeding out right in front of him, and he felt so incredibly useless just watching the timer count down. He may know first aid, but those mocking numbers made his efforts feel absolutely hopeless. Trying to pull his thoughts out of that hopeless spiral, he racked his brain for any type of solution, any type of possibility to change the situation he was currently in. Then he remembered that incident with one of his bullies. He knew he could potentially take time from others. So what if he could give it too? The green-haired boy used all his remaining focus to concentrate on the numbers before him. A buzzing sensation crawled across his limbs as he tried to remember that pulling sensation that he felt before, then turn it around to push instead. It hurt, and green eyes were blown wide from the pain he felt in his need to snap back up to the timer. Sure enough, the timer glitched for a moment before flickering to a longer string of numbers, 16:301:04. Drooping blue eyes were blown wide as Izuku breathed a sigh of minor relief. Your eyes? What did you do, kid? Green eyes snapped down from the renewed countdown to meet sharp blue ones. He swallowed and spoke in a disbelieving whisper. I gave you more time. There was a heavy pause before Izuku looked back down to his hands. The wound was still there, but the bleeding seemed to have slowed significantly. So no healing effects necessarily, he thought as he reeled all his senses back in from their panic state. The situation was slightly less urgent, but the wound still needed to be taken care of. He could think about what had just happened later. Right now he had other things to worry about, like what to do with the guy next. Hospital? He asked even though he already felt like he knew the answer. No hospitals? He nodded and shakily moved the man's hands to replace his own to keep pressure on the wound. Okay. Stay here. I'll be right back. But don't FNG move, got it. I need to go grab some supplies from the convenience store on the corner. You won't get far if you try to leave like that, so just keep your butt right there. Izuku didn't give the man a chance to respond as he stood and took off toward the 24-hour corner store. His whole body was shaking, and he knew he received strange looks from the BLD that he hadn't successfully wiped off his hands onto his dark clothing. But it all passed in a blur until he found himself crouched beside the man in the alley again. The first few minutes of him fumbling with the supplies he bought and getting to work on addressing the wound to begin stitches were spent in silence. You're pretty good at that. The man's voice was gruff and raspy. Izuku couldn't decide whether that was from the pain or just how his voice was. I've had a lot of practice. His smirk and bitter huff of laughter that accompanied the teen's response earned a quirked eyebrow from the stranger. What's your name, kid? Izuku eyed the stranger a bit before answering, deciding it wasn't a great idea to give the shady man too much information about himself, so he said the only thing he could think of that wouldn't come out sounding like a complete lie. Deku. He received a raised eyebrow in response. Useless. The teen hummed his confirmation. Yours? Dabi. At that, Izuku did his best to give the man a pointed look to get across the thought. You seriously try to call me out for using a fake name when you're pulling the same sheet? He must have gotten the point across because the scarred man starts absolutely cackling. His laughing inspires a chuckle from the teen as well. Okay, fair enough. He hisses through his teeth as Izuku pulls the thread tight in his skin. So what the hell did you do, Deku? Your eyes were glowing yellow and you were talking shit about some timer. My eyes were glowing. The man nods. That's new. Well, it's my quirk, I guess. I can see a timer above everyone's heads that counts down until their time of death. I just kinda gave you more time, I think. He explains as he finishes up the final stitch and places a bandage over the disinfected wound. You think, should I be worried? I don't know. Your timer reset, but it's not like I've ever done that before. There's a pause of silence before they're both laughing. The lightness both of them are feeling could almost be seen as hysteria over the unexpectedness of the situation. BLD loss was no joke. So Izuku prepared himself to sit down and keep watch over Dabi as he drank the water and ate the snacks he bought with the first aid supplies from the store until morning. A short bit of chatter was exchanged between the two before they both fell into comfortable silence. He really tried to stay awake, but as the hours passed and the adrenaline wore off, green eyes slipped closed. When he woke up, he found the man to be gone, and his tattered coat had been laid over the teen's body. It was warm. Izuku found himself smiling as he walked home in the early hours of the morning. When he got home, he noticed his time in the mirror had dropped by a little over a year. He assumed that to be a result of the night's events. Something about being able to use his time to boost or restart the time of someone else. He'd think more about what that means later. Right now, he was exhausted. It's really starting to hurt my pride that a twerp like you keeps handing my butt to me. It's late evening, and the sun is just starting to set. Hitoshi lays on his back next to his green-haired friend on the rooftop of the gym, huffing out air though red breaths. This is the rooftop they had been sparring at for over a month after Izuku decided he needed more than some stamina and muscle training if he wanted a real chance at getting into UA's hero course. The shorter teen had been teaching him all the moves he knew for a while now, but still won nearly every spar between the two. Even if Hitoshi felt like he was starting to get pretty good at the techniques the others showed him, he knew he only won those rare few spars on occasions where his friends seemed to already be injured. From what? He didn't know, and Izuku didn't seem to feel like sharing. The green-haired one huffed out a laugh from his own breathing position on the rooftop before sitting up and leaning his weight back into his arms behind him. I'm really not that short, you're just freakishly tall. Hitoshi knocked one of the arms holding the boy up out from under him in retaliation, making him let out a soft yelp before falling back onto the cool rooftop next to him again. The guy has the nerve to giggle at him. There's a pause of companionable silence after. Then, the taller teen decides to ask the question he'd been thinking about for a while. He would have asked sooner, but remembering that overheard conversation between his friend and his mom from the one time he visited the other's apartment and trying to decipher what that was about kept making him hesitate. It could be a sore subject, but Hitoshi had shared his quirk all those weeks ago, so he felt it was a little fair to ask about it. Hey, I was wondering about something, he starts, only continuing when he receives a gentle hum in response. I told you what my quirk was, but you still haven't mentioned yours. I was just curious about what your quirk is. The taller boy looks at his friend next to him, who is still staring up at the sky, and notices his body go rigid for a moment. That alone confirms what he already suspected. This topic is a harsh one for both of them. It doesn't stop him from wanting to know though. There's a few moments of silence, and he almost thinks he won't get a response. But then Izuku takes a long breath and speaks in a distant tone. Well, most people think I'm quirkless. Hitoshi's eyes are blown wide for a moment in shock. It shouldn't be too shocking considering what he knows about the boy, but quirklessness is so very rare. And being well aware of how quirkless kids get treated, far worse than what he and his villainous quirk had experienced, he feels his blood run cold. Then, his mind catches on the beginning of his friend's words. Most people, yeah. I really was quirkless for like 14 years. Then that kinda changed, I guess. Forced manifestation is what most people call it. It's kinda a long story, and I don't know if you, or anyone else for that matter, will believe me. The teen eyes his friend for a bit, before shifting on his side to fully face the green-haired teen. Letting the words sink in, he speaks. I find myself to be a little more open-minded since I met you. Plus, I've got time. For the first time since their conversation started, green eyes meet lilac and a freckled face graces him with a wobbly yet appreciative smile. Another beat of silence passes as the two look at each other before the smaller of the two lets out a long sigh and turns his gaze back to the sky above. Then, in a gentle, hushed voice, he tells Hitoshi a story. He talks about being quirkless, the sludge villain, the quirk and how he thinks he accidentally stole the creep's time, the question he asked All Might on the roof, how he had been told to jump off of one the same day and almost did. He talks about how he figured out a new dream to follow in his blog, how he figured out what the countdown meant, how the only people that knew were a pro hero and some detective with a lie detector quirk, how it would only seem utterly ridiculous to go around claiming he had something that would be difficult to prove. When he finished, Hitoshi found himself scooting a bit closer to his friend to lay a hand down on the other's forearm. He watched as a few silent tears slid down Izuku's temple from the corner of his eyes as the boy took a deep breath. Then he said the most intelligent thing his brain could supply. That's Fed, and All Might's a little beach. Despite his lacking response, Hitoshi felt successful that his comment earned a huffed laugh out of the green-haired boy. He turned onto his back again, and a comfortable silence took over once again as they both digested what had just been revealed. After a couple minutes, they started talking again. Can you see your own time? Does it matter? Hitoshi frowned to himself. The implications of that response were less than pleasant, but he figured they'd done enough sharing for the night and didn't want to keep pushing sensitive subjects. Lightening the mood seemed like a good idea. Now that we've exchanged trauma, I think it's only fair if you call me Hitoshi. Green curls flopped to the side as the other turned his head to face him. That sunshine smile was directed at him again. Okay Hitoshi, call me Izuku. Izuku's heart felt like it had dropped to the floor below him. He'd come home to a completely dark apartment, something not entirely unusual. But his eyes caught on the sliver of the living room that was visible from the entry hallway only to notice the corner that typically housed a lamp and bookshelf to be completely empty. Then he noticed the note taped to the wall next to the coat rack. Izuku, I'm leaving. The apartment is paid for until the end of next month. You have until then to either leave or find a way to keep paying for it. I just can't do this anymore. You're already running around doing God knows what at all times of the day without any care for how your poor mother feels, so you should be able to take care of yourself. I can't keep living in a house providing for a child like you for the rest of my life. Izuku sat at his desk, frantically writing in a fresh notebook. After discovering the note his mother left, he had ventured further into the apartment to confirm what he had already guessed. Most of it was empty. She had really left and taken most of their items with her. That was when the realization set in, and he broke out into full-out heaving sobs onto the bare floor of the empty living room. It had taken nearly 2 days to compose himself enough to think past the hurt that was steadily accumulating in his He knew that his mom and him hadn't been close in years, that his presence was mostly an ignored one so that she could focus on work and being happy without having to devote time to her useless, worthless, damaged son. But he still figured they existed in the space together somewhat amicably. He had tried so hard to not be in her way, to be quiet and good, to not be a burden. It felt like it was all for nothing. So yeah, it took a brief text to his 3 main contacts, Hitoshi, Aizawa, and Tsukachi, to let them know that he wouldn't be available for a few days, and practically 40 hours of crying before the fog in his head finally cleared. Once it did, Izuku let his brain run on autopilot to do the one thing he knew he did best. Take stock of the situation, form a strategy. This is, if nothing else, a survival strategy. He starts with a list of what resources he currently has left. His room was untouched, so he has all the items in it like furniture, clothes, hero merch, etc. The kitchen and bathroom were also left with a few items that, for whatever reason, his mom decided to spare upon her exit. He also has the money in his own bank account from his analysis commissions that he'd been doing. Next is a list of current and future expenses. Obviously, he has to feed himself. There's also his phone bill to account for. And soon he will have to pay the exam fee to take the UA entrance exam, as well as the uniform fees and tuition provided he gets in. It's a standard tuition, not too much money, but it will add up quickly since he doesn't necessarily have a steady flow of income. Then there's the housing issue. He is absolutely certain that he won't be able to afford to keep this apartment. Even if he did somehow scrape up enough money for the rent, he would hardly be able to feed himself with that tight of a budget. So he decides to let the apartment go. He has 36 days until he has to leave, and that will give him about a week left in the apartment after the first day of school starts. In a way, it's perfect. He will still be able to register this address on his application and receive his letter here. Now, he just needs to make a plan for what to do in the meantime and what he will do after. Reasoning that it will probably take quite a bit of time to find a new apartment that will be in his price range and is lax enough to either rent to minors or not notice that a minor is moving in alone, he decides to set that hunt aside for now. Selling or donating all non-essentials left in the house seems like a good first step. He can list the majority of his hero merch online for resale, along with furniture and anything else of value, and earn a bit more money. Cutting down on what's left in the house will also make leaving on the last day much simpler. He'll have to make a list of essentials and figure out a place to keep them safe after he gets kicked out. Maybe he can keep them at the school. That seems like a good idea. If he moves all his important items into the lockers over the course of a few days at the start of school, it should go unnoticed. Honestly, he could use the school for a lot of things. Warm showers, storage, and a place to stay the majority of the day. He knows the school is open to students from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. on school days, and maybe he can even get special permission to access campus on weekends if he frames it as extra training or coursework. Yeah, that could definitely work. Then he would only need to worry about where to stay at night until he finds an acceptable apartment. It should be fine, shouldn't it? Leaning back in his desk chair, Izuku closes his eyes and lets out a heavy breath. It's fine. It'll all be fine. It actually proved to be incredibly easy to throw his mind so heavily into work and training, devoting every waking moment to either selling items and preparing for his eventual eviction, doing surveillance or research for cases, taking on Quirk analysis commissions, and training, both with and without Hitoshi, turns out to be a great way to distract himself. Sometimes even pushing himself into late hours of the night so that he can fall asleep easily from pure exhaustion. Really, it's all necessary. The extra work and push to concentrate on work helps keep his mind from thinking about all the very bad going on in his life. Helps to keep away the sinking feeling in his and is almost able to drown those thoughts in the back of his mind, reminding him that she left, she wants nothing to do with you. No one would want anything to do with you. Not with someone who's worthless, pathetic, useless, stupid. I'm worried, Tsukachi stated the moment Aizawa stepped into his office. The pro paused for a moment, most likely trying to figure out what his colleague was talking about since the statement came without context. About the kid? He nodded. Yes, have you seen the number of reports he's been sending in? It's all good stuff, but how does he have time to do all this? The detective let his head fall into his hands as he let out a long sigh. He'll admit that he's felt a little concerned for the kid ever since he met him. Midoriya is scary smart, that much is for sure, but his intentions always seemed good and he had a decent amount of common sense. The more concerning parts were about his behaviors that either he or Aizawa had both noticed through the course of their interactions. Flinches, shifting into a defensive position when certain topics get brought up, hardly being able to accept praise. It all makes sense with his supposed quirklessness and the way both men know they are treated, but it certainly doesn't paint a pretty picture. He's sending me multiple completed reports a day, some for cases I didn't even ask for his help on. Plus, I know he's working on his other requests related to his website too. It seems like it started a little bit after he sent us that message that he'd be busy for a few days. Aizawa hummed his confirmation, mouth pressed into a contemplative line as he picked apart the kid's behaviors over the last 2 weeks since they received that message. He's overworking himself. Yeah, that much is obvious. What I want to know is why. That last conversation we had with him isn't making me feel better about this either. Both men remember the interaction well. Meeting with Midoriya only a couple days after he returned from his break to see the teen with a distant look in his eyes and dark circles to accompany it. The room had been quiet as the two older men looked over the potential Quirk list and breakdowns of a small gang that was responsible for a series of petty crimes in the area, only to be interrupted by a soft voice. What if I had still been quirkless when you met me? Both men looked up at this, exchanging a look before refocusing on the teen in front of them. I doubt it would have mattered. Your quirk doesn't affect your analysis, so you'd still be able to provide us with useful information. When the teen simply responded with a sad smile and a nod, Tsukachi got the sinking feeling that he somehow gave the wrong answer. Or at least not the answer the kid needed the most. Something the matter, kid? Aizawa tried, just as he had been for weeks during their meetings, to gently pry a little more information out of Midoriya. Just wondering if I'm being useful. That was all he gave them before turning his attention back to his own notebook. The concern each man had for their analyst only increased. I don't know what's going on with him either. The most we can do is keep checking in on the kid and answer if he asks for anything. Izuku halted his second run of the day when he heard his phone ding with the sound of a text message. He took a few deep breaths to steady his heart rate before pulling out and unlocking his phone. It wasn't surprising that the messages were from 2 of the only 3 people who ever contacted him over text. He opened the group chat with the messages. Dream Team, Crime Edition, Aizawa showed up plus 2 others, from Detective Tsukachi. Hey kiddo, I got those reports you sent. Good work. Don't forget to take breaks. From Eraserhead, try not to wear yourself too thin, kid. Let us know if you need anything. Izuku let a small smile grace his lips as he stared down at the messages. It was kinda nice to know they cared, for whatever reason. He tried to not read too much into it, so as to not get his hopes up or think about the reason why they are concerned. Taking the messages for what they are, he has to admit that the care is nice. But they don't quite understand the situation he's in right now. He does, and he knows that keeping up the pace is vital for him to stay afloat. If he stops moving, he'll sink. Speaking of moving, he should really hurry to finish up his run. It was about time he got back to work. After all, there was a large file waiting open on his computer that was almost ready to be double-checked and sent to a certain principal. He types out a quick response before sliding his phone back into his pocket and picking up the pace. Dream Team, Crime Edition, Aizawa showed up plus 2 others, from The Realist. Thanks for your concern, but don't worry about me. I'm just happy to help. A delighted rat grins at his computer screen. His request for second-year Hero Corps students' complete analysis breakdown based on their performance at the last year's sports festival had just arrived in his inbox. When he first heard rumors of this surprising new analyst, he'd been intrigued, but not overly so. That was until he heard the staff grump singing praise of this anonymous person's work. Then, he just had to look into it himself. And to say the least, he was not at all disappointed. Nedzu found himself positively excited to meet the bright young mind behind the work, Izuku Midoriya. The entrance exam is in a couple weeks. Hitoshi turns to his friend sitting on the bench next to him, both teens holding their own cup of coffee in their hands. Hangouts outside of training had become a regular thing after their rooftop conversation. Something the purple-haired teen has come to greatly enjoy every time. Izuku's even come over to meet his moms a couple times. It's nice. I just hope I'm able to pass. With all this work we've been putting in, it'll be pretty shitty if I fail. You have been putting in a lot of work, Izuku began, turning to look at him before continuing with a knowing smile. But you know what we talked about before. I've done a lot of research and the exam almost always gears towards the flashier physical quirks. It won't be your fault if the odds are pitted against you. He sighs, meeting his friend's green eyes. They always are, aren't they? Both boys huff out a laugh at that. Despite the conversation being about the possibility of him failing, Hitoshi only feels a lightness in his chest with the knowledge that he not only has a friend, but a friend who understands. That's true. But Izuku flashes him a sharp smirk that would send shivers down a lesser man's back. We both know that the entrance exam isn't the only way. If it comes down to that, I know you'll place high in the sports festival. I'll make sure of it. Hitoshi can't resist matching the smaller teen's grin with his own. The deadly confidence in his voice puts all his nerves at ease in a way that nothing else really does. You're kind of scary sometimes, you know that? Good. The green-haired teen takes a large gulp of his coffee after that. And this time Hitoshi really does shiver from the action and the look in those green eyes. Because he knows that coffee was scalding hot and has no effing clue how Izuku always gulps it down like it's nothing. He had almost forgotten what it felt like to be riddled with this much anxiety. Over the last couple months since middle school ended and the few weeks since his mom left, Izuku had been able to keep most of his human interactions limited to 3 people, Hitoshi, Aizawa, and Tsukachi. When he wasn't with any of those 3, he spent his time in blissful solitude. Fewer people meant fewer variables that could cause things to go wrong, or things to become violent in his experience. Now though, it was the morning of the UA entrance exam, and there were so many students buzzing around and so much noise that Izuku felt like he'd just been dropped into absolute hell. There were too many potential threats, and he felt like his nerves were frayed and sensitive all over his body. It helped a little that Hitoshi was walking with him, but he knew they would have to separate soon to go off to their respective test areas. Hey, Hitoshi's hand came down to rest on his shoulder, and the smaller teen was proud to say he didn't flinch. For whatever reason, he found that he hardly ever flinched or shied away from the purple-haired teen's touches anymore, and the pressure on his shoulder was a welcome comfort at the moment. You gonna be okay? Izuku breathed in through his nose and let out a shaky breath. Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just a lot of people. You got that right, it's effing ridiculous. Hitoshi began as he removed his hand to swing his arm around the shorter teen's shoulder instead before playfully digging his knuckles into green curls. But you got nothing to worry about, Green Bean. It's obvious you'll pass the support course exam with that big FING brain of yours. Letting out a huff of laughter, he shoved the other boy to cease his attack on the already messy green curls on his head. Over the past few months, he'd let his hair grow out a bit to the point where it now could be tied back in a small half-up ponytail which he wore today. But thanks to the messing with him, he was sure the semi-presentable look was ruined. Shut up, you'll do your best too. Don't forget what we talked about. Yeah. Utilize every possible advantage I can find and don't be surprised if the test isn't geared towards my strengths. Thank you for the advice, oh great wise sensei. Despite the slightly mocking tone in the brainwasher's voice, both boys exchanged genuine smiles and nods of encouragement one last time before heading off in separate directions. The written portion of the entrance exam was much easier than Izuku thought it would be. It only took him a little over an hour and a half to get through it despite the 3-hour time limit. And he was extremely grateful that students who completed the exam early were permitted to head to the adjacent room where the practical portion would be announced rather than have to sit silently at a desk and wait for the rest of the students to finish. He'd been sitting in the other room, scribbling away in a notebook about the different quirks and mutations he'd been able to see from the other students to keep his mind occupied, as a couple more students trickled in here and there. It was mostly junk theories based on brief observations, but it was enough to keep his brain focused, and none of the other students who had completed the exam made any move to bother him, yet. That was until he felt a sudden presence behind him, leaning over his shoulder to look at his notebook. Whoa, Stranger-kun. Izuku swore under his breath and nearly jumped out of his skin at the loud and cheery voice talking right next to his ear. That's a lot of detail. Did you get all that just from people passing by? On instinct, he snapped the notebook shut. He had plenty of experience with people's reactions to his notebooks, and none of it was good. But the pink-haired girl next to him didn't seem deterred at all by the action or the rigidness in his shoulders. She just kept her leaned-in position and excited energy on her face as he turned slightly to face her. He took a moment to squint his eyes at her and try to find any irritation or malice in her expression, but found none. It's just some analysis so that I didn't get bored while I was waiting. Analysis, huh? Is that your specialty? Do you only focus on quirks? Have you ever used it to build support items? Izuku's mind was reeling from the level of energy the girl had, along with the positive response and number of questions he was being asked from someone his age. Despite this, he found himself sort of liking the crazed type of personality that she was giving off, so he tried his best to answer her questions. I focus on analysis work. Mostly quirks, but fighting style and battle strategy are important too. I've used it to make suggestions for support item upgrades, but I've never built anything myself. Her grin only got bigger as he talked, and he felt that somehow her excitement increased even more than the level it had been at before. That's perfect, Stranger-kun. My specialty is my babies. I have lots of ideas, but some people say I can't stay focused on the specific needs of the people I make babies for. You and I would make a great team. Izuku blanched. Be babies. The girl stood up from her leaned-over position, giving him back his personal space, and waved him off. That's just what I call my inventions. I always dash. She didn't get to finish her statement before Power Loader entered the room with one of Ectoplasm's clones by his side and started talking to all the students who had gathered there during his conversation with the strange girl. All right, students. The written exam is over, so it's time to move on to the practical. You will all follow me to the support labs where I will explain the rest of the details of the exam. All of you except, the man paused as he looked down to scan the clipboard he held in his hand. Right, all of you will follow me except Midoriya. Midoriya, please follow Ectoplasm to go take your practical at a separate location. The anxiety that he had forgotten about during his conversation with the girl returned all at once. Too many people were looking at him now. He forced himself to stand and offer a small bow of his head to the strange girl, then turned to nod at the two teachers and follow Ectoplasm out of the room. I know I've already seen some of your work, and it is certainly impressive, but I was hoping to show you some video feeds and watch your thought process in action. Izuku sat in Nedzu's office, where he had been taken for his practical, feeling much more calm now that it was just the two of them and so many eyes weren't focused on him anymore. It really wasn't all that surprising that Nedzu had begun their meeting by revealing that he knew exactly who Izuku was, that he was the one behind the blog and analysis reports being sent to pros. After the principal in question had requested a student analysis from him directly, the teen figured his meager technological defenses protecting his website and email would be no match for the chimera sitting in front of him. The boy nodded in agreement and pulled out a fresh notebook. He was shown 3 video clips. One was of a student, the next was of a pro hero, and the last was of a recent organized villain attack and the team of pros who took them down that he had yet to write an article on for his website. For the first 2, he was asked to make a complete quirk analysis and fighting style breakdown. For the last one, he was asked to analyze the strategy the pros used during the takedown and point out strengths and weaknesses, along with offering alternative methods that could have been utilized. The chimera took his time scanning through the pages he'd filled in his notebook once he had finished. He looked up with a strange gleam in his eyes that almost caused the teen to shiver before he spoke. "Forgive me, but I feel that you are holding back, Midoriya." "Holding back?" "Yes, I can see certain areas in your notes where your thought process halts, as if you're trying to avoid sharing a particular idea that popped into your mind." Izuku sighed. He knew exactly what the principal was talking about, and there clearly wasn't any point in trying to hide that he did. "Are you sure you want to see that? I usually keep it in my personal copies of my analysis. It isn't exactly the most pleasant to read though." He received a nod of confirmation before bending down to pull out one of his older notebooks from his bag. The section of notes that he leaves out of his reports was his ideas of all the methods that could be used to counter a specific quirk, or even turn the quirk against their user. Some of them were simple and less gruesome, while others involved less pleasant means. For example, how cutting off even a single finger on a person who requires 5-point activation of their quirk would render their ability obsolete. He'd never shared this part of his thought process with anyone before, and he was a little nervous to do so now. But the rat had asked for it, hadn't he? As the principal read through one of his older analysis pages with a strange glimmer of something Izuku couldn't decipher in his eyes, the teen added, "I try to avoid including those portions in my report because they aren't necessarily helpful for other people to read. I happen to find it very interesting, Midoriya," the chimera announced as he handed the older notebook back to the boy. "This will conclude your practical exam, and I will be holding on to the notebook you filled out while watching the videos. It was nice to finally meet you, and I hope to see more of you in the future." "How did your exam go?" Hitoshi asked as the green-haired boy approached the gate of the school where the other had been waiting. Izuku knocked his shoulder against the taller teen once he got close enough, signaling him to start their walk towards the train station. "I had a little chat with Principal Nedzu. It went well, I think. What was yours like?" "Robots? Dash." The smaller teen made no effort to hide his grimace of displeasure at the announcement of the exam detail. It really was an unfortunate situation for his friend to face without any type of equipment or support gear. But items like that were forbidden unless they were required to use one's quirk. "Yeah, Dash. Still got some points though, but I doubt it would be enough. There's only so much I could do with approaching from blind spots and trying to aim for whatever weak points I found with a broken pipe I grabbed off the ground. It should be impressive that you still tried and got any, given that you were up against robots with a mental quirk that only works on other people." Izuku added a nudge of encouragement for his friend, earning an appreciative smile back in response. "Not that it matters much anyways. If those dumbasses don't let you in now, we'll just show them what they're missing at the sports festival, right?" Hitoshi looked down slightly to make eye contact with his friend before matching the menacing grin that was displayed on his freckled face. "Right?" It took 2 weeks for their acceptance letters to arrive, and the two teens decided they would open them together at Hitoshi's house. Hitoshi was a bundle of nerves, just like Izuku expected. But with the smaller teen's consistent and gentle reassurances that the results of his letter wouldn't matter in the long run, that Izuku would make him a hero no matter what, the purple-haired teen was finally able to rip open his letter. The results were as expected. Izuku passed the support course exam with flying colors. However, Hitoshi scored a measly 8 villain points and 14 rescue points due to the nature of the exam. It was a valiant effort, Izuku was sure to remind him of that, but the exam simply wasn't geared towards non-physical quirks. Hitoshi huffed out a breath and slumped back into the soft cushions of the couch. I honestly thought I would be more upset, but I think all your frightening confidence that I'll get into the course at the sports festival is making it seem less hopeless than it is. Izuku nudged his friend to get him to look at him. Hitoshi turned his head to meet his friend's gaze, only to be met with that menacing grin Izuku wore when he was truly confident about something. It made his heart feel a little lighter. That's because I am confident that you'll make it far in the festival. If we do this right, you'll only miss a little under 2 months of course material before your transfer. And if they still don't want to let me in, then they'll have to answer to me. The taller teen shivered at the decisive and frightening tone in his friend's voice. God help them then. Izuku was about to respond when his phone pinged with the notification of a new text message and he looked down to check it. Hitoshi noticed the small smile that formed on his friend's face and decided to tease him a bit. Your dad's texting you? They aren't my dad's, Toshi, the freckled teen responded with a roll of his eyes. But yeah, it's Aizawa and Tsukachi. They want to know about the results of my exam and take me out to dinner. Sounds like something a dad would do. Hitoshi received a harsh kick to the shin for his comment, but the slight blush that crept its way onto freckled cheeks was worth it. Aizawa was slipping on his shoes at the entryway of his apartment when he heard his husband's appealing, annoying voice call out to him in a whining tone. Sho, why can't I go? I want to celebrate too. The tired man looked up to see Hisashi standing at the end of the short hallway with a playful pout resting on his face. It was almost time for the celebratory dinner he and Tsukachi were taking Izuku out for as a little congratulations for passing his entrance exam to the support course. Both him and the detective had been worried about the kid and his habits for a while, but still didn't have any clue what was going on with him. So they decided it would be a positive thing for the kid if they showed a little extra support, and maybe try to convince Izuku to slow down on his workload while they were at it. Because this is about the kid getting in and he doesn't know you, the man replied with his usual gruff voice, laced with an annoyance that both he and his husband knew was fake. He doesn't know me yet. As Aizawa rolled his eyes at his husband, Hisashi's pout warped into a mocking grin that he particularly didn't like the implications of. The blond man's tone oozed false hurt as he continued, it just seems a little unfair that you have a child that your own husband hasn't even met yet. And with another man, no less. The underground hero's eye twitched as he leveled his husband with a glare before turning to leave, only offering a huffed response before making his exit. He's not my kid, Zashi? As the door closed behind him, he swore he heard a muffled and teasing yet follow after him. The buzzing of his phone in his pocket draws Izuku's attention to the device as he exits the train. Dream Team, Crime Edition, Aizawa showed up plus 2 others, from Detective Dad, good luck on your first day of school kiddo from Dadzawa, try to stay out of trouble problem child from Dadzawa, when the hell did you change our names? From Functional Chaos, it seemed appropriate from Detective Dad, I like it from Dadzawa, you're not helping Naomasa. Izuku smiled down at his phone before slipping it back into his pocket. He adjusts the strap of the small duffel bag on his shoulder as he makes the trek from the train station to the gates of UA. The first day of school means it's time to start slowly transitioning the items he wanted to keep from his room into his lockers at school. This collection of items include his old notebooks, a few winter clothing items that he won't need for a while, and a few photos from his childhood that he wanted to keep. Hitoshi is waiting outside the gate as he approaches. What's with the bag? Just some stuff I might need that I wanted to get into my locker ahead of time. It's the response that Izuku had already practiced in preparation for this question. Not a lie, but not quite the truth either. There was a flicker of concern in those lilac eyes. The taller teen looks like he wants to question further, but Izuku decides to change the topic before he can question it more. Do you know who you have for your homeroom teacher? Present Mike, I think, he replies as they fall in step down the path and towards the school building. He should be fun. He's gonna be loud though. Izuku hums in agreement with that. While the loud pro hero is actually one of his favorites, he has to agree with his friend that the level of energy the man gives off might not quite be either of their speed on most days. Are you still free to train at the gyms after school? I was gonna secure us a time slot after my meeting with Nedzu. Yeah, I'll be there. Gotta get started on yours, get the villain kid into the hero course plan, right? Hitoshi receives a harsh elbow to his side before the smaller team reaches up to flick him in the cheek. Don't say shit like that. Your quirk doesn't make you anything you don't want to be, understand? The taller teen swings his arm around Izuku to draw him into something between a headlock and a side hug as he ruffles green curls between his fingers. A common form of affection between the two boys now, playful yet harsh nudges or noogies or anything else to draw some annoyed amusement out of each other. And if I suddenly wanted to be a villain, he joked before relinquishing his hold on the shorter teen. Then may the world crumble beneath our feet, the other quipped back with a threatening grin. Oh look, we're in the same class, Stranger-kun. Izuku turned his head toward the cheery voice as he stepped through the doorway of the support course labs. Waving at him from one of the workstations was that pink-haired girl from the entrance exams. His impression of her from their first interaction was that she had a lot of energy, but it was a chaotic type of energy that he felt could honestly be rather refreshing. So, he smiled back at her and gave her a wave. Hey, good to see you again. He made his way toward her, noticing that the girl was absolutely covered in smudges of grease and soot already. Why do you look like something exploded right in front of your face? Before she could respond, another voice cut in from behind him. An already exhausted-looking power loader had come walking into the room with a stack of paperwork in his hands. Hatsum here decided it would be a good idea to show up early with some of her homemade support items and get to work by creating an explosion in the labs before I could even go over the lab safety rules with the class. The girl, seemingly undeterred by the man's reprimand, simply waved him off. It wasn't supposed to explode, but such is the path of progress, she explained to the teacher before rounding back on Izuku. I was just so excited to try out all the lab equipment. Isn't it exciting, Stranger-kun? He couldn't help it, her smile was somehow contagious. A phenomenon to research later. The teen grinned back at her as he held out a hand. Sure. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Oh right, she began as she grabbed his hand and shook it excitedly. I'm Mei Hatsum, future founder and CEO of Hatsum Industries. You can call me Mei, and I'll call you Izuku-kun. We get to pick our own work areas, so you should pick the one near mine, that way we can do those collaborations I was talking about at the exam. With your analysis and my inventions, we'll make a great team, don't you think, Izuku-kun? While she was talking, Power Loader Sensei had retreated back to his own desk with an amused huff. Izuku had to take a moment to just stare at her, trying to process everything she had just said, before he burst out laughing. Like genuinely laughing. He usually only laughed like this around Hitoshi, but it felt really good right now. Sure, I look forward to working with you. Most of the class introductions for his morning classes progressed normally. Despite all the teachers being pro-heroes, there was a familiarity and normalcy to the way each one acted in class, along with the basic class structures. Really, it was just like regular school, except these teachers didn't seem to hate him. Or at least not yet. Sure, some of the teachers were a bit eccentric. But they all still carried a sense of professionalism when they went over the course syllabus for whatever class they taught. Once again, everything was normal. That was until he got to English class with present Mike. For whatever reason, the man kept staring at him. He still carried on with the class introduction and paid attention to other students too, but Izuku felt like the hero was making glances at him more than anyone else. Worst of all, he couldn't figure out why. He couldn't tell if the looks he was given were good or bad ones, and with his prior school experience, he was forced to assume the worst. Attention for him was rarely good, and he aimed to steer clear of it at all costs. For the majority of the class introduction, he tried his best to avoid eye contact with the teacher and focus on Mei's scribbling and occasional muttering from the seat beside him. This was his last class before the lab time, which they didn't have today, so that meant he was supposed to head to Nedzu's office for his first official meeting after the bell rang. The moment it did, he hurried to pack up his things, intent on leaving as quickly as possible without making eye contact with the teacher. Midoriya, his name was called by present Mick's chipper voice, and his retreat came to an immediate halt. Can you hang back for a moment? Izuku turned to face the teacher with stiff shoulders and the most neutral face he could muster, only to be greeted by a bright smile. The last of the remaining students cleared out around this same moment, which only served to make the teen more nervous. He did his best not to show it though when he spoke. "Can I help you?" The man's smile did not falter, standing in a relaxed position as he leaned against the side of his desk. "Just wanted to check in with how your first day is going so far, little listener." "Why?" Izuku asked immediately, with a slightly sharper tone than he intended, as he squinted his eyes at the man. He still didn't understand what all the attention was about. Why ask him out of all the other students in the room? Present Mike just blinked at him for a moment, seemingly stunned by the suspiciousness that was aimed at him. "I'm sorry. I'm just wondering why you're asking, and why you're so interested in how I'm doing." He took a breath and let it go with a sigh. "Forgive me, but I don't have the best experience with teachers taking too much notice of me. So if I've done something to upset you or you have a problem with me being in your class, I'd rather you just say it." Izuku had too much experience at this point with teachers who either outright disliked him or ones that pretended to take interest, only to use it as a means to tightly monitor and degrade him. He was too tired to keep dealing with that type of shit in high school, and he wasn't the same nervous kid he used to be. He couldn't keep being that same kid if he wanted to push past all the other obstacles in his life right now. Now he would be stronger, better, more direct. And hopefully that would lead to him being pushed around less. The teacher blinked again, eyes blown wide, before frantically waving his hands. Had a feeling he would find himself really enjoying the experience. She hadn't asked about his quirk yet, which always came with a bit of nervousness on his part. He may not be quirkless anymore, but most days he essentially was, and his new quirk wasn't exactly fun to explain either. But for whatever reason he had the impression that it wouldn't matter. As long as babies or support items were involved, she didn't seem like the type of person to care about much else. Briefly he wondered if this could lead to a new friend. Hitoshi was great, but it wouldn't hurt to have more people to talk to besides him, Aizawa, and Tsukachi. It was hard to be excited for his first day of shadowing the Hero Corps students. Although Katsuki probably had no idea that Izuku was even in UA, Izuku was painfully aware that the fiery blonde was a member of Class 1A. They may have not seen each other for a good couple months now, a blessing in and of itself, but this was certainly not a reunion he was looking forward to. He honestly dreaded what the other boys' reaction would be to see him enter the classroom only to be told he would be shadowing the class. Izuku hadn't really gotten the chance to warn Aizawa about his relationship to his student, but the thought of telling the man all the history of their relationship wasn't particularly appealing anyways. Izuku was thankful that the underground hero had decided it would be best to introduce him to the class himself a few minutes before the heroics lesson started. The thought of Aizawa being present during whatever reaction Katsuki would have was at least somewhat reassuring, not that the man knew that of course. Thinking about all the potential ways this could go down, the teen almost felt bad for not warning the teacher. As he approached the door of Class 1A, he picked up on that tired, gruff voice speaking from the other side. "Introduce you all to someone who will be shadowing your first official training lesson today, so behave. He should be showing up soon." With a deep breath, he knocked before sliding the classroom door open. "Hello, Aizawa-sensei." The man turned to him in a yellow sleeping bag. "Huh, I'm going to need a picture of that to show Toshi." "Ah, you're here. Everyone to dash, Deku." A raging voice cut the man off and Izuku noticed his brow twitch in annoyance. "What the hell are you doing here, you quirkless bee?" Izuku would like to claim he didn't flinch at the angry voice that addressed him, followed by the sounds of popping explosions, but that would be a lie. He may not care about the words that Katsuki had to say anymore. He was far too tired most days to feel hurt at this point, but his body had been trained to react by experience over the years. It's the body's natural instinct to react to threats, and the blonde certainly had been one for the majority of his young life. From the doorway, he took in the confused and shocked reactions of the class in front of him, hardly noticing the quirked glare Aizawa was leveling at his childhood friend. That creeping anxiety of having so many eyes on him was rising in his He forced himself to take another breath. "So nice to see you again too, Katsuki," he commented as he made his way to stand next to the underground pro, mostly as a means of seeking out safety. "Answer me, Deku. What are dash, enough? Aizawa's voice cut through, successfully cutting off the blonde's raging and drawing the class's focus back to him. As one of you apparently already knows, this is Izuku Midoriya. He is part of the support course and an analyst. He will be shadowing your training today as part of his coursework. I expect all of you to treat him with respect. Nice to meet you all, Izuku finished in a flat tone with a small bow of his head. Simply experiencing Katsuki's feral outburst already had the boy feeling too exhausted to respond with much enthusiasm. Really, Mei and Hitoshi were the only people he found himself even somewhat energetic around without it having to feel forced. A hand was raised from the middle of the class by some blonde boy with a black lightning streak through his hair. Yes, Kaminari? Aizawa asked with a sigh. Sorry if this is rude, but are you really quirkless? Murmurs erupted from the class at this question, and Izuku couldn't help the sigh that escaped his lips. After Katsuki's outburst, it only made sense that people would be curious, but that didn't make the conversation any more fun for him. Well, I used dash. Izuku's explanation was cut off by said raging blonde, who had been doing his best to remain quietly fuming in his seat until this point. Of course, a useless nerd like him is dash. The interrupter was quickly interrupted by a now irate homeroom teacher. Bakugu, the tone Aizawa used was even, but Izuku could hear the quiet anger stirring underneath it. If you continue to interrupt and treat Midoriya with disrespect, I will hold you back from the training exercise and you can spend that time with Principal Nedzu instead. This threat caused the boy to snap his mouth shut, the whole class beginning to sweat based on the threatening aura that was radiating off of their teacher. Aizawa glanced over to Izuku, asking the silent question of whether or not the teen would like him to explain or leave it up to Izuku. Izuku gave him a nod, signaling the man to take over. Not that it is anyone's business, he began with a pointed look aimed at his students. But Midoriya was quirkless for most of his life. Which, by the way, should make no difference in what he is doing here right now. However, he experienced a force manifestation of a quirk less than a year ago that was confirmed by myself and a detective with a lie-detecting quirk when I first met him months ago. So no, he is not technically quirkless. And he will be joining your training sessions once a week to practice his analysis and strategy development through observing you all. Force-manifested quirk, a voice belonging to a girl with pink skin spoke up. What's that? A quirk that manifests as the result of a traumatic or life-threatening experience, a girl with a black ponytail answered in a hesitant voice. Widened eyes all turned to focus on Izuku. The green-haired teen noticed Katsuki's face contorting between looks of shock, anger, and confusion, probably trying to figure out if he believed this new revelation or when his ex-friend would have experienced an event like that. A boy with spiky red hair spoke next. Whoa, that's so manly. Izuku could only blink in response. What's your quirk then? With a gulp, the teen eyed the man next to him, silently begging for assistance. Aizawa must have gotten the hint, because took over the task of answering. He has a passive quirk that is constantly active. It's called End Time, and allows him to see a countdown above everyone's heads. It's a countdown to each person's time of death. The teacher may have tried to make the announcement casual, but a tense silence quickly fell over the entire room. He could practically hear the other students gulp. Honestly, he thinks that the teacher probably could have left that last detail out, but imagines Aizawa would have claimed that choice to be illogical, since the students would most likely end up asking anyway. They could all use some lessons in social tact and sensitivity training, in Izuku's opinion. Ever since he had figured out his quirk, Izuku had done his best to learn to let that string of numbers he always saw fade into the background. At this point he had gotten fairly good at not focusing on them, almost never looking at the time of other people. It was really better not to know if he could avoid it. That didn't change the fact that it was there though, hovering above every person's head and practically screaming the threat of human mortality at him on a daily basis. Izuku decided to speak up after the silence carried on for a few moments, trying to diffuse some of the tension. It's not a particularly useful quirk, and I try my best to ignore it and not look. So, there's no need to worry about it really. Some of the students seemed to relax a bit, but they were all still staring at him until the door slammed open to Izuku's left. I am here. Walking through the door like a normal person. Izuku wanted to slam his head against the nearest wall at this point. Because why, of all goddamn people, did it have to be All Might? At least Noise returned to the room at the hero's entrance. He supposed that was a small mercy in regards to the situation. The thing is, Izuku wasn't sure whether he preferred that All Might remembered who he was or not. It's not like he'd had a lot of time to think about what seeing the man who crushed his dreams on that rooftop again would be like. Having the man remember him would surely be awkward, even more so if he tried to speak to Izuku about their encounter. But having the man completely forget about their meeting left a dull ache in his ear. Because that would mean that such a momentous and heartbreaking day for him wasn't even remotely relevant enough to be remembered by the man he used to idolize. Regardless of Izuku's thoughts on the matter, he still wasn't completely sure whether or not All Might did remember him. The rest of his hero training observation had been relatively uneventful. Katsuki sent glares his way but otherwise did not bother him. A few of the other students had chatted with him a bit but also steered clear of him for the most part. And he filled up nearly a third of his notebook with observations and ideas by the end of it. Although All Might had eyed him for a bit during the first 10 minutes or so of the class, there was no other reaction from the man. This didn't really tell Izuku much though. Even if the man did recognize him, it's not like he could mention their encounter in front of an entire class. So Izuku was resolved to contemplating every gaze or comment he had received from the number one hero in an attempt to remember any telling signs of whether or not the man recognized him as he sat on the gym floor, waiting for Hitoshi and Aizawa to begin their after-school training. Aizawa was the first to arrive. Problem child, care to explain how you know one of my students? Izuku sighed, looking up towards the man approaching him. He had figured this question was coming. Aizawa was glad that Izuku was alone when he arrived at the gym. The man had hurried over specifically for the purpose of trying to catch the teen alone so that he could ask his question. The reaction that Bakugo had to the kid's presence, and the flinch he observed as a result of that outburst, did not sit well with the man. There had been plenty of things that caused him concern in relation to Izuku since he had met the kid, but until now there was no opportunity for him to pry into what had caused any of it. He watched the kid wince slightly at the question before awkwardly scratching the back of his neck. Well, we kinda went to school together before UA. We've known each other since we were toddlers actually, but as you can probably tell, we don't get along. That seems like an understatement. The tired man highly doubted this was a case of two boys not getting along, and sensed the situation was more along the lines of Bakugo disliking the boy in front of him for an aspect about him that he could not help. He calls you Deku? It means useless? Should I be concerned? The boy waved his hand dismissively. Like I've said, I've dealt with him my whole life. I can handle it just fine on my own. He frowned at that statement. It wasn't a confirmation that the situation was harmless. There was no reason for Izuku to have to deal with something or someone that harmed him just because he always had before, just because he could. Aizawa was about to push for more details, but then the door opened, signaling the arrival of the purple one. It seemed that further questioning would have to wait for later. Izuku took a long sip of his tea as he sat in Ned's office. It was mint, and he wasn't sure if the choice of a tea with relaxing properties was intentional, but the muscles in his shoulders lost their tension all the same. With adjusting to the school and a new environment, only made worse by the threat of running into All Might or Katsuki, added to the fact that he only had a couple days left in the apartment, the stress had been building up. Obviously, the principal didn't know any of this specifically, but Izuku had the feeling that he was observant enough to know any tells that the teen may give off. So Midoriya, before we get into any of the lessons I have been preparing for you, I wanted to ask you a question about the workload you have been taking on outside of school. Specifically, in relation to the reports you send to Detective Tsukachi and the commissions you take for your website. He hummed in response, showing that he was listening. What would you like to know? I was curious as to what your plans are with it all. Will you continue your additional work on top of your schoolwork? The Chimera questioned before taking his own sip of tea. Izuku had thought about this, quite a lot actually. Doing additional work on top of all the schoolwork he was sure would pile up eventually, but he was nothing if not a hard worker. Plus, the investigative work and the commissions were his only source of income. Now that he was soon to be homeless, that money mattered even more to him. Even if he wanted to stop, which wasn't necessarily the case. There was no way he could get by without the income he received for his work. Well, I don't plan on stopping, he began with a contemplative frown. It's definitely going to take up a lot of time to do both, but I think I can manage. If anything, I might be more selective about which cases or requests I take. I honestly enjoy it too much to stop entirely, plus the extra money is nice. The Chimera nodded once he had finished, taking another sip of tea. I see. I will keep that in mind as I parse out the schedule of our lessons then. Hitoshi sat quietly at his desk during study hour, trying to make sense of the new English vocab words his class had been given and minding his own business. So far, he'd been able to blend into the background of his classes fairly easily, not standing out or gaining anyone's attention too much. Or at least that was true until the door of the classroom received a rapid and short knock before sliding open quickly with a loud bang. Everyone's heads shot up. The brainwasher was openly gaping the second he saw that it was Izuku sporting one of his menacing grins who had slammed open the door. His friend strode up to Yamada-sensei, who was also looking at the new arrival with wide eyes, saying, "Excuse the interruption, Mike-sensei," as he handed the tall man a slip of paper. Then, Izuku turned to face the class, immediately zeroing in on Hitoshi. His grin grew brighter. "Hitoshi, I got permission for you to leave class. You're mine for the next hour." Hitoshi blinked, before begrudgingly cracking a smile of his own and beginning to collect his things without question. "Did you really have to word it like that, you menace?" he teased as he walked towards the front of the class to meet his friend. Izuku turned on his heel after receiving a nod to carry on from Yamada-sensei. "Yes, I did," the smaller teen began and tilted his head back to flash him with that grin again. "I have someone important that you just have to meet." The teens fell into step beside each other as they exited the room and started walking down the hall. "May I know who this mystery person is?" "You'll find out soon," Izuku replied cryptically. He squinted his eyes at the shorter teen walking beside him. "I don't think I like that response." "Don't worry, you'll like her. I already deal with you," Hitoshi teased as he bumped his shoulder against his friend's. "If I can handle that, then I doubt she can be crazier than you're terrifying, but..." By this point, Hitoshi recognized they were walking towards the doors of the support course labs. Before he received a response, the doors to the lab were blown off their hinges and the taller teen stumbled back in shock and tripped, only to land on his butt. Izuku, seemingly unfazed, smiled down at him. "Crazier?" Shota was peacefully sipping his coffee in the teacher's lounge during lunchtime when Hisashi came bursting through the door looking particularly excited about something. The tired man mourned the loss of his peace and quiet for a moment before turning his focus onto his husband. "Do I even want to know what made you this excited?" "Yes, of course you do," the blonde began as he made his way over to where he was sitting. "A certain green-haired problem child of yours made a surprise visit to my class's study hour today." "Did he now?" Shota questioned with a twinge of curiosity. "What was the visit for?" "He slammed the door open with no warning, only to hand me a note and kidnap one of my students for the hour. It was Shinso, the purple one that you've been training." When he called up his friend he said, and I quote, "You're mine for the next hour." Hisashi laughed as he explained. It was so cryptic and his grin was just like that one you use when you get excited about something. The underground pro couldn't help the amused snort that escaped him. That sounded exactly like something Izuku would do. Finding out that the kid at least had a friend who he was clearly very comfortable with had been relieving when Shota had found out. Plus, it seemed like the teen was growing more relaxed and confident the more he hung out with the Shinso. It felt good to watch the kid change and grow. Before Shota could say anything in response though, the alarm system started blaring. Both men went wide-eyed and shot up out of their seats before bolting from the teacher's lounge. When the alarm went off, Hitoshi and Izuku were in the middle of enjoying lunch at the back corner of the cafeteria. Both boys immediately went rigid from the loud noise and commotion, eyes darting around to take stock of the situation and seek out possible threats. Someone nearby mentioned that the alarms were one that signaled a break-in happening on campus, and it took a few more moments before either of them were able to react to the new information. Hitoshi eyed the large swarm of students crowding around the exit. The pushing and yelling made him cringe outwardly. "That's a lot of people." His friend hummed, "Yeah, There's no way we're getting through there. What should we do then? He asked as he turned to Izuku. The smaller teen shrugged and took another bite of his food before answering. I don't really feel like getting shoved around by a bunch of panicking students. It's not a fire alarm, so it's not like we're in danger by remaining in the building. It could be a false alarm, Hitoshi offered as watched his friend casually take another bite of his food, clearly ignoring the blaring alarm system. Even if it isn't, what use would an intruder have for showing up at the cafeteria? We're probably just as safe staying here. The taller teen simply grinned and nodded before following his friend's example and turning his attention back to the lunch in front of him. Neither boy cared about the situation enough to panic, or help with the panic of the other students for that matter. They were the only two that got to finish their lunch that day. The final days of getting to stay in the apartment came and went with the weekend and start of the new week. That morning, Izuku had transferred his final handful of items into the lockers at school. His locker now held about 4 t-shirts, 3 sweatshirts, 1 jacket, 2 pairs of shorts, 3 pairs of briefs, some underwear, a few hero merch items he couldn't let go of, basic hygiene products, all his old notebooks, and a few other items, like photos or his BRH certificate, that he deemed as important. In his backpack that he carried with him at all times, he kept his school supplies, 1 change of clothes, and all his electronics along with their respective chargers. Even though his plan was working out fairly well, going through the school day knowing that he had nowhere to return to after school gave him a sinking feeling in his stomach. His mind was buzzing with anxiety about where he would stay that night, along with the concern that he could be caught if he wasn't careful. Izuku went through the majority of his day in a subtle haze. All the pressing thoughts of being alone and not wanted and useless were back in full force, and he barely had the energy to shove them away when they got too loud. As a result of this, he only half paid attention while he waited by the buses for Aizawa-sensei and the rest of Class 1A to head off on the field trip he was observing for their rescue training. He barely spared anyone a nod or glance in greeting. Once everyone had piled into the vehicle, Izuku took the seat next to the teacher, opting to stare listlessly out the window instead of paying any mind to the conversations going on around him. He missed the concerned looks Aizawa was shooting him due to his unusual quietness, along with the scowls sent his way by Katsuki. This half-attentive listlessness lasted throughout the entire ride to the USJ and through the introductions and explanations given to the class as they entered the building. It wasn't until 13 hinted at something about All Might and his time limit that his focus snapped back into attention. Of course the man used up his time despite the fact that he had a class of students he was supposed to be responsible for, but at least Izuku didn't have to deal with him today too. He still had no idea if the hero remembered him, and every time he saw the man was anxiety-inducing for that very reason. With everything else going on, he didn't think he could handle much else. Really, it's always the moments like this where you jinx yourself. One instant he was listening to 13 explain that quirks could be dangerous if not controlled properly, and the next the air filled with the scent of ozone and Izuku's hairs began to stand on end. His danger senses kicked in immediately, and he whipped his head around to stare at the plaza below. The moment he noticed the black swirl and the beginnings of a limb start to emerge from it, Izuku was reaching over to tug at the sleeve of Aizawa's hero costume, letting out a whispered, "Something's wrong." Aizawa reacted immediately, whirling around to focus on what the teen was seeing. They both watched with wide eyes as the dark swirl expanded and people began to pour out of it. Someone asked if this was part of the exercise, but Izuku was too focused on taking in every detail he could about the noon guests in an effort to establish some baseline of information in his mind. It wasn't until the erasure hero used his arm to push Izuku behind him and signal the rest of the class to stay back that Izuku noticed an important detail. He'd been trying his best to avoid checking other people's times the moment he saw them, but he had seen Aizawa's when they first met. There should have been nothing to worry about. But in the foggy haze that his mind had been in during the entirety of the day, he had missed one crucial observation. Aizawa's time was glitching. A sickening panic raced through his entire body at an alarming rate as he tried to reach out to grab the pro-hero again. Wait. You can't. You're dashed. He didn't get to finish his statement before the pro interrupted him without looking back. Maybe if he had spared a glance back, he would have seen how pale the teen's face had gone or how much panic was housed in his eyes. Don't worry, kid. No good pro is a one-trick pony. Izuku tried to yell out, say that wasn't what he was worried about, tell him about the timer. But before he could do any of that, Aizawa was already jumping down into the gathered formation of villains. Izuku fully intended to ignore Aizawa's warning about leaving the building with the other students and follow after the man so that he could warn him about his timer. Then, the mist guy disappeared from the plaza only to reappear by the exit, blocking the retreating students off. He swore under his breath as he turned to focus on the panicking students rather than the pro fighting below. Hearing something about the signal to the USJ being blocked and the alarm systems not working, he whipped out his cell phone just to be sure. There were no bars. A plan to have Ida, class rep and the guy with the engine legs, take off to go get help gave him an idea. His mind raced to put all the pieces together as he made his way over to the group surrounding the boy. Ida, you need to take my phone. Help will arrive faster if you can call as soon as you exit the building rather than run all the way there. I have dashed. His explanation was cut off by the mist man who started to speak. Hello, future heroes. We are Dash, could you shut the F up for a second? Izuku cut in back with an irritated tone. It probably wasn't smart to say something like that to a villain, but the teen was feeling especially drained on this day in particular and his irritation was only growing with the panic he currently felt. His interruption of the villain left multiple people in shock, particularly by the unusual sharpness in his tone, including the villain who even paused for a moment. Izuku just turned his attention back to Ida and continued, I have Nedzu's personal phone number and his office one. Try those first. After that, call the contact labeled Detective Dad's in my phone. He works for the police department. Wait for an opening and then book it out of here. Ida just nodded as he took the cell phone, too stunned to do much else. At this point, the villain had recovered and was continuing his introduction, but it was another voice that caught Izuku's attention. Your dad works for the police department? A two-toned boy asked. Izuku leveled the boy, Todoroki if he remembered correctly, with an unimpressed look. Now really isn't the time. At this point, the mist man, now introduced as Kurogyri, was winding down his speech. A shout of rage sounded out, and Izuku witnessed Katsuki and Kirishima foolishly charge at the villain. The attack was stupid, but it allowed the teen to make a few observations about the intruder's quirk and how his body moved. He turned his attention back to Todoroki. Okay, I have a plan to create an opening for Ida, but I need your help, he spoke quickly, making sure to keep his peripheral vision sharp in case there were any sudden moves. Your quirk is half hot, half cold, correct? Todoroki nodded with a skeptical squint of his eyes, probably the most emotion Izuku has seen on the boy. Can you use both sides to create air pressure to blow back some of the mist from that purple FR? I don't use my fire side in battle. Izuku wanted to scream, yell, but he held himself back. He did, however, let the anger slip into his tone at the idea that a future hero would give himself such a handicap when lives were on the line. Are you serious right now? For FS sake, people could die and you refuse to use half your power to help. What kind of hero refuses to use half their quirk even in situations like this? He threw his arm out as he ended to emphasize his point. The teen stared at him wide-eyed for a moment. I don't have time for an explanation right now. You don't even have to hit the guy with your fire. Will you or will you not do it? He received a hesitant nod from Todoroki and returned it with a short one of his own before turning to the nearby students who had been listening. Usually having this many people watch him would make him anxious, but the adrenaline coursing through his veins and panic in his city prevented him from noticing. Ida, get ready. Zero, I need you on standby, along with any of you who are made for offense. Todoroki, do it now. With his order, everyone leapt into action. Ida got in the running position while Todoroki let out a small glacier of about 5 feet in height towards Kurogyri, soon followed by a blast of fire along it. This created a cover of steam and the bit of wind pressure that Izuku thought it would. It wasn't strong, but it was enough. Ida was at the door by the time the villain could recover and see what was happening. The moment Kurogyri started to move, Izuku yelled out to Zero. Zero, you're up. Aim for that metal plating on his neck with your tape and pull him back. Thanks to Kirishima and Katsuki's poorly planned attack earlier, which it seems they got warped away for attempting, He had been able to catch a glimpse of what must protect some physical portion of the villain before them. He also distantly noted the steady green color of Kurogiri's timer, but didn't have time to think about what that could mean. As instructed, Shiro launched out a string of tape, hitting his target. Kurogiri was pulled back for a moment and a boy with 6 arms lashed out to envelope a stray warp in his hold. Ida got out, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief the moment the door slipped closed. The problem was, what do they do now? His plan only went far enough to get someone out to call for help. He watched Kurogiri warp Shiro away to dissolve the villain of his tape situation, and called out the most logical move his mind could supply. Everyone grab onto the people next to you. We're gonna get warped and there's safety in numbers. It seemed as if his prediction for the villain's next move was right. He felt his arm get grabbed by someone before the ground fell out from under his feet and the world went black for a moment. But just as quickly as the world went black, the light flooded back in, and the teen landed in a heap on the dirt ground. He whipped his head around to take in the details of his new surroundings. Azui seems to be the one who had grabbed him, along with Todoroki. They were all in the mountain zone by the looks of it, and there were at least 20 villains in front of them. Before he could even blink, Todoroki had recovered and sent out a massive wave of ice, securing a hold on all the villains that stood before them. Izuku stood up. He was about to compliment the other boy on his quick reaction when he heard the faintest of noises from behind him. All his hair stood on end again, as if sensing the danger, and he whirled around just in time to see a stray villain sneaking up from the left back behind the frog girl. He reacted quickly, reaching out to grab her and pull her away to his other side, but the villain was fast too. Clawed hands sunk into his side instead, but Azui was safely out of range at least. With the villains in front of his group now successfully frozen, Shoto turned back to his fellow students. He was about to tell them they should head back to the entrance while he headed to the plaza to assist his teacher when he saw a flash of movement. There was a loud cry of pain, followed by some cursing. The sinking realization that he had been careless and did not consider the possibility of more villains hiding or stationed behind them hit him all at once while he witnessed the clawed hands sink into the side of the support corps student that he couldn't remember the name of. Sheet, the boy in front of him grunted out, as he reached out and grabbed the hair of his attacker, then swung his opposite leg around to land a brutal knee into the villain's side. Shoto just watched as the villain doubled over in pain long enough for the green-haired boy to plant an elbow in the back of the man's neck. The villain's body immediately collapsed to the ground. The boy stood for a moment, staring down at the villain to make sure he was out and clutching his bleeding side, before turning his head up to look at Shoto. "Hey, can you freeze this guy just in case he wakes up?" Sure, was all he could respond with. Shoto really hadn't thought that the support student would know how to fight, but he had incapacitated the villain with a sort of deadly precision and speed that left him feeling stunned. As Shoto worked to freeze the guy to the ground, Azui spoke up. "Thanks for pulling me out of the way, Midoriya. Are you alright, Kero?" Both teens turned their attention to Midoriya, as Shoto now heard his name and his bleeding abdomen. The wound didn't look terribly deep, but it was in a bad spot and bleeding pretty steadily. Midoriya lifted his shirt a bit to get a better look at it as he spoke. "I'll be fine, this really isn't too bad." The boy moved to take off his blazer of his school uniform and drop it to the ground. Then he gripped the shoulder of his long-sleeve button-up between his hand and his teeth and tore the sleeve off, revealing an assortment of scars that littered the exposed skin of his arm. He proceeded to use the material for the sleeve to rip in half before tying it around his abdomen to cover his wound as he continued to speak. "This should be fine for now. Hurt like a beach, but I'll manage." The injured boy looked back up at the other two and furrowed his eyebrows in confusion at the worried and shocked looks on their faces. "What is it?" Nothing," Shoto responded as he schooled his expression. It didn't exactly seem appropriate to ask someone he wasn't familiar with how he was handling the pain that wound must cause so well, or how he immediately thought to perform first aid on himself rather than asking either of the people with him for help. Sure, it's something that Shoto might do, because he's a hero student and grew up with Endeavor, so that reaction would only be natural for him. It's not something he would suspect from the usually quiet support corps student that he'd met a couple times. In all honesty, there were a lot of things that were starting to confuse him about the green-haired boy. One of which was how he snapped at Shoto about using his fire at the entrance, and how that call for action that the strange boy's tone seemed laced with had made Shoto use his father's fire despite the promise he made to himself. There was something about the way Midoriya spoke that just demanded trust, demanded obedience and understanding. It was strange. It was comforting almost. Like no matter what was happening, he would know what to do. Shoto shook his head lightly to dispel the thought. That was too much to assume from one real interaction. He must be overthinking things due to the stress of the situation. Midoriya just shrugged as he started walking down the mountain. We should probably hurry. I'm heading to the plaza, but you two should head back to the entrance to wait for help to arrive. What about you saying there was safety in numbers? Azui questioned as she moved to catch up to him. The boy sent her a small smile that Todoroki got the impression held some type of pain behind it. That's usually true, but I have something important that I need to check. So I'm not going back. Shoto jogged to catch up. I'm going to the plaza too. Once it was decided that all three of them were heading to the plaza, they broke out into a run in that direction. Izuku's side hurt like hell, but he's experienced a lot of pain in his life and it was something he knew how to push through well. He was too focused on the thoughts concerning the glitching countdown that he'd seen over Aizawa's head to focus on anything else as they made their way to the plaza. The stable sense of calm determination fueled by adrenaline that had settled on him ever since they'd gotten Ida out of the building immediately vanished the moment he set eyes on the scene before him. Aizawa was stepping back from the villain with blue hair and hands covering his body who seemed to be calling the shots, elbow disintegrated revealing the BLD and muscle underneath. Then the hand guy was shouting something out, and before Izuku could even process the movement, some creature with an exposed brain was slamming Aizawa into the ground. The sickening crunch of a bone snapping the air right out of Izuku's lungs as he watched, wide-eyed and shaking. This can't be real, was all he could think. No other thoughts, no plans or strategies, just, no. This can't be happening. Not real, not. He was shaken from his thoughts by another hand on his arm. It was Azui most likely, but he didn't turn to look at her. His breath was coming in too fast and he was shaking, he knew that much. But all he could focus on was the red, the BLD. A vicious laugh drew him back to reality a little further. It was coming from the hand guy, sending a shiver down Izuku's spine. Just watching made him feel so useless and stupid and weak. That thought spiral nearly swallowed him whole before his eyes caught on the number again. Across the distance from their spot at the edge of the plaza and where Aizawa was pinned down, Izuku could just make out those flickering numbers. The numbers were glitching less drastically before, but the numbers were even lower now. Izuku essayed in a breath. No, he finally got out although it was barely a whisper. Aizawa's head was lifted up again, about to be smashed into the concrete a second time, and Izuku felt movement return back to his body. One step, then a second, and then he was shooting forward as fast as his stumbling feet could take him. Oh, stop. The dash. Let him go. He finally yelled out, voice sounding raw and shaken. That was all he could get out in his desperation. His lungs hurt and his eyes burned, but his feet carried him forward. Eyes that had been only focused on the red, now darted around. To see his surroundings with new focus. He just needed to get to Aizawa, needed to get that thing off of him. Green eyes flickered up to the creature and the string of numbers above its head. They were strange. Some countdowns glitched, but this one was glitching more persistently, never settling on any numbers in particular, and stayed that unnatural, toxic green color the whole time. Almost like it was in a constant glitching state. Almost like it wasn't even human. He couldn't focus on what that means right now. Right now he just had to stop it from hurting Aizawa more. As he neared the halfway mark, there was movement and the hand villain was suddenly lashing out at him. Izuku could barely focus enough to keep his eyes off of Aizawa and the monster holding him down. How had he gotten so close? The five-fingered touch grazed his upper arm and Izuku let out a cry of pain. He took a couple steps back to put distance between him and his attacker, but the move also placed him farther from Aizawa. You little effing hero brat, the hand guy seethed as he lunged again. Izuku was really starting to get set off. All the shit he already has to deal with, and on his first day of official homelessness a bunch of villain F-airs decided to attack a group of kids, almost killing one of the few people in his life that seemed to give a DMN about him. What shitty FING luck, but Izuku doesn't have time to mess around with this guy. Aizawa doesn't have time, and Izuku is the one person who can give him more. In this moment, Izuku kinda feels like all the pressure has been building up and his grip on reality is cracking just a bit. He dodges the arm, grabbing onto the outstretched wrist from the failed attack. "I'm not some FING hero brat," Izuku hisses as he pulls the villain's wrist forward, knocking him off balance enough for him to plant a foot in the man's back and kick him away. "And you're in my FA way?" Just as the hand guy was turning back around, the teen gave a vicious side kick to his ribs. The villain was able to graze his hand along Izuku's calf as he fell back, but the teen only grunted from the pain this time. Before either could launch another attack, a wave of ice cut between them. Izuku whipped his head to the side and Todoroki was already there. Azui coming up to flank his other side. The freckled teen nearly sighed in relief as he remembered he wasn't alone, that there were other people there. "I'll hold him off, you get to Aizawa," Todoroki spoke in his usual even tone. That stable tone settled some of the nerves buzzing in Izuku's head enough for him to focus. Izuku took off running again, this time with Azui by his side. There was still shouting, still chaos, still pain. But all of that faded to the background as he reached out to feel the pull of his quirk on the creature's F-ed-up countdown. There was no shout of pain, and it didn't fall to the ground, but Izuku did notice its movement still, grip on the man in its hold becoming lax. That would be enough. So he pulled again, only this time he felt a pull back. Pain spread throughout his teeth clenching from the sensation, but he kept moving. He was only 10 feet away now. It felt like he was playing the most painful game of tug-of-war in his pulling on the numbers only to have them ripped back from his grasp. Briefly, he wondered what kind of quirk could cause that. Aging. Immortality. Regeneration. It didn't really matter right now. He had finally reached Aizawa, sliding on his knees next to the battered man and ripping the creature's pliant hands off of him. It was painful trying to keep his grip on the countdown, but that was the only reason the monster wasn't moving, so he couldn't let go. Izuku was about to try to sort through the sensation of the push and pull that his quirk had on the creature in order to simultaneously focus on the push of his quirk to do the same thing for Aizawa that he had done for the stranger in the alleyway all those weeks ago, when an angry and guttural yell tore his attention away. "Nomu," the hand's villain screeched. "Why won't you move? I told you to kill them." The creature twitched, but Izuku yanked at the string of numbers to keep his hold. The tingling in his limbs and searing pain in his being the only signs of his quirk being used at all. The teen was breathing through clenched teeth with the effort, and he now doubted his ability to hold onto the Nomu and concentrate on Aizawa's time. He needed to get distance. "Azui, we need to move Aizawa. Help me carry him." The frog girl nodded, eyeing the motionless Nomu standing right next to them, as she hooked the man's legs under her arms while Izuku grabbed under his shoulders. Aizawa grunted as he steadied his head against the teen's "Don't speak," Izuku commanded as they started to move. There was another shout from the hand villain, commanding the warping one to stop them. Before the man made of mist could react, an explosion rang out. Despite flinching, Izuku felt nothing but relief when Katsuki launched himself into view and let off an explosion right at the metal armor located on the villain's neck. With Katsuki pinning down the warp villain, Shoto along with Kirishima, who must have arrived with Katsuki, fighting off the hand guy, and the Nomu still dutifully playing tug-of-war with Izuku's quirk to keep his timer from draining, they were able to keep moving with the limp teacher in their arms away from the fight. It was in the same moment that they reached the edge of the plaza that the front doors burst open. "I am here," rang out through the entire building as the number 1 hero stepped through. That was the moment that Izuku felt his hold on the Nomu's timer slip. He stared, wide-eyed, as the monster began to move again. There was nothing he could do as it tried to launch itself in their direction once more. That sinking feeling that Izuku failed to hold onto the Nomu's time, failed to get Aizawa far enough away, failed to do anything even useful began to race through his before a whoosh of air flew by. All might intercepted the creature, and Izuku was left just staring, breathing far too quickly, mind racing with the thought of almost failing to protect Aizawa. The thumping of his own heartbeat was pounding in his ears, his whole body hurt, something wet was trickling down his side and his leg. People must have been yelling, fighting, but he couldn't hear anything over his own heartbeat. He couldn't, kid. The voice was weak, much quieter than the rest of the chaos and fighting around him, but it immediately snapped Izuku's focus back to the man laid down before him, head of long black hair cradled in his lap. Zawa? Izuku croaked as he looked down into barely open black eyes. The dam broke. Tears streamed down freckled cheeks as he laid his hands on the bloodied ones of one of the most important people in his life, not that the man knew that necessarily. Izuku remembered what he had to do. He took a short breath, closed his eyes and pushed. That horrible burning returned to his ST, but he could barely feel the pain over his other injuries. Aizawa, you're fine. You're gonna be fine, I promise. Your time is fine now, it's fine. Izuku wasn't sure if the man heard him, his hoarse and watery voice couldn't have been more than a whisper, but the man let out a grunt all the same before those black eyes slipped closed again. The teen turned his focus to the timer, seeing the steady yellow countdown once more, and he smiled. It was back to normal. He fixed it in time, that was all that mattered. The shouts and the fighting going on around him faded out of focus again, vision turning cloudy. Oh, he thought, I'm about to pass out, aren't I? The last thing he noticed before the dark completely overtook his vision was the pool of red surrounding him, and he distantly wondered whether that was his own BLD or someone else's. He hoped it was his. Tamura sat at the bar, sporting freshly bandaged bullet wounds and bruised ribs, absolutely seething over the day's loss. Nothing went according to plan. Those demon wannabe hero brats were stronger than they should have been, and that strange green one even landed a hit on him. Losing all those extra players didn't matter much, they were all expendable anyways, but no one even died. Even if they couldn't kill All Might this time, he should have at least gotten to dust a few of those worthless brats. The scratching wasn't helping at all. His irritation made him want to itch and itch and itch, but nothing was bringing him relief. Tamura was about 10 seconds away from dusting the entire bar when that little red dot on the TV finally flickered to life. That stupid Nomu you gave me was defective. He growled out before the man on the other side even got a chance to speak. The plan didn't work at all like it was supposed to. Those brats were too strong and I didn't even get to dust any of them. I see that your mission was not a success. That smooth, irritating voice that Sensei always spoke in only served to increase Tamura's irritation at the moment. It seems that All Might's power was not as weakened as we previously thought, but the Nomu was dispensable. There will be more opportunities. No, he slammed a fist against the bar. I told you that one was defective. Even before All Might arrived, it was just standing still. Useless piece of garbage, stopped following my directions all of the sudden like its coding was corrupted. Tamura trailed off as he lifted his hand to start scratching again. That is strange. I'll report that to the doctor. Did anything happen to the Nomu before it stopped responding to orders? His hand stilled over his bloody neck as he thought. The Nomu stopped responding when that green brat showed up, but Tamura didn't see him do much necessarily. In fact, he didn't even notice an obvious quirk being used. But the green kid was able to get in close to the Nomu while he was distracted by that ice kid. There was some green brat. The stupid Nomu stopped working when he ran over to it. Maybe some strong touch-based paralysis quirk. Damn it. I don't know. The little sheet kicked me in the ribs but didn't do much fighting other than that. The scratching started again. Very curious indeed. A hero student with that strong of a quirk. He shook his head. No. The little sheet said he wasn't one of the hero brats, wasn't wearing one of those stupid costumes either. We will keep an eye out for him, but if he isn't a future hero then he is unlikely to be much of a concern in the future. The moment he picked up the phone and heard a voice other than Izuku's frantically explaining the situation, Tsukachi's stomach dropped. He barely took the time to respond to the kid that was not Izuku over the phone before he was racing out the office and through the station, only taking the time to yell out, "We need backup and medical at the USJ immediately, there's a villain attack on the UA students training there." Every moment that passed only served to make the man more frantic as he drove to the training center. He's ashamed to admit that the majority of his concern wasn't dedicated to the other students, or even how the villains got there in the first place. He was thinking about Izuku. Why was he at the USJ? Was the kid staying out of trouble and away from the fight? Were the villains after the kid in the first place for his analysis? Did they even know? Officers and ambulances that had already been closer to the USJ when Tsukachi made the order were already on the scene when he arrived. The front doors to the building were open. Students pouring out alongside the heroes that must have arrived. The detective weaved through the crowd, heart pounding, and eyes searching for the color green. Midoriya. Has anyone seen Midoriya? He called out as he neared the entrance doors. Eyes locked on the crumpled form of Eraserhead being carried out on a stretcher, and the panic only increased. He knew Izuku fairly well at this point, and if the kid saw Aizawa getting injured that badly, there was no way he would just stand by. Tsukachi was about to start yelling again when a hand touched his arm. He turned to see a teenager with half red and half white hair pointing towards another stretcher approaching the doors of the building. He's fine, they are carrying him out now. Are you the detective? He asked Ida to call. The detective only offered the teen a nod in response before his feet were taking him over to the stretcher carrying Izuku towards an ambulance. Once he got close enough, he noticed the skin missing on a portion of his upper arm and his calf, revealing the muscle and BLD underneath, and the puncture wounds in the kid's side along with the BLD dried under his nose. The injuries weren't pretty and definitely painful, but the boy's CC was rising and falling in a steady rhythm, and the medical team carrying him didn't seem frantic. Tsukachi breathed a sigh of small relief at that. Without offering much explanation, he climbed into the back of the ambulance alongside Izuku and rode with the unconscious kid to the hospital. Everything hurt. And it was 2DM and bright. Izuku squinted his eyes open to try to adjust and figure out where the hell he was. Based on the faint beeping he could hear, he guessed it was the hospital. He turned his head to look around, skull pounding from the effort. Why did his head hurt so badly? There was someone sitting next to him, looking down at some papers in their lap. It took him a few moments to recognize that the person was Tsukachi. Titsuka dash, a small cough interrupted his attempt to speak, throat scratchy and dry. His voice was quiet, but it seemed to be enough to catch the detective's attention. Worried eyes snapped up to meet his as Tsukachi set aside the papers he was holding. Hey kiddo. How are you feeling? Thirsty, was all he could rasp out, and he wasn't even sure if it was loud enough to understand. But the man chuckled and stood to grab a paper cup of water with a straw, so he assumed the man heard him well enough. He shifted to lean forward, and brought a bandaged hand up to steady the cup. Barely a sip of water was taken before Izuku remembered why exactly he was in the hospital in the first place. Green eyes shot open as awareness returned to his brain, and he was pushing the cup away again, painfully attempting to sit up fully. W8, what happened? Is everyone okay? Did dash, whoa, slow down. Tsukachi cut him off with a gentle hand on his shoulder. Everyone's fine. The only people who needed more than some first aid were you and Aizawa. At the reminder of the battered underground hero, his heart sank and his body shot upright fully, ignoring the pain that movement caused. Panic and guilt clawed at his Izuku's mind went too fast to get his words out properly. Aizawa. Is he okay? I tried, I couldn't his time, I was barely able dash this time. Warm arms caused him to halt his frantic speaking. The feeling of comfort washed over him, and he felt something wet trickle down his cheek. Oh, he thought as he realized he was being hugged. It had been so long since he'd been hugged. He couldn't even remember the last time someone's arms held him with care. It felt so safe, so warm. He was crying now. Those silent tears turned into full-out sobbing at the realization that the detective was holding him. Kiddo, calm down. I need you to breathe with me. You did good. He'll recover just fine, you need to relax. The deep voice rumbled against his ear as a hand gently stroked up and down his back. As he tried to follow orders and take in steady breaths, Izuku only realized then that he hadn't been taking in air properly before, entire body shaking and tense with guilt and worry. The man moved to pull away, but Izuku reached his arms around to hold on to the fabric of Tsukachi's shirt with a desperate grip. It felt selfish to hold on, to ask for more comfort and care than he was already receiving. But it was so warm and he just wanted to be able to remember it later. Wanted to imprint the feeling of care into his mind so he wouldn't forget it again. Izuku continued to cry into the detective's tea. The man probably thought it was due to some fear of what had happened earlier that day, but for the teen it was the small relief that hug provided against that subtle, lonely anguish he carried around each day. "How's the kid?" a mummified Aizawa asked as he settled into the chair next to Tsukachi beside the hospital bed. "He'll be fine." Cried himself to sleep, but recovery girl came in and was able to heal him more since he got a bit of rest. Tsukachi informed in a weary tone. "He was worried about you. Heard you were threatening the staff to let you stay in the kid's room." "Shut up," the detective huffed. "You're not much better. You should still be in bed, but I heard you tried to fight both your husband and the nurses unless they let you be moved so that you could see him." Aizawa only grunted in response, cheeks turning pink, though it couldn't be seen under the bandages. Both men fell silent as they focused on the teen sleeping in front of them. Izuku looked so small as he lay bandaged in the hospital bed. They often forgot how young he actually was with all the work he already did with the police. His sharp mind and way of speaking rarely portrayed the kid's age. But in this moment the fact that Izuku was just a 15-year-old child came as a cutting realization. The other thing the two couldn't help but focus on were the scars. Thinking back, Aizawa realizes they'd only seen the kid in long-sleeve shirts or sweatshirts. But now, in the thin hospital gown and bandages, an array of starburst and jagged-line scars were on full display. They spread up Izuku's arms, one even peeking out near his collarbone where the top of the loose shirt didn't cover properly. Aizawa couldn't help but frown, thinking about how they could have gotten there or why there were so many. "You're not going to find any answers by just staring at them," Tsukachi spoke with a sigh, seemingly knowing exactly what the injured man was focusing on. "Have you looked into his family?" His tone was quiet as he asked, not wanting the sleeping boy to wake up or overhear. "If you're asking if I've run a background check, then yes. I was concerned when we first met him, so I looked into it. Father left sometime before he entered elementary school and hasn't been back. Has a mother, but there's no marks or anything suspicious in her files, so there's nothing much to look into." The detective sighed as he ran a hand through his short hair. "I was told the hospital tried to call her, but there hasn't been an answer yet." Another grunt was all he offered in response. No more words needed to be spoken as the men sat in understanding silence. Whatever was or is going on with Izuku they would have to figure out with time, being there for the kid until he decided to tell them. They weren't his parents, they couldn't just demand answers no matter how badly they wanted to. The only sound was the beeping and whirring of the machines and the quiet buzzing of Izuku's phone every few minutes. It was several minutes later when Izuku woke up for the second time. However, this time, instead of blearily blinking into awareness, his eyes shot wide open as he flung his body upward into the sitting position, causing him to hiss in pain. Both men startled from the movement. Green eyes flicked around until they landed on Aizawa's bandaged form. "Hey Aizawa. I was so, are you okay?" He made to stand from his bed, but Tsukachi was already up and pushing the kid to stay seated. The action didn't deter his frantic speaking. I tried to warn you. Your timer dash. But you were already dash. It's fixed now though dash." Izuku was too frantic and half asleep to properly finish any of the things he was trying to say, so the hero gently cut him off. "Kid, Izuku, I'm fine. Take a DMN breath." The kid's face contorted into a look that the erasure hero would almost describe as guilty, but he paused and took a steadying breath all the same. Sorry," he began calmer now. "I was just really worried. You got really hurt, and I wasn't able to do enough. I couldn't stop it in time." His head was lowered to gaze at the floor between them, and Aizawa took a moment before letting out a long sigh. "Kid, it wasn't your job to stop what happened, or fix it. It was mine, and I'm the one that failed at keeping you safe." Green eyes tore up from their fixation on the floor, opening his mouth as if to protest, but Tsukachi spoke before he could. "From what I heard of the student's incident statement, you were a big help, Midoriya. It was your plan that got Ida out and allowed him to call for help. Plus, you got Aizawa away from danger before he could suffer from more serious injuries." The tone Tsukachi uses is even, steady, reassuring. Aizawa had the impression that the man is trying his hardest to convince Izuku through his words, force some semblance of self-recognition into the boy before them, as if he could somehow heal that doubt and misplaced guilt that the teen seems to house within his mind. Izuku looked between them for a long moment, seemingly debating what he wanted to say. Aizawa knew at this point that accepting praise seemed difficult for the kid, but he really hoped he wouldn't try to take any more of the blame at least. The thought that Izuku blamed himself in some part for the man's own injuries left a throbbing pain in his ear, guilt-ridden and frustrated. The pause lasted a few more moments as the teen chewed his bottom lip and internally debated how to respond. Tsukachi decided to change the subject. Midoriya, you mentioned Aizawa's timer? What did you mean by that? Was there a new aspect of your quirk that showed itself during the, incident? It's not exactly new, Izuku began with a hesitant tone, returning his gaze to the floor. So, basically there's a glitch. Sometimes people's timers kinda flicker, it's hard to explain. But it basically means that their countdown could end soon. The kid paused as he took in their reactions. Seeing the confused looks on both of their faces made him pout ever so slightly, something Aizawa would not admit he found endearing. He tried to explain again. Okay, so, think about it like a glitch combined with the butterfly effect. I told you that everyone has a steady countdown of numbers leading to their time of death, but sometimes that time can be changed. That change is based on a set of interactions. For example, if someone dying by getting hit by a car is reliant on them being in a certain place at a certain time, any change to the moments leading up to that death could prevent it completely. That's where the glitch comes in. And you can see this glitch? Why yeah. The numbers kinda flicker and change colors. Aizawa closed his eyes and took in a slow breath, trying to take in the increasingly strange way in which Izuku's quirk worked. So my time was glitching before the attack. Izuku frowned and met his gaze with tired, sorrowful green eyes. It was, but I didn't notice until the attack started. I try not to look at people's time, for a lot of reasons, but it's my fault I couldn't warn you. If I had looked or been paying attention, I could have you couldn't have done anything. Aizawa cut him off with a gruff tone that lacked any bite behind it. Midoriya, even if you had told me, I still would have fought to protect you all. I appreciate how concerned you were, but it would not have changed my decision to fight. This isn't your fault. Understood? The kid seemed hesitant, but still offered a nod and shaky smile in response. That at least brought the hero some relief. Him and Tsukachi shared a glance, and it seemed clear what the next topic had to be. Neither was sure how to bring it up, but it needed to be addressed. Tsukachi was the one to bite the bullet. All right, kiddo. The nurses have told me that none of your injuries are very serious thanks to the hospital staff and recovery girl. Everything will need to stay wrapped but is otherwise healed, though there will be some scarring. They also want to keep you overnight just to be safe, but you can be checked out tomorrow morning. School is cancelled tomorrow, by the way. Now comes the hard part, the part that seems dangerous to touch on. The hospital staff tried to contact your mother, but there hasn't been a response yet. Aizawa watched Izuku's body immediately stiffen, eyes sharpening into attention. It was a strange reaction, one he didn't particularly like. It was an obvious aspect of being hospitalized as a minor and student that Izuku should have remembered, but with everything else going on, the fact that they would try to call his mother completely slipped his mind. He knew why there was no answer. The number he gave the school and placed on his emergency records as her contact connected to a burner phone that he carried around himself. There would never be an answer unless he was there to answer it himself. But he could get around this. Issues like the situation he was currently in were bound to come up eventually, and he would have to deal with them. It may as well start now. With Tsukachi here, he would have to be careful with his wording. That was fine though, he'd be fine. Izuku forced himself to relax. She's probably busy with work. Being a single mother always meant she had a lot to do. Even though both men continued to eye him, he did not see the tell of the detective's eye twitching, so his response must have passed. Technically, based on the time of day, his mother probably was working. Where exactly, he had no idea. Maybe you should give her a call yourself, just to let her know you're okay at least. Will she be able to check you out in the morning? Tsukachi asked. He took a brief moment to think about how to respond. I doubt she'd be able to make it. She's not at the apartment right now, out of town for something. But I'll be able to check myself out. Like you said, my injuries aren't bad. Still no tell of registering a lie from the detective, and Izuku had to resist displaying any of the relief on his face. His response may make the men think his mother was some workaholic, or even the type of mother to ignore her child on occasion, but none of it should have given away the truth. That he had no idea where she really was, though he could guess, and that she had left him over a month ago. The room was silent for a moment, both men looking like they wanted to press further. He held his breath hoping they wouldn't. Aizawa was the first to concede. Fine, but I want you to check in with me before you leave tomorrow. Izuku smiled and nodded. Of course, I probably would have done that anyway, just to check. Your timer was left unsaid, but he felt like the man may have understood anyway. The glances he had been making toward the string of numbers probably weren't very subtle, but after the attack he couldn't help but feel the need to reassure himself of their steady countdown. I'll have a car drive you home at least, Tsukachi offered. You really don't have to? I insist. He pursed his lips but gave up arguing against it for now. It was really pointless to have someone drive him to a location that wasn't technically even his home anymore. A gentle buzz from his phone drew his attention, only then realizing that the device lay on the table next to the bed. It was going off a lot while you were sleeping. Go ahead and check it, Aizawa informed him in a gruff tone laced with fake annoyance. Izuku grabbed the phone and clicked the screen to life, eyes widening from what he saw. There were 8 missed calls from Hitoshi and 26 missed text messages, along with 5 messages from Mei. He opened it to view the most recent messages. From Toshi, dude, what from Toshi? You went on the field trip with the hero students, right? From Toshi, please FNG answer. From Toshi, you better have broken your diamond phone. From Toshi, if you're fine and just not answering I will kill you myself. From Toshi, damn it Zuku. From Toshi, you better be okay. He couldn't help the giggle that escaped his lips as he scrolled through the rest of the messages. Obviously he felt bad for worrying Hitoshi, but the way the other teen showed he cared was just so Hitoshi-like. Something funny? Aizawa questioned. Izuku waved him off. It's just Hitoshi, he's worried. From Zuku, I'm fine, just woke up in the hospital. I'll tell you more about it later. The response was immediate. From Toshi, God damn it you little troll. From Toshi, if you're really fine then I'm gonna kill you for worrying me. From Zuku, please don't, one near-death experience is enough for today. From Toshi, when do you get out? From Zuku, tomorrow morning. Why? From Toshi, I'm gonna come get you from the hospital myself. Shithead. From Toshi, I need to see you're sorry but for myself. He looked up from his phone absolutely beaming. Actually, it looks like Hitoshi is going to come and get me in the morning. Both men took one look at that smiling face and let some of their worry ease at the sight of it. Staying the night alone in a hospital room was weird and a bit lonely. Izuku felt increasingly more grateful that Hitoshi had decided to come and get him the next morning. Even though the other teen had given him a soft whack to the back of the head as a greeting the moment he arrived, the green-haired teen couldn't be happier to have his friend with him after the stressful events of the day before. Checking in with Aizawa before they left was even fun, despite the guilt he still felt over the man's injuries. Hitoshi had to stifle a laugh at the grumpy, mummified form of the teacher sitting in the hospital bed. This only prompted Izuku to let out his own round of giggles, and led to the two boys being kicked out of the room by Aizawa's irritated grumbling. Before they left, the underground pro not so subtly mentioned his mother's absence and that no one would be home to watch Izuku. A fact that was only half true, not that. The man knew that, and something he knew was only mentioned to inspire Hitoshi to keep a watchful eye on the smaller teen. It resulted in Hitoshi's insistence that Izuku just stay the night at his place instead. Despite being worried that their increasing concern may lead to his non-existent home life being revealed, Izuku was actually extremely grateful for the offer. Hitoshi's moms were super nice and seemed to like him a lot. He knew about how his friend was treated in the foster care system prior to being adopted by the two ladies, and only felt more grateful for how kind and loving the two women were. Izuku was a little concerned that there would be questions about why he already had all the items he would need for the sleepover in his backpack, but he was able to avoid the topic by recounting the details of the attack to his friend once they were both settled in the other teen's room. He left out the parts about giving Aizawa some of his time, along with skimming over any details of his own injuries. After lunch, the topics of conversation drifted into lighter things as the two boys goofed around, playing video games, reading books, and whatever else they found to occupy their time in a way that wouldn't aggravate Izuku's injuries. It was nice and felt so very safe. He felt any residual tension completely leak from his muscles just by being around his friend. Then came the time for Izuku to redress the raw skin that lay under the bandages of his healing wounds, something Hitoshi insisted on helping with. Both boys stood in the bathroom as Izuku sat on the edge of the tub and removed his shirt, scars and wounds on full display. The scars really weren't something that he was embarrassed or ashamed of, but he was aware they could inspire questions that he really didn't feel like answering. Hitoshi seemed to understand as he did not ask. Gentle hands unwrapped the bandages from his arm and torso, leaving a ghosting touch of warmth behind on his skin. It felt nice, being cared for like this. It wasn't until Hitoshi began spreading the medical cream the hospital provided that he spoke. "I know I joke a lot, and try to act like I don't care, but you really did have me worried." His voice was soft, practically whispering the words into the quiet of the bathroom. Izuku hummed, "I know you care, Toshi. I'm alright though." "Alright, my butt," he huffed. "You're not allowed to die on me, you got that?" It was said almost as a joke, but there was a sort of desperation laced in his tone that Izuku did not miss. The problem was Izuku could see his own time, and was well aware that it dropped every time he restarted someone's time using his quirk. The time he had was limited, and he doubted he would be able to stop himself from using it if someone he cared for was running out. To him, the time he currently had was borrowed, never meant to be his, and Izuku had been nothing but a giver his entire life. Sectioning off parts of himself to be useful to others was all he knew. So he couldn't make promises. He decided to hum his response, trying to skirt over the non-committance of his tone. "Don't worry so much. You'll be a hero student soon, and then it will be my turn to be the worried one." Hitoshi just flicked him on the forehead as he finished rewrapping the bandages. "I'm not as reckless as you, Green Bean. You won't have anything to worry about." "Okay, Izuku-kun. It's time to get serious about our preparation for the sports festival," May declared as she spread open a variety of blueprints and notes that the two had come up with both together and separately. "This is the chance for us to really show off what we can do." Izuku gave a determined nod in response. "Where should we start, May-sensei?" The girl giggled at the mock title he sometimes used for her, which was actually the only reason he used it. If it made one of his only two friends smile, it felt like a success for him. Izuku was actually very excited to start dedicating serious time to preparing for the sports festival. Now that he was essentially homeless, projects like this gave him the perfect excuse to stay on campus as late as possible. Even though he was sure his classmate thought of the couple weeks they had left as too little time to get everything done, he had no doubt that he'd be able to finish everything with the after-school lab time. "We should focus on our mobility and defense items first. There's no point in having offensive items if we can't last long enough to use them. Let's see." She shuffled around the piles of paper thrown across the workstation. "For mobility, I'm gonna focus on the jetpack and hover shoes, and you've got those multifunction boots you want to design, along with that grappling hook that attaches to your forearm. And for defense, you have those hydraulic bracers, which I still think you should just attach to your jetpack to minimize the bulk you'll be carrying, by the way." He shot her a pointed look that held no edge behind it. "I'll focus on my quirk-resistant bodysuit, retractable shield, and the ionized plasma dome." "Your force field," the girl corrected with a bump to his shoulder. "You know it's not actually whatever." "Yes, my force field." Izuku conceded the point. It wasn't the time to get into an argument about the scientific probability of creating an actual force field. Sure, some quirks had a similar effect, and there were often displays in the movies showing off some invisible, impenetrable sphere of protection. But that wasn't within Izuku's realm of possibilities at the moment. What he was creating was more of an outward electromagnetic shockwave through the air that would reach a small radius around its center point, hindering most types of attacks that entered the radius, but not necessarily stopping them or preventing physical objects or people from entering. May knew this, but he had a feeling she just liked to push his buttons sometimes. Now that that's settled, it's baby-making time, she cheered loudly, much to the annoyance of their teacher and fellow classmates. Over the last several days since the attack, Izuku had worked out a pretty good routine to achieve a state of functional homelessness. After school he would remain on campus until students had to leave at 7 p.m., occupying his time with training, working in the lab, and getting in a few naps here and there. Once he was forced off campus, he would head to a cafe that stayed open late and had free Wi-Fi. Purchasing a cheap black coffee, and busying himself with his case work and his website. The cafe closed at 11 p.m., so he would utilize any 24 hours businesses, like laundromats or gyms, for the remainder of the night if he didn't have any surveillance work to do. Usually he was able to get a couple hours of sleep there if the location felt safe enough. Once the morning rolled around, he would trudge back to the school campus as soon as it opened at 5 a.m., using the time to shower, perform other personal hygiene, and get more sleep or do homework in the library until school started for the day. So far, no one had called him out on his behavior, and he was fairly confident that he'd be able to play the dedicated student role well if questions ever arose. Those who already knew him well enough to even notice the behavior should already be aware of his habits of spending the majority of his time working or researching. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to make them believe that he simply wanted to utilize the campus's resources as much as possible to do so. Tonight, he found himself dozing off as he perched on top of one of the washing machines at the laundromat, soaking in the wonderful solitude that the late hour of 1 a.m. provided him. A gentle ding of the bell above the door signaled the arrival of another person. Izuku looked up to see who it was, only to be met with the sight of a familiar tall, scarred man. "Oh hey, it's you," he called out in a tired tone. Dabi whipped his head around at the sound of the voice, eyes narrowing in on the teen. Izuku briefly wondered if the man would even recognize him. It's not like he had many memorable features, plus it had been dark in the alleyway they met in months ago. His unspoken question was answered when the man quirked a small grin. "Hey, twerp," he drawled in that same raspy voice as he made his way over to where Izuku was sitting. "The F are you doing here?" "Laundry, obviously," he quipped back with a tired smirk while he watched the man drop a duffel bag full of clothes on the floor and begin loading up the washer next to his. The man rolled his eyes. "Don't get cute with me, kid. You know what I mean." Izuku just shrugged his reply. It wouldn't be terrible to just be honest with the stranger. Dabi had no ties back to his personal life, didn't even know his name. So there really wasn't any harm in answering. But he also didn't want to seem like some kid in need of help or sympathy. He wasn't. Based on the look he was given, the scarred man wasn't satisfied with that answer. He finished shoving his laundry into the machine and started it before hopping up to sit on top of it the same way Izuku was. He eyed the teen for a long moment, and Izuku met his gaze with droopy eyes as he supported his head against his propped-up knee. "You look tired," the man pointed out. Izuku snorted. "Well, I was gonna take a nap before you walked in." Dabi raised an eyebrow. "Why the hell would you nap in a place like this? Actually, why the hell are you here in the middle of the DMN night in the first place?" "Well, here goes nothing." Izuku used the most casual tone he could muster. "Homeless. And this is as good of a place as any." He received a scrunched nose as response, frown pulling down at the staples in the man's face. A beat passed before the man grumbled. "Still seems like a pretty shitty place to sleep. Never know who could just walk in while you're passed out." "You mean someone like you?" he joked back, earning a scoff from Dabi. He continued, "The bell above the door is loud enough. I'd know if someone came in. That's one of the reasons I like this place." Dabi hummed something of approval before some silence passed between the two, both shifting to comfortable positions perched atop the whirring machines. Seemingly satisfied, or as satisfied as one could be about the information of a homeless teenager, Dabi thankfully chose to move away from the topic. Izuku found himself grateful that the man didn't seem keen on pushing for answers or asking more questions, something similar to understanding hanging in the air between them now. "I've got a question," the raspy voice states, causing the teen to quirk up a curious eyebrow. "Well then ask it," he answers with amusement clear in his tone. The man scoffs at the cheeky response but continues only a moment later. "Last time we met I was too out of it, you know, BLD loss and sheet, but you said something about your quirk and giving me more time? How does that FING work? Izuku begins his answer with a shrug. Well, including you, I've only ever done it twice, and you were the first. So it's not like I know all that much about it. He pauses, gaze flickering up to that yellow string above the man's head briefly, a movement he knows Dabi caught. Basically there's a countdown only I can see, tells me when people are gonna die. Yours was low, so I got desperate and tried something new to give you more time. It worked, obviously. Much to the strange man's credit, he hardly reacts to knowing the specifics, specifically the death countdown-related specifics, of Izuku's quirk. Something that only serves as a point in his favor in the teen's mind, and gives him the impression that Dabi most likely has some experiences with bad quirks or at least the more unfortunate parts of society. It also only further enforces his impression that the man is probably a criminal, not that he minds all that much at the moment though. It's not his business right now. Obviously, the man drawls with a roll of his eyes. But I'm asking how it works, you little sheet. He waves his hand lazily and dismissively as he responds, that doesn't really matter, the important thing is that it did. I don't fully understand it myself anyways. Part lie, part truth. Izuku may not fully understand how that aspect of his quirk works, but he certainly knows more than he is letting on and has his own theories for what he isn't sure of. It certainly relies on him losing some portion of his own time in the process, but the portion he loses isn't directly relative to the amount the other person gains. His current guess is that his time acts as a jumpstart of sorts, like how jumpstarting a car with another doesn't require an equal exchange of the battery's power to get the drained one working again. Also, the amount of time he loses and the other person gains isn't consistent. So far, he loses anywhere from 1 to 2 years, while the other person's gain time varies on a much larger scale. Aizawa gained far more time than Dabi did, though Izuku did not have any answer for why that may be yet. Possibly other external factors could be at fault, considering the large amount of scarring on the man's face that the teen would guess is quirk-related. He doesn't voice any of these things though, preferring to remain vague so that he can keep that information solely to himself. There's no point in worrying other people about his use of his own time or pointing out questions he doesn't even have a definitive answer for himself. Dabi eyes him for a moment, clearly skeptical. If you can see people's timers or whatever, can you see mine right now? The teen simply nods, so the man continues. Well, what is it? Izuku gives the man a blank look at that to display his disapproval of the request. I'm not telling you, personal rule. What if I want to know? Don't care? You little a-hole, the man huffs, though the small smirk adorning his face takes any bite out of the jab, and Izuku finds himself letting out his own amused huff of laughter as well. Another bit of comfortable silence passed, the whirring of the washing machines providing gentle background noise to the peaceful atmosphere. Izuku's eyes continued to droop. He really was tired. There hadn't been enough chances to get naps in during his time on campus today. Sheet, just close your DMN eyes and get your beauty sleep, kid. I'll keep watch and wake you up before I leave. He raised a questioning eyebrow to the man. Dabi may seem a little sketchy, but Izuku wasn't one to judge based on appearances. Plus, the man didn't seem so bad, maybe a little rough around the edges, but he owed Izuku in a sense anyway. The man offered no further explanation for the offer. So Izuku just nodded and let his eyes slip closed, falling asleep to the whirring of the washing machines and the warmth radiating off of his guard dog for the night. Why couldn't you just wait until after your morning classes to explode your sheet in the labs? Hitoshi asked with a joking bite to his tone. Izuku, Hitoshi, and Mei were currently seated at their designated back corner of the cafeteria during lunch. Only the two boys were actually eating properly, while the girl was too focused on whatever device she was currently holding to take a bite of the food off of her tray. We only got through 15 tests yesterday, the girl whined as Izuku shoveled a spoonful of rice into her mouth between the words. That wasn't enough to figure out what sensor was backfiring, and I'm running out of time. Well, now you have detention for causing another explosion during homeroom, so you're gonna have less time in the lab after school anyway, the purple-haired teen reprimanded. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at their bickering. He found himself pleasantly surprised by how well his two friends got along. Despite their different personalities, Both seemed to handle each other well in a simultaneously protective and irritated way. Simply being around them eased some of the exhaustion he felt each day, their antics and friendly bickering serving as a welcome distraction to all the stress he normally felt raging within his mind. The three had been working together over the past couple weeks to develop a solid strategy for the sports festival, and with their three minds put together, Izuku was only feeling more and more confident in their success. "Something funny to you, green bean?" Hitoshi scoffed as he took another bite of his food. He looked between his two friends sitting across and next to him, casually shoving another bite of food into Mei's mouth. "I just like the way we all seem to fit together." "Fit together," the taller teen repeated incredulously. "We probably look like a bunch of weirdos to everyone else. The freak squad." No, it's perfect." Mei cut in with a clap of her hands. "This is the perfect setup, just think about it. I'm the crazy genius." A nod of agreement from the boys. "Izuku's the stable genius?" "Debatable," Hitoshi cut in, earning a mock glare from the green-haired teen. "Fine, Izuku's the terrifyingly analytical genius," she corrected easily. "And you're the test subject?" He frowned. "I feel underappreciated." "You also keep us from going too far and getting ourselves blown up," Izuku offered with a nudge to his arm. "So I'm your babysitter." "If the shoe fits," he replied with a smirk, earning him a kick to his shin. "Totally worth it." Observing Class 1B's training exercises was a much more peaceful affair than his experiences with 1A hero students were still hero students, loud or over the top in some way, and typically far too confident, but there was no Katsuki in their class. They also hadn't made as big of a deal out of his presence, or asked about his quirk, so that was some small mercy. There was really just one kid in their class that proved to be a struggle to deal with. Minomanito. When the guy just ignored Izuku, it was much better, despite being able to still hear the blonde's loud tangents about superiority and class ranks. When he decided to talk to Izuku directly, the experience was much worse. Today was one of the worst days. "It's nice to see that you're spending time with the superior hero class today," he began as he approached, lifting an arm up to rest his elbow on Izuku's shoulder and lean into his personal space. "I feel bad for you, what with the whole villain attack situation and being stuck with Class A of all people to get through it." The mention of the attack made Izuku's eyebrow twitch in irritation. He also didn't particularly like being touched so casually by people he didn't know. Although he was able to hold back the flinch that normally resulted in moves like that, the elbow resting on his shoulder felt suffocating, nothing like the playful and comfortable touches of Hitoshi or Mei, or the parental touches of Aizawa or Tsukachi. He decided to ignore the comment about the attack for now, not wanting to draw the conversation out any longer than necessary. "I try to spend an equal amount of time with both classes." His tone was tired and even as he spoke. Minoma seems unperturbed by Izuku's clear lack of enthusiasm for the conversation. "The difference between Class 1A and Class 1B is that we're more appreciative of the strategic mind, like you. They rely too much on their flashy quirks, too dumb to think beyond that." A sigh. "I suppose that's true to an extent. They do rely on their quirks quite a bit. It's something they'll work on." "Exactly," the boy continued with a flaring motion of his other arm. His loud voice was really starting to grate on Izuku's ears at this point, irritation only rising by the second. "That's why you should lend us with your assistance and those notes you have on their quirks so that we can take them down at the sports festival." Oh, he understands now. This was all just a lead up to convince him to lend a little extra help their way. Not necessarily a bad plan on Minoma's part, but not something Izuku would fall for either. He already had a priority for the sports festival, that being Hitoshi's success. There was no way he would compromise that. "Actually, on the day of the sports festival, my strategies are reserved for someone else," he replied calmly as he shrugged the other teen's arm off of his shoulder. "Who?" "A member of Class 1A, the blonde asked incredulously. Wow, the guy really needed to think beyond his weird complex with the other hero class. "No, none of them," Izuku explained as he let a menacing grin spread across his face. "You'll see who when he dominates at the sports festival." Due to the event at the USJ and his injuries, Aizawa had taken a few days off of their regular after-school training, then only being able to observe and provide direction once he did finally return. Hitoshi has been hoping for a chance to talk alone with the teacher during their meetups, but the chance had yet to provide itself until now. With Izuku called away by Power Loader to handle one of Mei's crazy explosive streaks, the other team could finally talk to the man about something he had been considering bringing up for a while. Sensei, I have something I wanted to talk to you about? The man gave no verbal reply, but still turned his attention to the teen as a signal to continue. He took a steadying breath. Part of him felt like he may be betraying his friend by bringing this up, but he also was getting more and more worried. He'd noticed Izuku's weird behavior, heard that one measly interaction with Mrs. Midoriya, and noticed the amount of time his friend seemed to spend at school rather than returning home. None of it painted a reassuring picture in his mind. Plus, Aizawa seemed like someone Izuku trusted, as well as someone who clearly cared about Izuku. So he hoped his friend wouldn't be too upset if he ever found out. It's about Izuku, he began. I don't know, acting strange I guess. I've been kinda worried about him, so I guess I was hoping you could do something about it. Or at least look into it. Acting strange how? The man's tone held its usual gruffness, but Hitoshi could hear the flickers of concern peeking through. Just staying at the school every day until campus closes, avoiding certain topics, and I don't think he sleeps much, he trailed off, knowing that last point may be a little hypocritical of him with his own fed-up sleep schedule. There's also the thing with his mom, she didn't even come get him from the hospital, or call him about it at all from what I know, the teen continued. I only met her once but it wasn't great, if you know what I mean. The man eyed him for a bit before nodding. Anything else? Yeah. When he stayed the night at my house after the hospital, his backpack already had a bunch of stuff in it. Like he carries his emergency items with him at all times. He took a breath, really debating whether or not to share the next bit. I grew up in foster care, so I remember doing that kind of thing too. It's something kids only do when they think they'll need to be ready to go at any moment. Despite his nervousness about sharing all of this information with the adult in front of him, Hitoshi held the man's eye contact. He wanted to get across how important he felt the situation was, and how seriously he took sharing that information with one of their teachers. Guilt clawed at his tea, but he shoved it down. It's not like he technically promised Izuku not to say anything, and if his friend wasn't safe, how could he just watch without trying to do anything? Trusting Aizawa was a huge leap for Hitoshi, as trusting other people, let alone adults, had never been a strong suit for him. But his moms and Izuku had shown him how amazing that little bit of trust could be if you just allowed it to grow. So right now, he's taking the plunge. Aizawa was silent for a few moments, letting out a sigh before speaking. Thanks for telling me, kid. He reached out a hand to gently ruffle Hitoshi's hair. I was already noticing a few things myself, but just know I'll look into it. Hitoshi let a small smile form on his face. Just make sure he's safe. And are you safe? Aizawa asked with a raised brow. The question took a moment to register in Hitoshi's brain, but the confusion as to why the man would ask that only lasted a moment before he realized what Aizawa was talking about. Oh yeah, my moms are great. They adopted me 2 years ago, so I'm fine now. Aizawa only offered a short nod in response to that, but after weeks of training with the man, Hitoshi could read him well enough to pick up on his micro-expressions. The slight upward crease of his eyes and relaxed shoulders, the hints of concern in his voice. It all showed that the man was happy with his answer, and genuinely would have cared if his response had been that he wasn't in a good home. Something secure and warm bloomed in his tea at the thought. Yeah, maybe trust wasn't such a bad thing when you give it to the right people. Mei was bouncing on the ball of her feet from excitement, Izuku standing tiredly beside her on the large field of the arena. Did you do your last-minute checks on your gear? Do you have everything strapped on properly? Mei, Izuku cut off her nervous rambling. It's all right. We did everything on our checklist, we're prepared and we're ready. Everything is going to go according to plan. I know that. She whined as she slumped her weight against his side. I'm just really excited. And a little nervous. This is a big deal. For us and Hitoshi-kun. He hummed his agreement, sparing a glance to his left where the general education kids were gathered. Hitoshi met his gaze and nodded, something Izuku returned with a smile. He'll be okay. We have a plan, he knows what to do. Izuku's tone was nothing short of confident. They had been planning their moves and strategies for this event for weeks, and there were backup plans just in case. Each of his friends knew what obstacles and quirks to watch out for. May gave him a determined nod and encouraging bump to his shoulder as Midnight took the stage and the announcements began. Everything was playing out exactly as he had suspected. Katsuki's speech was predictable at best, at least for anyone who knew the guy. Izuku thought he may have seen Hitoshi roll his eyes as the fiery blonde left the stage. The first event was an obstacle course, essentially just a qualifier for the next event, something to cause a significant reduction in the number of competitors. He had guessed that anywhere from 30 to 50 would be the cutoff point, so aiming for a spot between 10 to 20 would be the safest bet for him and his friends. Hitoshi subtly made his way over to Izuku and May as students waited for the buzzer to sound and the gates to open. The moment it did, everyone rushed forward. Well, everyone but those three. And here we go, listeners. Looks like all the students are running to pull forwards at the beginning. Present Mick's voice rang through the loudspeakers. Wait a minute, we have 3 students who seem to just be standing there. The commentary made Izuku smile, but he otherwise tried to ignore it as he turned to his friends. Remember, the first obstacle is the entrance itself, don't get caught in the crowd. And watch out for Todoroki, he likes to start with a giant ice move in every one of his battles. Izuku reminded his friends as they slowly made their way toward the entrance and the trapped students. There was a round of agreements, and then they were off. May grabbed each of their hands and activated her jetpack at the same moment that Todoroki did exactly what Izuku thought he would and sent out a sheet of ice, freezing most of the students to the ground. May launched their little group over the trapped students, having to land immediately on the other side due to the weight of their 3 bodies. From there, they split apart, taking their own paths towards their goal. It looks like our first round of students made it to the first obstacle. How will they handle these mechanical monstrosities? Is the alliteration really necessary? Aizawa's tired-sounding voice grumbled at the other heroes' antics. The ground shook, and Izuku stopped, along with all the other students who had made it past the entrance, to look up and see the robots. This must be the next obstacle, which was perfect for Izuku. Todoroki had already taken out one of the giant ones, and Izuku had to sidestep out of the crash zone of that giant waste of metal parts. But he wastes no time in shooting forward while activating the electromagnetic field pulse, his force field, as May liked to call it, that he housed within the CHST plate he wore. Not his best design aesthetically, but the most effective for amplifying the pulse's radius from his body. This strong of a field should rip apart the electrons of any machine wiring that came within the radius, halting all movement at least until he passed, if not permanently depending on if the hard drives of the robots entered the radius. It worked, and Izuku made it past the robots untouched before deactivating it. A strong opening display of ice from our 1A hero student, Todoroki. And, well, something from that green support corps student who just walked right through, I'm not sure what he did. But he passed by like he was untouchable. Izuku grinned as he ran toward the next obstacle, finding himself very fond of the commentary. Especially since he knew Aizawa's irritation as a commentator was mostly forced, considering that he was next to his husband. The moment he reached the edge of the cavern, an obstacle dutifully announced as the fall by Present Mike, he barely took a second before he was pushing through the students gathered there and jumping off of the ledge. He activated the grappling hooks he had attached to his forearms mid-air, watching as they latched into the rock side of one of the pillars a third of the way through. Oh, talk about a leap of faith from that support student. He must have spent a lot of time testing his equipment to make a move like that. The support corps students dedicate hours each day to the design and testing of their items. He was able to trust in his equipment because he is confident in his work. As Izuku swung out of the cavern, only to shoot the grappling hook at the next pillar and swing back down, he was able to just barely catch the sound of May's excited advertisement of her babies at the edge of the cavern. Imagining the confused faces of the students who were subject to her loud self-promotion, he chuckled to himself all the way down. Repeating the process of SW engine G up, retracting the grappling hook, then shooting it out and SW engine G down again, Izuku found himself shooting out and past the cavern finally. As he began to descend towards the dirt ground below, he shifted his feet under him with his knees slightly bent and activated one of the functions on his multi-purpose boots. Unlike Mei's hover boots, his utilized a series of air compressions that would hopefully soften his landing, but did not keep him floating above the ground. He landed a little harsher than he expected, letting out a soft grunt as he tried to keep himself from falling over from the impact. Mentally, he noted that he would need to adjust the air pressure on the boots if they were to be used to slow impacts from significant heights. Once he reached the edge of the minefield, and come on, seriously. It seems like literal explosions may be a bit much for high schoolers, regardless of Mick's announcement that they are harmless. He took a moment to look behind him. He was happy to see that Hitoshi and Mei weren't far behind. Everything was working out like he planned. He turned back to the minefield before him and pinched his bottom lip as he thought up a plan. Yeah, Hitoshi will probably yell at me, but that'll work just fine. What's this? I don't think the mines are meant to be used like that. He better not be doing what I think he's doing. It didn't take too long to dig up an adequate number of mines and pile them all together. This would be a great chance to show the durability of the retractable shield he had strapped to his thigh. It was originally designed to go on his forearm, but with the grappling hooks and bracers currently attached there, it had seemed too bulky to place there as well. Mei had already passed, taking one look at what he was doing and letting out a maniacal laugh as she used those hydraulic bracers to maneuver effortlessly through the mines. Hitoshi was just approaching behind him as Izuku extended his shield and prepared to make a running jump. "Izuku, don't you dare dash!" The rest of what the taller boy said was cut off by the sound of the explosion. Izuku was propelled through the air by the blast as he cleared the field. He grinned down at the current frontrunners, Katsuki and Todoroki, from the upside-down position as he just barely passed them. The blast landed him a mere 10 feet from the edge of the minefield, but he was able to protect himself from the single mine he touched during his rolling landing by shifting the shield behind his back. Instead of breaking out into a run, he just stood near the edge of the field and dusted himself off. Being near the finish line was good, he could secure whatever spot he wanted in the rankings, but the top 10 spots were not his goal. There was too much risk in being ranked too high for the next event. So instead, he just waited, watching the furious Katsuki and stoic Todoroki race by, followed by a few other Hero Corps students. Mei soon showed up and came to a stop beside him, still cackling. "That was some crazy stunt, Izuku-kun. I loved it." "Toshi's gonna kill me for it though," he groaned. It was only a few moments later when Hitoshi caught up, and all three broke out into a jog for the finish line. "You're damn lucky that stupid plan of yours worked, Green Bean. You nearly gave me a heart attack," the taller boy huffed as they crossed the finish line. Izuku just smiled as he shoved the other boy's shoulder. "You know you love my crazy ideas. Where would we be without them?" The other boy just clicked his tongue disapprovingly before turning his attention up to the scoreboard. Izuku ranked 17th, Hitoshi 18th, and Mei at 19th. "So who should be our fourth person?" Hitoshi asked as both him and Mei turned their attention to Izuku. The next event had been announced as a cavalry battle, and Izuku had been right in his decision that none of them should place too high in the first round. The point penalty for the first place winner was not a challenge they needed right off the bat. That was a burden Todoroki would have to deal with instead. Right now, they need to create a versatile team. One that could hang back and skim points off of unsuspecting teams and hopefully fly under the radar for the majority of the fight. Having 3 non-Hero Corps students should help with that, as they probably wouldn't be seen as much of a challenge. But they still needed one more member. Izuku scanned the field of students, assessing quirks and personal strengths of each student. "Found him," was all the boy offered as he began walking towards his target. His friends scrambled after him. Hitoshi bumped into someone as he caught up, but Izuku was too focused on putting plans together in his head to notice his friend's struggle to match his pace. "Tokoyami," the boy called out with a smile as he approached the member of Class 1A, "do you have a team yet? I was hoping you'd join ours." The bird-headed teen turned to them with a look that Izuku would guess was meant to be questioning. "This seems like it would be an odd matchup, don't you think?" "Maybe," he shrugs. "But I have a plan, and you would be perfect for it." He eyed the green-haired teen for a moment, then each of his friends before responding. I would like to know your strategy and my place in it before making a decision. Izuku nodded. Fair enough. Hitoshi's quirk allows him to persuade other teams into handing over their points. Mei and I have the support items to give us an edge, plus I can strategize and know the details of every person's quirk. Then, your quirk will give us better offensive and defensive capabilities all around. The other team nodded along as Izuku continued. The plan is to stay in the background, grabbing points from teams that are too distracted with going after the heavy hitters. With 3 students that aren't in the hero course, we will probably be underestimated by the other teams, which will only work to our advantage. Sticking to the shadows to outwit our opponents, Tokoyami commented. I accept. Izuku grinned. Fantastic. Izuku ended up being chosen as the rider for a variety of reasons. One was that he needed a clear line of sight in order to get a proper look at any teams they encountered so that he could recognize their quirks, predict moves, and offer counter strategies to his teammates. He also needed use of both his hands in order to utilize most of the support gear, especially his offensive items which he had yet to use. Because of the height differences, Hitoshi took up the position of front man, while Tokoyami and Mei served as the back support. Tokoyami's quirk was amazing for the situation. Since it had a long range and was sentient, Dark Shadow would be able to protect them from all angles regardless of where he was placed. It also wouldn't do Hitoshi any good to draw a lot of attention to himself at this stage in the plan. As a front-runner, rather than the rider, he would hopefully be able to use his quirk during the battle without giving too much away or gaining attention. For now, Izuku would try his best to get any attention their group got focused onto himself instead. If too many people figured out Hitoshi's quirk, it would only put him at a disadvantage later. As all the teams stood waiting for the buzzer to sound, Izuku noticed a few odd matchups. One of those being Uraraka from Class 1A being on Monoma's team, along with Tetsu and Shirhai from 1B. He didn't have time to wonder too much about how that happened as the buzzer was finally going off. His team remained steadfast in their earlier plan, taking a moment to watch and see what teams would go after the 10 million points, which ended up being most of them. Izuku pulled out the rod strapped horizontally across his back and extended it into a long staff. All right, team, he grinned as they started to skirt along the edge of the main battle. Aim for the students who got pushed back after the initial strike. They are too focused on planning their next move to notice us. Dark Shadow can swoop in and pluck the headbands off from a safe distance. They were able to do exactly that without much difficulty. Only a couple teams even noticed their headband being taken right away. The points they had gotten were on the lower end, but it all added together nicely. Currently, Izuku would guess they had enough to maybe hold fourth, but that wasn't within the range of comfort that he had planned, and a few people were starting to notice them. Mei, how long can you take us into the sky? Less than a minute with this many people. The other option is you taking the jetpack and launching up yourself with the points. Is that even allowed? Hitoshi questioned. Izuku grinned. Pretty sure the rules only say I can't touch the ground. Mei shrugged off her jetpack and passed it up to him. I'm gonna get a better look around, and then we'll make our next move, he informed as he activated the jetpack and took off. He thinks he may have heard Present Mike shout something about him being airborne into the intercom, but Izuku was too focused on taking in as many details as possible to concentrate on much else. Within a minute, he was heading back down to his group, landing safely with the assistance of Dark Shadow. Alright, it looks like Monoma's team has been using a similar strategy to us, and Katsuki's and Todoroki's team are too busy fighting each other, so let's avoid those for now. At this point, we'll have to engage some of the other teams head-on. Everyone nodded. Point us in the right direction, boss. Hitoshi quipped. Kendo's team first, the one with the red hair. Quirks to watch out for are her big fists, the mushroom spore chick, and the other girl can split her body into different parts. Hitoshi, you're up for this one. Mei, turn off all your devices so they don't get fried when I activate the plasma field so that those spores can't get to us. Tokoyami, have Dark Shadow watch for any stray body parts the other girl sends our way. They headed straight for that team, Hitoshi simply asking Kendo if she was really the class president of 1B, earning him a confused response that he could latch onto. The plan worked, as no attacks were able to reach them as he ordered her to toss over her points, caught by the claws of Izuku's grappling hook before being reeled back in. This process was essentially repeated for a second team, and they now ranked safely in second place. Todoroki's team still ranked first, and Katsuki's had somehow gotten distracted by Monoma's and lost a few points, each ranking third and fourth respectively. Only a minute left, folks. Now is the time to get desperate if you're lacking points. Their group watched as multiple teams turned their attention onto them, feeling the pressure of holding so many points with still a full minute left. But they couldn't afford to lose any. What do we do now? Hitoshi asked, beginning to sweat. Would it be wise for you to retreat into the skies again? Tokoyami suggested. Izuku looked around, noticing a few teams begin to converge on their location and hastily nodded. Yeah, that's a good idea. You guys need to stick together and try to get away from this crowd so I have a safe place to land if I need to. With everyone's agreement, he launched back into the air, grinning at the defeated faces of the groups that had been intending to attack his team. He eyed the rankings on the scoreboard as Katsuki's group slid back up to second after regaining their points from Monoma, and his group slid down to third. He cursed under his breath. It was still a safe spot considering the time left, but they hadn't quite gained the desired level of points buffer that he would have liked. They couldn't risk slipping down to fourth as the number of teams that would pass still hadn't been announced. The seconds were ticking away, and his eyes darted around for any targets he could focus on. Katsuki and Todoroki were back to desperately duking it out over the 10 million points, both severely distracted by each other. He grinned, looking down at his team and pointing towards the fight going on. They must have understood as they started heading in that direction. Just as Todoroki was countering an explosion attack, Izuku swooped down. He watched the other teen's teammates' eyes widen as they noticed him, pulling the boy back just in time for Izuku to narrowly miss his reach of the headbands. Izuku pulled back and landed in the arms of his own teammates several meters away. Now that they had noticed him, getting in close would be difficult, even with Katsuki attacking from the other side. Todoroki was a strong fighter, and his teammates were all strong in their own right as well. He adjusted his grip on his staff. There were a mere 15 seconds left. He shot forward again, right after Todoroki unleashed a wave of ice towards Katsuki's team. The timing was as good as he was going to get. The other teen reached out a hand to release another ice attack, this time towards Izuku. But the green-haired teen swung out his staff to knock the arm off course, and aimed his approach towards Todoroki's left side, the fire side that he typically refused to use. The boy's eyes widened as Izuku reached forward, and he did the unexpected. His whole left side burst into flames. It only lasted a moment, but the burning of Izuku's skin forced him to draw back his arm. Sheet, he cursed as he cradled his injured arm, falling back into the arms of his teammates as the buzzer sounded. The Quirk-resistant bodysuit he had made only covered his torso, sleeves being something he had run out of material for in the labs, and the special order he had placed for more supplies had yet to arrive. As the attack stopped, and his team set him back down, he whipped his head up to the scoreboard. Still third place, which was unfortunate, but would be just fine. They were all making it to the next event. Hitoshi could keep fighting for his rightful place in the hero course. Despite his injury, he couldn't help but tilt his head up to the sky and smile, breathing and letting the adrenaline from the fight leak out of his system. Their team was silent, except for the heavy breathing and breathing from physical exertion, as they watched the scoreboard and the announcement was made that the 4 top teams would advance. They had done it. He was really going to make it to the final event. Hitoshi had nothing but confidence in Izuku and his plans, but the reality of the situation caused him to let out a disbelieving laugh. Izuku turned his attention to him, and they both eyed each other for a moment before bursting into a round of giggles and huffed laughter. Mei letting out her own round of cheers. Hitoshi kept his eyes on his friend, his first real friend. Covered in dirt and sweat and soot, arm injured. The sun high in the sky, casting a glow on the little chaotic genius before him as he laughed breathlessly. His green curls poking messily out of the small bun that attempted to hold them back during the battle. Only one thought came to his mind at the sight: appealing. In all honesty, the crazy grin and giggles, accompanied by their roughed-up appearances from the battle, only served to make Izuku look breathtakingly powerful. Or at least he did to Hitoshi. Izuku has always been something amazing, spectacular, and unexpected. To Hitoshi, he was someone he would follow blindly if asked. But the best part was that Izuku was never the type to ask that of someone. He was the type of person to bulldoze into your life, challenge every idea you ever held about yourself, lift you up, and ask for nothing in return. He provided challenge, but also the growth to meet that challenge. All in all, Izuku was something precious, something special. Those thoughts didn't leave his head as they said goodbye and thanked Tokoyami for joining their team and made their way out of the arena. Hitoshi swung his arm around the smaller teen and ruffled those sweaty green curls as they walked out, both basking in their hard-earned success. "Excuse me, can I talk to you for a second?" Both Izuku and Hitoshi turned to the sound of a feminine voice, halting their walk to the first aid area through the tunnels of the arena. Hitoshi recognized her immediately as one of the Hero Corps students that Izuku had given him the rundown on, Uraraka from Class 1A. Her attention seemed to be on Hitoshi, and she was clearly nervous about something. "Can I help you?" the taller boy asked as he shifted his face into that bored expression that he always wore around other people. "Yeah, you're Quirk," she began, and both boys immediately stiffened. "It's brainwashing, right?" Of course, he could barely get through 2 events without his quirk being an issue. Obviously people would figure it out eventually, but he had been half hoping no one would confront him about it, either out of fear or disgust. Although, she probably hadn't figured out the activation requirements if she was speaking to him and answering his questions. Izuku moved to step forward, placing himself slightly in front of Hitoshi in a protective manner. Something that the taller one found immense relief in. "What about it?" the shorter boy asked with a subtle bite to his tone. Uraraka must have noticed the defensive demeanor of the two, as she started waving her hands in front of her in a placating manner. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I just, wanted to be sure. I think, well," the girl trailed off as she bit her lip, seemingly trying to decide on her wording. Both boys waited silently for her to continue, eyeing her with clear suspicion. "You know how Monoma has that copy quirk?" They both nod. "Well, I think he must have figured out your quirk too. I was on his team for the cavalry battle, but I don't remember joining his team at all." She continued to explain, and Hitoshi felt his stomach drop. He already knew where this was going. "I think he may have copied your quirk. Because I remember him walking up to me when everyone was picking their teams, and then nothing until all of the sudden we were in the middle of the battle and I was on his team. I just kept fighting because I still wanted to make it to the next round, but I just wanted to ask you about it so that I could know for sure what happened." She finished with an awkward smile, and a beat of silence passed before either boy could figure out how to respond. Both boys' minds were drawn to that moment when Monoma bumped into him before the cavalry battle. It had seemed weird at the time, but they assumed the guy was just trying to be intimidating. He cleared his throat. Yeah, that sounds like my quirk. Normally I would say that there's nothing wrong with someone using their quirk to gain any advantage in a competition like this," Izuku sighed. But knowing him, there was more behind it than just trying to utilize his capabilities. He probably did it to make you feel bad or used on purpose. Uraraka just nodded along and gave a half smile. "Yeah, that sounds about right. I've got nothing against your quirk, Shinso. It's just Monoma." She trailed off and the mood dropped to something weighted and heavy. Hitoshi was terrible at situations like this, but Izuku seemed to know what to do. "Hey." He began with a clap of his hands. "Don't let this make you feel bad about making it to the final event. You want to know what I think?" She nodded, and Izuku's face split into one of those scary grins he always wore when he came up with an idea he liked. "You and him both made it to the final event. He wants to preach superiority and try to use you. I say beat the shit out of him if you get the chance to fight each other. Show him who's really above the other. I'll even help you form a strategy to do it if you want." Hitoshi watched in mild horror as the girl responded to his idea with a determined smile of her own. "Yeah." She threw her fist in the air. "He's gonna regret messing with me." Just as Izuku and Hitoshi were exiting the nurse's station that Recovery Girl had set up in one of the rooms under the arena, they were approached by the ever-stoic Todoroki. The boy looked directly at Izuku as he spoke. "I want to talk to you." Izuku raised a questioning eyebrow, but was offered no further explanation. He glanced up at Hitoshi, who met his gaze and only offered a shrug. Todoroki didn't seem like the type to attack him or lash out, and he was still armed with most of his support items just in case. Even with the cryptic request, he supposed it didn't hurt to hear the guy out. Plus, he was a little curious. He sighed. "Alright, lead the way." Izuku felt sick as he stood in the arena next to Mei and Hitoshi waiting for the announcement of the final event. The conversation he had with Todoroki was not at all what he expected. It's not like he had ever been a fan of Endeavor or his violent career as a hero, but hearing that the violence and controlling nature was also present in his home life was something else entirely. It was a bit strange that the other teen had chosen him to share so much personal information with, some half-baked reason about how Izuku had been responsible for making him break his own personal oath of not using his father's fire twice. But Izuku would never claim that Todoroki was someone who understood tact in social situations. He'd barely been able to say anything throughout the entire conversation, too shocked to speak. But now that he had time to stew over his own thoughts, he was already exploring the ideas of what would need to be handled about the situation. One being changing Todoroki's perception that half of his own quirk somehow belonged to his father. That's simply not how that worked. Hitoshi, who he knew had been sending him worried glances ever since he silently returned from that strange conversation, nudged his arm to shake him out of his thoughts. Izuku met the silent questioning gaze of his friend and offered a nod that he was all right. They both turned to the display board as the matchups for the 1v1 battles popped up. Uraraka vs Monoma Bakugo vs Shirahei Todoroki vs Shiro Ida vs Hitoshi Midoriya vs Kaminari Kirishima vs Tetsutetsu Shinso vs Mina Tokoyami vs Yaoyorozu. Izuku couldn't stop the grin from spreading out across his face. This setup was perfect. Uraraka would get to beat down Monoma right off the bat. Neither him nor his friends would face Katsuki right away. And Izuku and Hitoshi were placed far enough away that they wouldn't be facing each other. He already had a plan for how he wanted the final event to go for him. Just to prove that he could hold his own, he wanted to win his first fight. But really there was no purpose in him making it very far or trying to win, so he intended to bow out for the second fight. Mind already racing with ideas and strategies for both his first fight and Hitoshi's, he made his way out of the stadium and into the cafeteria to grab some food before returning to the stands. Uraraka had wasted no time in launching her attack on the other teen with a type of ferocity Izuku had yet to see her have in the class training exercises. It seemed like the girl just needed a little something to fire her up in order to really unleash that drive to win. She had begun the fight with a nasty uppercut to his jaw. Even though he couldn't quite make out the competitors' faces from this distance, he would guess that Monoma had made quite the amusing expression based on Mei's cackling next to him. Monoma attempted to bounce back from the initial strike by turning the ground beneath them into liquid, but Uraraka had already gotten in close to him, forcing him into close-range combat. The fight ended pretty quickly, as she was able to dodge the one attack he had time to let out, some air shield that Izuku knew was copied from Ibra, before floating him up and slamming him over the other side of the line harshly by his wrist. Considering that Monoma was essentially quirkless unless he had borrowed quirks in his arsenal, Izuku would have assumed the guy had some skill in basic hand-to-hand combat. Unfortunately, he did not, and Izuku mentally noted to add that to his suggestions list in his analysis notes. Katsuki's fight went as expected. There wasn't a whole lot that a shadow-based quirk could do in a cleared arena against a quirk that generated light. Todoroki blew Shiro out of the ring completely with an unnecessarily large ice glacier. Izuku got the impression that the teen was upset about something, and feared the worst when he noticed that Endeavor had returned to the stands only moments before the fight. Then it was Mei's turn against Ida, and Izuku knew exactly how that fight was going to go since she had already told him her plan. So Izuku decided to use the time to head to the prep room and get ready for his own fight. Part of him almost felt a little bad for how that fight would look for Ida. Almost. But really, Mei and her self-promotion plan had his full support. She was his friend after all, one of the top 4 people in his life, so she took priority over the hero student in his mind. He stood in front of his support items laid out on the table of the prep room, mentally cataloging them and deciding whether he should just bring all of them, or only the most useful. The door clicked open, and Izuku turned his head to see who had walked in, half expecting it to be Mei even though he knew she was probably only halfway through her display of items right now. It was Hitoshi, and the smile that spread across his face at seeing his friend was unstoppable. "You ready?" the taller teen asked as he approached. Izuku knew that wasn't the real question. This was Hitoshi's way of showing he cared, of asking if Izuku would be alright. It was no secret that he hated crowds, or having so many eyes on him. And during this event, all eyes in the arena would be focused solely on him and his fellow competitor. No matter how prepared he was, that anxiety didn't just go away. He looked from his friend to his support items on the table, taking a deep breath as he did the most calming thing he could. Finalize a strategy in his mind. Think of the variables, remember his notes, know his opponent, and know his own strengths. "Yeah, I'm ready." Izuku strode out onto the field towards the battle arena, forcing himself to take a breath with every step. He kept his eyes off the crowd as a pathetic means of pretending they weren't even there. He had decided to only equip the items that would be relevant to his strategy for the fight. This included his staff attached to his back, multifunctional boots, and retractable shield now properly placed on his forearm. The grappling hooks and ionized plasma field chestplate were left behind. Izuku had no idea how activating an electromagnetic field would react to an increased pulse of electricity, and it didn't really seem like a good time to test that. As he stood facing Kaminari from opposite ends of the cement battleground while Midnight recounted the rules, he replayed what he knew about the Electric Boy's fighting style in his head. The other teen had both long and short-range capabilities with his quirk, and was nearly untouchable during a fight unless you wanted to get shocked. That was unless he short-circuited himself. Kaminari could make two different moves. One, which the teen often seemed too fond of in Izuku's opinion, was unleashing a large attack right off the bat. This could be a beneficial move at times, but without a team to back him up, it would leave him defenseless after his brain was fried. The second move would be playing it safe, keeping his body charged so that his opponent would have a hard time touching him with any attack while trying to get in close before releasing the charge. Izuku had plans for either move. "Sorry about this, dude, but I won't be holding back." Kaminari calls across the cement ring. Izuku flashes him one of those grins that Hitoshi always calls terrifying. "You won't need to. I think you're forgetting that I've been watching you for weeks and know everything about your quirk." He swears he sees Kaminari gulp, and Izuku tilts his head to the side a bit. As if to say, "What? Got nothing else to say." Then, Midnight announces the start of the fight. Within barely a second, Izuku was springing into action, wasting no time before launching his attack. He shot forward, extending the shield and detaching it from his forearm before flinging it towards his opponent with deadly accuracy. Kaminari was forced to catch it, accidentally letting off a little electricity directly into the shield based on instinct. His hold in the shield channeled the electric charge into it, rather than allowing it to escape across the field. He may not be able to get too close and touch the boy yet, but he could throw him off and make him panic enough to force him to make mistakes. SW out his staff, which he had no intention of actually hitting the electric boy with since that would just mean shocking himself. Kaminari ducked on instinct. Just as the boy reached toward the ground to let out the large shock attack that Izuku had been hoping for, the support student activated the air compressors on his boots. The timing was just right, and the burst of air shot him a good several feet into the air as electricity sparked and raced across the ground. The height he got allowed him to narrowly miss being caught by the fading sparks that were fizzling out of the attack as he landed back on the cement ground only a few feet away from his opponent. That attack left the blonde short-circuited and pliant. So Izuku collapsed his staff, storing it back in its holster, grabbed his shield off the ground, and approached the boy calmly. Gently, he took his hand, feeling the smallest of lingering shocks spark against his palm, and led him to the edge of the battle ring. Without speaking or fanfare, he gave a small shove to his opponent, forcing him to stumble over the line. And the winner is Midoriya Izuku, from Support Class 1H. The fight between Tetsu and Kirishima was long-lasting and seemingly futile. And Izuku found himself stewing in his own thoughts during it, rather than focusing on the fight below. His fight with Kaminari had gone well, he supposed. The strategy worked and he won, just as he had hoped. But that feeling of winning left an old, hollow emotion churning in his stomach. If anything, he felt conflicted. Old desires that he had long since mourned were clawing at their coffins below the cold dirt he had buried them under. This fight proved that he could win without a quirk, proved that he wasn't incapable of fighting and defending himself. With a good plan and some solid support items, he was capable, not useless or weak. Potentially, if he could win against hero students, he could be a hero. Couldn't he? But did he even want that anymore? That was the real question. And honestly, he didn't think he did. Him being a hero was about saving people, helping people, being useful. That's what he was already doing right now. Plus, his main source of inspiration had been All Might, and that meeting with the hero, along with the others he had at UA, had been incredibly disappointing. If that's what number one looked like, he wasn't interested. He took a breath, distantly noting the announcement that the two fighters in the ring would have to do a tiebreaker later. His thoughts came to a conclusion as he watched Hitoshi walk out onto the field for his first fight. Izuku didn't need or want to be a pro hero anymore. The word hero could apply to anyone really, not just the pros. And what he did now left him feeling fulfilled. He didn't need more. The perusal of that professional title was selfish for him when he could provide so much more use for others in the position he was currently in. Those final thoughts on the matter washed over him, calmly settling into his bones with finality, locking away those old desires for the final time as that morning of dead dreams he'd been carrying drifted into acceptance. Izuku watched Hitoshi with a smile. Glad to see that his friend had been able to take his advice, using the first minute of the fight to talk and make moves, such as creating physical contact with his opponent, that would distract from the activation features of his quirk. Hitoshi only allowed the fight to go on for a little over a minute before he brainwashed Mina. Izuku imagined getting the bubbly girl to talk probably hadn't been very hard. And she obediently marched out of the ring at Hitoshi's command. Izuku didn't wait to watch the final fight of the first round as he left the support course section of the stands with Mei to go meet up with Hitoshi so that he could congratulate him. Everything he had been thinking about during the last two fights had left him feeling a little drained, but he was sure that distracting himself with his friend's success would make him feel a bit better at least. Izuku watched Katsuki's and Uraraka's fight from the stands with both Mei and Hitoshi by his side, each of them letting out their own grimaces and hisses from the brutality of it. It's not that there was anything wrong with the fight, and he certainly didn't agree with the booing crowds, but Katsuki and his explosions were simply a sore experience for him to witness based on his own memories. The way the fight went down was actually quite satisfying. Uraraka fought well and hard, utilizing her own strategy and clearly thinking ahead. It was obvious that Katsuki appreciated the challenge as well, considering how seriously he was taking the fight. But Uraraka's plan was simply no match for the fiery passion that made up her opponent, resulting in her respectable loss. Izuku watched the next fight alone in the archway of the tunnel leading out to the field in preparation for his own second fight. Ida had been able to last longer against Todoroki than Izuku had expected. It seemed that the ice wielder had calmed down since his previous fight, and was now using more planned and precise attacks, eventually catching and subduing his speedy opponent. As the field was restored, he took deep breaths, preparing to face the crowd of the stadium once more. He approached the battlefield with no support items, earning him questioning looks from Kirishima, who had won the tiebreaker, and Midnight, along with eliciting murmurs from the crowd. The moment Midnight gave the announcement to start fighting, he took a step backwards over the line. There was silence for a moment, and Izuku could see the clear disappointment on the redhead's face. But appeasing other people wasn't his responsibility nor longing right now. Knowing what little he did about Kirishima's personality, he imagines his choice wouldn't be seen as manly. But once again, Izuku simply did not care. He had proved what he needed to prove, and he was done here. He listened to Midnight hesitantly announce Kirishima the winner as he was already walking back towards the tunnels. Izuku had only been back in the prep room, preparing to pack away his support items, for barely a minute before the doors were slammed upon. He whipped his head up just in time to see a fuming Katsuki stomping towards him. What the hell was that, Deku? Stepping out of bounds? Really? Of course, a worthless piece of shit like you would get too scared of getting your butt beat up and chicken out. By now, he was standing only a foot away, too close for Izuku's liking. But he kept his face neutral and voice calm as he spoke. I wasn't scared, that's not what this is about. That's not what I'm trying to prove. Katsuki scoffed. Then what are you trying to prove, Deku? That I can be useful, strong, not defenseless? For whatever reason, his response only enrages the blonde further. He's stepping closer into Izuku's face and letting out menacing pops from his palms as he spits out his response. A shitty nerd like you can't ever be dash. He's cut off by Izuku swiftly grabbing his collapsed staff and extending it directly into Katsuki's eye, forcing the boy back a few feet. Izuku holds the staff between them steadily, unflinching from the popping explosions still echoing in the room. He's too tired to deal with this, too sick of having to explain himself. And he can't waste time here when Hitoshi's fight is up next. Izuku levels Katsuki with a harsh look, taking in the other teen's slightly shocked expression. Oh, I can be useful, and I will prove that with the path I have chosen. That is something I have already taken steps towards achieving. I don't owe you explanations, Katsuki. He practically spits out the boy's given name like it's something toxic on his tongue. Katsuki looks like he is about to explode, protest again. He starts, even if you're pathetic but isn't quirkless anymore you dash, but he is interrupted as the door is being slammed open a second time. It's May, and she only takes a moment of staring at the situation before she is aiming one of her support items at the hero student. The room is still. Izuku holding his staff between him and Katsuki, arm outstretched and steady. Pressing the far end into the other teen's heaving each Katsuki looking between the two support students, scowl firmly on his face. And May in the doorway, capture net gun aimed directly at the blonde. Give me the word and I shoot him, she states in a tone that lacks some of her usual chipperness. Katsuki clicks his tongue but doesn't speak. He should have seen the effectiveness of her device from the fight with Ida, and would be properly avoidant of any moves that resulted in being swamped in netting. Izuku retracts his staff, placing it back in his box of support items. No need, he states simply as he breezes past the other boy towards his friend. We'll miss Toshi's fight if we wait any longer. I'm done here. The door closes behind them with a click and the first few moments of their walk are silent before Izuku sighs and gives in. Look, I'm not sure what you heard but dash, I only heard the last bit. She interrupts him with a nudge to his arm and a smile. About the moment he was calling you quirkless? Izuku grimaced. Him and May still hadn't talked about his quirk yet. She hadn't asked, but now was the moment of truth he supposed. About that, it's not exactly true, anymore at least. Oh, I know. She states simply and cheerily. Izuku stumbles to a stop and just blinks at her for a moment. May continues, scratching the back of her neck and laughing awkwardly, I actually know about your quirk already. I kinda, looked up your files when we first met with a hacking program I developed. You what? He breathes out, too shocked to think much else. Please don't be mad, Izuku-an. I wasn't going to say anything unless you told me yourself, and your quirk didn't really matter to me anyways. I was just really curious about you and wanted to be your friend, so I kinda did a little digging. I'm sorry. I really didn't dash, May, he interrupts, putting a hand up to his face as he tries to stifle his laughter. It's really such a May thing to do. And he wasn't upset. If anything, it made him feel better that she wasn't bothered by his quirk situation and saved him from the awkward conversation of explaining it. You're really fine, I'm not mad. I was just a little shocked. They smile at each other for a moment, then both are bursting into a fit of giggles. The two laugh and playfully shove each other all the way back to the stands to watch Hitoshi's fight. They reached the stands just as Hitoshi was walking out onto the field opposite of his opponent. Izuku was very interested in how this fight would go and how Hitoshi would use his quirk due to Tokoyami being his opponent. Tokoyami was on their team during the cavalry battle. So even though they had never directly explained Hitoshi's quirk to the hero student, he got to see it firsthand and probably had a good idea of how it worked. Plus, the teen wasn't exactly the chatty type. The fight started, and as they watched Hitoshi make good use of all the physical training he had done with Izuku and Aizawa by dodging the attacks of Dark Shadow, Izuku leaned into May with a playful grin. So, did you look up Hitoshi's files too? Or am I just special like that? She groaned. I may have done my research on him as well, don't tell him that though. My dad's probably right that I have trouble remembering what boundaries are. He laughed. That's kinda true. But honestly, I think that's just part of who you are, and I find it hilarious. Mei joined him in his laughter, shoving him away from her. Both teens turned their attention back to the fight. Even though they couldn't hear what was being said, they could both tell Hitoshi was getting desperate. Dark Shadow was a hard Quirk to beat, and he needed a response. Surprisingly, it seemed he got one. But not from Tokoyami. Instead they watched with wide eyes as Dark Shadow went still, then practically threw his own user out of the ring in a swift motion. Izuku had a lot of questions about how that worked. Something he could drill Tokoyami and Hitoshi over later. Hitoshi was announced as the winner, and Izuku and Mei decided to wait in the stands this time. Their friend would come to them or stay in the prep rooms until the next fight if he preferred the time alone to rest and concentrate. They had already been over strategies for his potential opponents, all they could offer now was support. Problem child. Izuku whipped his head around at the sound of Aizawa's voice. Follow me. With a look and shrug to Mei, Izuku got up and followed the tired teacher-turned-announcer out of the stands. Where are we going? Announcer's booth. This was Nedzu's idea, by the way. You'll be a student announcer for the remaining fights. He thought it would be a good chance for you to show your analysis and strategy skills or whatever to the crowds. Despite the man's bored tone, Izuku knew him well enough to hear the hints of pride laced within it. He smiled as they made their way to their destination. This could actually be fun. All right, listeners. Do I have your attention? Present mic boomed over the speakers. We're about to get the next round started, but before that I have a special guest to introduce. Joining us for commentary is Izuku Midoriya. You saw him fighting down in the arena, but now he's here with us to display the skills that he focuses on as a support student. Our very own battle strategy analyst in training. First up, we've got Todoroki versus Bakugo. How do you think this fight will play out? Well, they are both strong fighters with strong quirks, so they seem evenly matched. But what will be interesting to watch during this fight are their approaches. Both of them are determined, but Todoroki walks into fights with a calm sense of purpose while Bakugo goes into every fight with a fiery sense of passion. Let's just hope they don't completely destroy the stadium. By using precise, long-distance moves, Todoroki is attempting to create obstacles that Bakugo will have to blast away. He's most likely attempting to exhaust his opponent before taking him on directly. It's a smart move, but they will both be pushing their limits. Bakugo isn't the type to give up though. He'll push past his limits as far as he can if it means victory. Look at that blast. I can hardly see what's going on down there. With the nature of their quirks, the heat from the explosions and cool air from the ice creates a significant form of wind pressure that is blowing around the debris and obstructing visibility for both us and the fighters. Somebody needs to get that kid a leash. He has a strong sense of victory and strength. Since Todoroki only used his ice during this fight, Bakugo most likely feels that it wasn't a real win. He wants to know his opponents are giving it their all. That's why we saw such tenacity during his fight with Uraraka. While Midnight takes care of our unconscious students and Cementos repairs the field, I suggest all our listeners out in the stands use this time to use bathrooms and visit the food stalls before the next fight. Next up we have the Rock of Class 1A, Kirishima, versus the Rogue from the General Education course, Shinso. Looks like Kirishima is going right in for the first punch with no hesitation. Shinso has been developing strong hand-to-hand combat techniques since before the start of the school year. Even with Kirishima's strong punches, he'll have a hard time landing one on Shinso. What we should? Oh, never mind then. Looks like this will be over soon. Izuku had to hold a hand over his mouth to prevent his giggles from being heard over the microphone. With the special cameras in the announcement booth, he could see just enough of the arena to make out the contestants' faces. Hitoshi looked so smug the moment Kirishima fell into the hold of his quirk, even though the purple-haired boy was trying his best to look neutral. It was kinda cute how he pretended not to care. Kirishima is just walking right out of the ring, folks. Like all of Shinso's other opponents. Just how persuasive is this kid? For our finalists, we have Shinso and Bakugo. Midoriya, you actually took part in training and preparing Shinso for this event, right? His success in the festival is partially owed to your own planning in a way. Sorry, but I actually have to disagree with that. As an analyst and strategist, I can tell those doing the fighting what the best approaches and plans are all day long. But unless they put in their own effort to utilize and act on that advice, it all goes to waste. Shinso is down there earning his place himself right now because he is determined to prove himself and be a hero. I take no credit for that. You can't force someone to be driven, they have to come with that trait themselves. Well said, kid. It's the same for me as a teacher. What my students accomplish or don't accomplish down there today is the result of their own efforts. I can give guidance, but they have to put in the work. Very inspiring. You heard it here, folks. Our UA students are driven with an unmatched passion to be your next future heroes. Izuku looked down on the match about to take place. This was it, the final push. Even if Hitoshi didn't win, he already placed high enough to be considered for a transfer. But still, he couldn't help feeling apprehensive about what was about to take place. He did his best to warn his friend about Katsuki, showing him his notes on the blonde and telling him all he knew about the way he fought. Regardless, Katsuki was a strong fighter, but also a smart one in his own way. If the boy already found out Hitoshi's quirk, and Izuku would bet he did, the fight would get brutal really fast. This was important for his friend. Even if he didn't win, he would fight hard and should be proud of that. It didn't stop Izuku from feeling slightly sick at seeing his best friend be on the receiving side of Katsuki's quirk after so many bad memories of that himself. Hearing Izuku's praise over the intercom eased some of the anxiety that was hammering in his tea. He knew his friend meant every word, even if he would argue against those words himself. In his opinion, Izuku deserved plenty of credit for where he was right now. Even without Izuku's strategies, the amount of confidence that having his friend believe in him provided was no small gift. Hitoshi would try his best in this final fight to be deserving of that confidence. They had talked about the probability of him facing Bakugo. Talked about how best to rile the guy up and get a response. Talked about his fighting style and his quirk. Now was the time to put that knowledge into action. Even if he didn't win, he would put up a DMN good fight. As expected, the second midnight announced the start of the fight. Bakugo was launching an attack. Starting with a right hook, Hitoshi commented aloud as he dodged the initial attack. Izuku warned me about that. The blonde growled like some feral beast as he went to swing his other arm around, explosions popping off in his palms. Hitoshi dropped low to avoid it, then swung around a leg that planted a firm kick into the blonde's stomach and backed up to gain some distance again. The distance didn't last long, but Hitoshi kept up his commentary in an even tone with every narrowly missed attack. Have you ever tried being less predictable? Or do you always fight like you're throwing some kind of tantrum? Die. Bakugo shouted out as he launched forward again. It wasn't enough for Hitoshi to latch onto. Izuku had discovered that any audible noise was enough for his quirk to activate, as long as it was a response to a question he had asked. This unfortunately did not seem to count as a response, probably because it was just what the idiot always yelled out during fights. He grit his teeth as the attack hit his shoulder. It burned and knocked him off his feet. But he was still in bounds and quick to recover. You really need to think of better one-liners, Hitoshi drawled as he launched forward from his crouched position, tackling the blonde around the torso. Trying to pin the guy down would be useless with those weaponized hands, so he planted a knee into Bakugo's gut before backing off again. Talking like that isn't very befitting of a hero. But I guess you've never been the heroic type, have you, Kaken? The enraged face his opponent made almost made Hitoshi smirk. It looked like Izuku had been right about the nickname getting under the blonde's skin. Unfortunately, instead of a response, it only served to make the blonde more vicious in his attacks. He wasn't able to put distance between them again. Explosive attacks came without pause. The brainwasher did his best to dodge and keep up with the commentary, but his clothes were getting burned off with every narrowly dodged attack. Skin was burning, and it was getting harder to move through the pain. A few more punches and kicks were landed, including a satisfying fist planted in Bakugo's jaw, but they did little against the incessant explosions. Getting a little irritated there, Kaken? Shut the F up. Hitoshi's eyes widened. It was a response. But the same moment that he was trying to latch onto it, An explosion was planted right in his gut. The pain made him lose his grip, and he was launched through the air. He hit the wall hard. Head swimming and vision blurry. Sheet, he was out of bounds. Hitoshi felt like throwing up. Definitely a concussion. He distantly notices a wall of cement being put up, and the continued sound of explosions. A smirk crawls its way onto his face as the medical bots load him onto a gurney. He may have lost, but at least he got to PSS off the guy who used to torment his friend. That was something at least. Hitoshi sat on one of the beds of the nurse's station, shoveling energy gummies into his mouth. His head still hurt like a beach, but the concussion and his burns had already been healed by Recovery Girl. The door slid open to the room, and there stood a breathing and smiling Izuku. He must have run there all the way from the announcer's booth, based on his current state. Hitoshi was just about to apologize for failing to beat Bakugo and win first, but before he could get any words out, a body was slammed into his. "You did so good, Toshi. You were really amazing out there," Izuku spoke excitedly, as he held his friend in a firm but gentle grip. Hitoshi went completely still for a moment as he processed the fact that he was being hugged. Besides his mom's, he really hasn't hugged anyone else in a long time. It was nice, it was warm. He wrapped his arms around his friend and buried his forehead into his shoulder as he spoke. "Thanks, Zuku. Still didn't win though." Izuku pulled away, and the warmth left too fast for Hitoshi's liking. His friend looked at him with a reprimanding expression on his face. "Don't be stupid. You fought really hard, and you should be proud of that. If you had been able to take in a support item or two, I'm positive you could have beat that idiot. Understand?" Hitoshi grinned. Somehow just a few words of confidence from Izuku could have his mood skyrocketing again. Whatever Izuku said simply felt like undeniable truth when he spoke like that. "Second place isn't so bad though, I guess. DMN right, it isn't. I'm proud of you. By the time school starts again, you'll be a hero student for sure. Then you'll have plenty of opportunities to kick Katsuki's butt, especially with all the support items May is already planning for you. She better test those things properly first. I don't really feel like being on the receiving end of one of her explosions. Don't worry, I'll be there to monitor her." "That really doesn't make me feel better," Hitoshi joked. Izuku shoved his arm in retaliation. "Rude. All the planning we do for you, and we receive no gratitude for it." He placed his hand over his heart in fake hurt. Hitoshi leaned forward again, placing his head back on his friend's shoulder. The words were whispered out, but he knew Izuku could hear him. "Thank you, I mean it." Tuya had only been watching the sports festival to see if he could catch any glimpses of his brother. Being anywhere near his family's house was risky with his current situation. They thought he was dead after all, and he didn't need any attention on him just yet. It's not that he cares about how his family is doing without him. He doesn't, or at least that's what he tries to convince himself of. But watching to see how the little brat was doing or how he looked now that he was in high school was just a bit of curiosity on his part. It wasn't that he cared. It wasn't. But imagine his surprise when that crazy little green kid he'd run into twice now showed up on the screen. A support student at UA of all places and homeless, something he was sure the school must be unaware of, or maybe they just didn't care. They were heroes, after all, and heroes had never cared about his situation. At least the little twerp wasn't aiming to be one of those heroes too. It would really be for the best, keep the kid out of too much trouble hopefully. Not that he cared, because once again he didn't. Tamura grinned at the screen. He was glad he was able to recognize that little brat despite the kid being so plain looking. Now, he had a name to go with the face. It was a little disappointing that the kid really wasn't one of those hero brats. That meant he probably wouldn't get the chance to kill the kid during any of his future plans. He could always take on a side quest though, he supposed. But maybe it wasn't really worth it. Remembering how the little effer had managed to land a hit on him really set Tamura off, and he started to scratch at his neck again. It was just so irritating, especially since he still couldn't figure out the brat's quirk after the festival had finished. He hadn't used it at all for some reason, but the villain was sure it must be something to do with body control or paralysis if he was the reason his nomas stopped working. There were too many unknowns and missing bits of information. It made him scratch even harder. At least now he had more information on the kid, and could report back to Sensei what he had found. Young Tamura's report on the sports festival had come with an interesting tidbit of information. Something that All for One simply had to confirm for himself. He was intending to watch the event himself anyways, to keep an eye out for any students that may have inherited that wretched quirk of his nemesis. But now he had an even more intriguing reason to watch, that child that his protégé seemed so bothered by. And sure enough, he was greeted with a name and face he hadn't seen in quite a while. A little over 10 years, if he remembered correctly. Nothing but a failed experiment of his really. From the looks of it, the child still possessed no sign of a quirk, or at least not an obvious or powerful one. If he had something like Tamura had originally described, the child would surely display that power during the event and wouldn't limit himself to some pathetic support role. Still a waste, it seemed. However, the child was garnering some attention. So maybe it would be wise to consider checking into him if the villain could find the time to do so. So, Izuku asked as he bounced on the ball of his feet, Mei doing the same by his side, as Hitoshi approached the school gate where they had been waiting. Hitoshi had been called into Nedza's office for a meeting this morning, the day after the festival, and asked both of them to meet him there for support. Izuku was already sure that he knew what the result of that meeting would be, but that didn't stop him from desperately wanting to hear his friends say the news himself. The taller teen paused, face carefully neutral, as he eyed the two support students. His silence only made the two lean in with anticipation. Finally, he cracked a smile. "You're looking at Class 1 as newest member." Izuku and Mei let out something similar to a squeal as they both tackled the taller teen into a group hug. "I knew it," the shorter boy exclaimed as he pulled out of the hug. "They'd be stupid not to let you in. This is amazing, Toshi." "Yeah, well, let's just hope the other hero students aren't a bunch of a-holes about it. I did beat a few of them already, and I don't really feel like having enemies on my first day." Izuku waved off his concern. "Tokoyami was cool after your fight, so you can always just hang around him. Plus, if any of them give you trouble, just send Mei after them." "Yeah," the girl joined in with a crazed gleam in her eyes. "I'll just set up one of my exploding babies in their costume next time they get upgrades. Nothing lethal, just enough for a trip to the nurse's office." Hitoshi shivered. Let's just hold off on that idea for now. No physically maiming the hero students. You two will traumatize them." Both support students nodded knowingly, accepting the comment as some wise truth. Dream Team, Crime Edition, Aizawa showed up plus two others, from Detective Dad. "Good job at the sports festival, kiddo." From Detective Dad. "The kid who won second is that friend of yours, right?" From Functional Chaos. "Yep, that's Hitoshi. He just got officially transferred into the hero course." From Dadzawa. "I'm still upset about your little stunt with the explosions." Dadzawa changed Functional Chaos's name to Leash Kid from Leash Kid. "What is with you and putting kids on leashes?" From Dadzawa. "You can ask questions when you stop putting yourself in danger for no reason." From Detective Dad. "I'm glad you didn't get hurt, but you nearly gave me a slide when you did that." From Leash Kid. "Alright, fair enough." From Dadzawa. "Tell Shinso that just because he got into the hero course doesn't mean our after-school training is stopping. He still has a lot of catching up to do." From Leash Kid. "Oh God, you're gonna make him cry. Can't you give him a break?" From Dadzawa. "Break is what the 2 days off school are for." From Leash Kid. Big L in the chat. From Detective Dad. "I have no idea what that means." From Leash Kid. "Don't worry about it, old man." From Leash Kid. "Also, check your email. I just sent you a new file on Quirk breakdowns for that robbery case you're working on." From Detective Dad. "How did you even know about that? We haven't released anything to the media yet." From Leash Kid. "Don't worry about that. You know I have my ways, love." So far, his first day in the hero course was passing exactly how Hitoshi had expected it to. Aizawa introduced him at the beginning of homeroom. There had been a few comments and questions that left him with the impression that this class was particularly chaotic and chatty, something he didn't look forward to. Some students that he had interacted with during the sports festival, like Tokoyami and Uraraka, offered him waves or nods of acknowledgement, and even Kirishima offered him a bright smile as he found his seat. A seat that happened to be behind Bakugu of all people. The boy scowled at him, but that seemed like the guy's normal face, so he paid it no mind. Other than that, his morning classes passed with few interruptions. That all changed the moment the bell rang for lunch. Suddenly, he was swamped by curious faces and excited classmates as he lazily attempted to pack up his things. "Hey dude. My name's Kaminari. It's super cool to have you in our class now." Hitoshi just stared at the boy with his bored expression, mentally debating whether silence or a short answer would allow him to escape quicker. Someone else started talking before he got the chance to decide. "And Amina Ishido. We fought during the first round of the 1v1s, remember?" He nodded. "Hey, can you tell us your quirk now? We all had an idea but we're really curious. You totally dominated with it." He moved to stand from his seat, preparing to leave before answering. "Brainwashing," he supplied. Short and simple. It would be best to just get that issue out of the way now, so that he would know which people would want to avoid him. He had gotten fairly comfortable at UA and around Mei and Izuku, so far the nature of his quirk hadn't been much of an issue. But he wasn't foolish enough to let the short break from being the villain kid and a reject among his peers lull him into some false sense of comfort. If any of his classmates were going to have a problem with him, he'd rather get it over with now so that he wouldn't have to be disappointed later. "That's so manly dude," a redhead, Kirishima if he remembered correctly, exclaimed with a clenched fist. Hitoshi was surprised, though he refused to show it, as he took in their reactions. None of the few gathered around him seemed put off by the quirk, for now at least. As the group moved to follow him out of the classroom, the questions and chattering continued. The Kaminari kid seemed to be the one with the most energy. "That's like super cool dude. How does it work? Can you use it on anyone? Do you need to touch them or something? Does it only work on one person at a time?" His rapid-fire questioning sort of reminded Hitoshi of Izuku. Except this was more annoying. When Izuku did it, it was different. Take a DM breath, Hitoshi cut off the continuing string of questions. "You'll have to figure that stuff out for yourself. I'm not gonna tell you." "Aw man." The guy pouted for a moment before instantly cheering up again. "You should totally join us for lunch." It was that pink girl, Ishido, this time. "No, before he could finish, a shout and the sound of pounding footsteps in his direction caused him to stop short. Hitoshi whipped his head around just in time to see the color green before a small, muscular body was slamming into him. "Toshi!" Izuku exclaimed as he grabbed the taller teen's shoulders and began shaking him back and forth, seemingly ignoring the other hero students now watching them. "You're coming with me. We need to go to the support labs and stop Mei from exploding Power Loader Sensei's desk for giving her detention again." Before any of the other students could react, Izuku was pulling Hitsuhai away by the wrist and sprinting back down the hallway. He was silently grateful for his chaotic friend's unintentional rescue that allowed him to escape the hell that was social interaction. "I think that was the most I've ever heard Midoriya talk at once," Raccoon Eyes commented as they all finally made their way to the cafeteria. Katsuki had been hanging back during the whole interaction. He really didn't want to talk to the new FR. Actually, he needed a nickname for the guy if he was going to be around now. "Bags. Yeah, that would work." He also had no interest in this stupid FANG conversation, so he just stayed silent. All he wanted was to get to lunch already and for everyone to just shut up for once. "Actually, he talked a lot when I talked to him during the sports festival," Pink Cheeks added. "Then why doesn't he ever talk much when he's observing our class?" It was shitty hair this time. Katsuki clicked his tongue. It was a good thing the nerd had learned how to shut the F up for once. They didn't all need to go around questioning it. Plus, why would they want to talk to him in the first place? Deku was just there to take his stupid notes, that's it. He wouldn't have shit to say that was important anyways. Even just hearing about the shitty nerd made him irritated, it always has since they were kids. But after their little conversation at the sports festival, he found himself just getting more set off. Something had changed about Deku, and he didn't like it. The guy had a spine now, and always looked so tired for some reason, nothing like when they were kids. It should be a good thing. That smile and crybaby personality was one of the things he hated most about him. But for some reason, every time he was reminded of it, his stomach churned. He couldn't quite figure out why it upset him, it just didn't sit right in his head. Something happened to Deku when he wasn't paying attention to the little sheet, and maybe that just bothered him because he's known the guy his whole DMN life. So having weird shit happen to him without him noticing was FING annoying. Yeah, that's gotta be it. The new quirk he apparently had and new attitude just made him mad because it all happened without him realizing. FING annoying. Maybe he only feels comfortable when he's around his friends. Him and Shinso seem pretty close. Raccoon Eyes wondered with a finger pressed to her chin. He seems like an interesting guy. We should try to get to know him too. Hey, Bakubro, didn't you know Midoriya from before school? Were you guys friends? That prickling burning feeling stirred in his irritated, he snapped. I'm not friends with that loser. Would you guys just shut the F up about him already? He's not FNG special. It seemed that Izuku and Mei were intent on unintentionally drawing attention to Hitoshi. Attention was something he was actually trying to avoid, though that seemed impossible at this point. Similar to what had happened at lunch, the moment the bell rang for his final class, he was surrounded by the louder and more talkative members of class. For some unknown reason, they all seemed weirdly intent on getting to know him. It was strange, and maybe some small part of him appreciated the lack of avoidance. But they all had an energy he simply could not keep up with. He was already stressed enough about being behind on hero training, and trying to relearn how socializing normally worked wasn't something he could focus on right now. There were just so many questions, and he made a point to only answer about a fourth of them. Questions that required more than a few words as an answer were met with his silence. This didn't seem to deter them from asking more though. He had only made it a few steps outside of the classroom before chaos arrived in the form of 2 support students. Izuku once again ignored the hero students watching in stunned silence as he slammed into Hitoshi, lifting the taller boy up and throwing him over his shoulder. Hitoshi decided to simply accept his fate in this moment. Target acquired, Izuku announced as he turned to Mei, who was standing next to him with a crazed gleam in her eye. To the testing grounds? She announced with a dramatic point of her finger. As if this were some kind of covert operation, the green-haired boy nodded seriously, and the 2 were sprinting down the hallway again with Hitoshi still thrown over Izuku's shoulder. Part of him was a little irritated that Izuku was able to move around as if the teen he was carrying weighed little to nothing. You know, you could have just asked me to come with you guys like normal friends, rather than kidnapping me, he commented as he was finally set down. That wouldn't be as much fun, Mei declared with a clap of her hands and a beaming smile. Plus it's entertaining to mess with the hero students, Izuku added with a grin. And it's a way to establish our demps as your friends. We can't have you forgetting about us now that you're surrounded by a bunch of future heroes, or have them think they can ever rank higher than us in your best friend charts. Hitoshi let out a huff of laughter at that, reaching out to plant his knuckles into green curls and dig in playfully. Don't be an idiot. I'm not gonna forget about 2 psychos like you. And if I stopped hanging around, you 2 would definitely get yourselves killed. It was actually really nice hearing that they were worried about something like that. A warm feeling spread in his eye, and he smiled at his 2 friends. Like a real, genuine smile. Izuku beamed back at him. I want a gun, Izuku states plainly and simply the moment he walks into the classroom and spots Mei. Power loader chokes on his coffee, spewing some of the liquid onto the papers on his desk. Izuku hears his teacher curse under his breath as he scrambles to save the papers from being ruined. Mei simply looks at him with a questioning tilt of her head. Like, a real gun, she asks. No, not like that. There's a sigh of what Izuku would assume is relief from their teacher. So like my capture net gun. Izuku hums and presses a fist into his chin. No, or sort of, but more. Do you think it's possible to build a gun that can shoot multiple things? Like, maybe if it's loaded with small canisters, the canisters could each house something different. Mei begins bouncing excitedly, grin wide on her face. I like that, Izuku. What would be in the canisters? I'm thinking capture nets like you have, but also tranquilizers. Sticky fluid to subdue villains. RBB bullets, non-lethal bombs, electrified pellets. There's really so many options, but imagine one gun that could shoot all of them if you had the right ammunition. He finished with a dramatic spread of his arms. The idea had come to him last night while he had been out roaming the streets and doing surveillance. He suspected that some of the 24-hour businesses he had been utilizing were starting to notice him, so he decided it would be safest to avoid staying overnight at any of them for at least a few days. This led to a lot of wandering and very little sleep, which really just gave him more time to think and develop new ideas for support weapons. So far, Mei was really the one between the two of them that had most of the new ideas when it came to support items. He had mostly expanded on existing ideas or upgrading normal items, but he really wanted to get into that innovative mindset that his friend always had. So this is what he came up with: a gun that could shoot canisters filled with whatever type of ammunition they could develop themselves. Mei was giggling with excitement, pulling out notebooks and blank blueprint sheets at lightning speed. Amazing! A multipurpose tool that can be quickly altered to best serve its user during any given situation. We should start with the gun and canister design, making sure it will fire anything that is housed within the cylinder ammunition capsules. Then we can start developing the ammunition itself. Izuku nodded along to her chatter, leaning over and placing his chin on her shoulder from behind to watch her work. I think having ammunition that can both capture villains and offensive ones will be good for versatility. Making it into a gun will make it more user-friendly. Exactly, she exclaimed excitedly. We'll have so much fun testing this baby. Hey, Power Loader Sensei. The man looked up from his desk. Yes, handsome. Do we have a shooting range on campus? Their teacher sighed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. We do. But you two have to get permission to use it ahead of time. And you need a staff supervisor. Bother Snipe about it or something, but please don't create any more problems that force me file another incident report. Both teams just looked up at him, grinning wickedly, and said in unison, we would never. Majima would swear that those two will be responsible for him growing gray hairs at this point. Hitoshi was staring at the paper in front of him in mild yet pleased shock. Internships had just been announced, and he was honestly surprised that he had gotten some requests. His list was small compared to some of the other students, but it wasn't zero. That meant that some pros had seen him and been impressed enough to want him to work with them. It was nice, even if he wasn't allowed to select any of the agencies to work with. Since he was a new transfer and had not been a part of any hero training exercises yet, the school had decided it wasn't safe for him to go out and take part in any internships at other agencies yet. He was, however, going to be interning with an approved staff member so that he wouldn't miss the experience entirely. That approved staff member was none other than Eraserhead. It would be a good experience, and something he looked forward to since he also planned on going the underground route. Being a known hero would only be positive in the sense that he could show others with villainous quirks that they could prove society wrong. But realistically, his quirk and its activation requirements were best suited for work in the shadows. Having too many people know about him would only serve to render him ineffective in the field. A knock at the door of the classroom interrupted his thoughts, and he watched Aizawa wiggle across the floor to open it in that yellow monstrosity that Izuku had told him about. The door opened to reveal a tired-looking Izuku. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Hitoshi frowned as he noted that those dark circles under his eyes seemed to be getting worse. He watched as Izuku leaned forward to whisper something to the teacher, and the man let out a grunt and nod of his head before letting Izuku through the door. He moved to stand behind the podium at the front. And Hitoshi also noticed that the scruffy man opted to slump on the ground next to the support corps student rather than retreat back behind his desk. All right, Class 1A, Izuku began as he shifted some papers around in his hand. The teen kept his eyes cast slightly below eye level, and he guessed it was because of that anxiety his friends seemed to have over too many people looking at him. Maybe Aizawa knew about that too, and that's why he chose to stay close to Izuku. You guys should have just heard about your internships. So Nedzu asked me to come and give you guys suggestions for updating your costumes before you have your first taste of real work experience. There were nods from the class, some leaning in a bit, eager for the chance to talk about costumes. Let's get started. Yaoyorozu, Hitoshi heard the girl shift to sit up straighter behind him. Your costume lacks any sort of physical protection against both the elements and attacks. I realize the design was made due to your quirk, and I'm not here to criticize modesty choices if you're comfortable with the design. But I do think you should know that we can make costumes out of your DNA that won't hinder your quirk capabilities and will provide you with more coverage and protection. I didn't know that, thank you. Hitoshi couldn't decide if he wanted to laugh or be proud of his friend. The way Izuku talked when he was in work mode was so much different than how he talked around Mei and him. The difference almost gave him whiplash. Next, Hagakure. You have a similar situation to Yaoyorozu, so the same advice applies. There's no reason why you should have to fight naked and shoeless. It's illogical and dangerous. Mineta made some whining noise and under-the-breath comment about how Izuku was ruining his views of hot babes. Sharp green eyes snapped towards the little perv and bore into him with a look that Hitoshi would call threatening. Mineta, you'll be next since you seem to think you have the right to comment on other people's costume choices. His tired tone was sharp, and a small grin spread on his face. Hitoshi was pretty sure he heard Shiro let out a low whistle beside him. Your costume is simply ugly. I suggest re-evaluating that. Maybe re-evaluate a lot of things, just in general. Hitoshi couldn't resist snorting at the sputtering noise made from the grape effer behind him, and there was an unmistakable huff that came from the yellow lump at the front of the classroom. Todoroki, he shifted his focus to where the two-toned boy sat in the back. That large fake ice part to your costume is unnecessarily bulking and restricts movement. It's also ugly. I suggest removing it or changing it to something more subtle. If you need design help, there's always someone in the support labs for that. Ida, your costume has good protection elements, and your mobility seems to be fine so far. But I would consider a redesign on your helmet. Currently, the visor part blocks too much visibility and could hinder your attentiveness in the field. The stiff boy in question stood from his seat and offered one of those ridiculous bows while chopping his arm up and down. Thank you for the suggestion. I did not consider that. Izuku nodded before moving on. Lastly, Kaminari and Gyre. Nothing is necessarily wrong with your costumes, but they do make you look like normal civilians. It's important for people to be aware of your status as a hero the moment you arrive on the scene. Please consider a redesign or adding an aspect to your current design that will make you stand out more as a future hero. Take present Mike for example. The clothes he wears could be seen as civilian on their own, but the way he does his hair, along with his personality gimmick, all combine to make it very clear that he is a hero. He tucked the papers he'd laid out on the podium back under his arm, making quick eye contact with Hitoshi before smiling. That's everything that needed to be addressed right now. If I didn't have a suggestion for you, your costume is either fine as it is or it can wait until after internships. Oh, and Toshi, his tired tone brightened up at this part. Mei and I already have some possible costume designs for you. Come check them out whenever you get the chance. If anyone else has any questions, you can normally find me or another support student in the labs. Right now, I have to go give 1B their suggestions before homeroom ends. With a few whispered words to Aizawa, his friend left out the door again. The whole class burst into conversation the moment he was gone. Anyone else think that was kinda hot? Kaminari breathed out suddenly. Hitoshi nearly choked and his head whipped up. He thinks he might have even heard a surprised grunt from the sleeping bag at the front of the room, probably listening in while pretending to sleep. Shiro started laughing next to him, and multiple people turned their attention to the conversation now. He even saw Todoroki incline his head slightly to hear the conversation better. You like being told what you're wearing is stupid or something? Dunce face. Not that, the electric boy whined. I mean how he was just up there taking charge. It was just kinda impressive since he's our age, that's all. So you have a thing for authority figures, Shiro commented between his laughter. Kaminari just hit his forehead against his desk in defeat. Hitoshi felt like his mind was reeling due to the topic of conversation. On one hand, it was hilarious and something Izuku would definitely be embarrassed by. But on the other hand, it left some weird twisting feeling in his stomach, like having other people notice how amazing his friend was a threat. He is kinda cute and strong, Ashido added with a finger pressed to her chin. I mean, we all saw how he threw Shinso over his shoulder yesterday. Hitoshi groaned at the memory. It may be impressive, but it was a little embarrassing too. It was super manly. Kirishima was now even joining in. Makes me wish he would have stuck around so I could fight him in the sports festival. Oh yeah. Kaminari lifted back up from his slumped position. Shinso, do you know what was up with that? He fought me but then backed out for the second fight. The brainwasher eyed them all for a moment, trying to decide what Izuku would be comfortable with him saying. Well, he's a support student, so he didn't really feel like getting far in the festival was important for him once he made sure I got to the final event. But he did want to win at least one fight, just to prove he could hold his own if he needed to. It was more of a personal thing for him. They all nodded seriously at his explanation, causing him to assume they didn't understand but would accept his response regardless. Whatever, it's not like they need to understand Izuku's motives anyway. Hitoshi was going to let it pass until a certain explosive blonde decided to join the conversation. Yeah, right? Deku just didn't want to get his butt beat. I don't care what he says. He's just a coward like he's always been. Hitoshi's eyebrow twitched in irritation, but he kept up his bored expression all the same. Says the guy who's known him all his life yet fails to understand a single thing about him. But I guess it's not your fault. It'd be pretty hard to understand anyone with your head stuck so far up your own butt. Isn't that right, Kaken? Small explosions popped in Bakugu's palms, and Hitoshi noticed Aizawa shifting into the seated position. Don't call me that, Eyebags. Eyebags? Clever. Maybe I'll stop when you quit calling him that dumbass nickname. He shrugged. Just remember, Hitoshi continued as he stood from his seat, grinning down at the blonde next to him with a sharp demeanor. I know a thing or two about your middle school days. Probably not everything, but enough. The subtle threat must have registered, because even though the popping of explosions didn't stop, Bakugu didn't say anything either. Hitoshi walked towards the door of the classroom, hands in his pockets as he called out. Excuse me, but I have a friend to see about my costume design now. As you already know, the Hero Corps students will be participating in internships next week, Nedzu stated as he poured their cups of tea. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I gave those who were in need of costume updates my suggestions like you requested. Very good. The principal replied in a chipper tone. But there is actually something else regarding internships I wanted to suggest to you. The team gave Nedzu a questioning look as a signal to continue. You may not be aware, but support and business course students also take internships or work experience opportunities. While it is not required of them, it is still a valuable way to gain knowledge and make connections. Most students in the support typically do this during summer break, but I have arranged an option for you now, if you would like it. I do an internship at the same time as the hero students. The idea sounded great to Izuku. He was always looking for more ways to occupy his time and keep his mind off of less fortunate things. Plus, if the setup for this internship was the same as the hero students, then that would mean he'd be staying overnight somewhere for a week. An actual bed would be an opportunity he would jump at, even if it was for only a few days. Tsukachi has agreed to take you on as an intern at the police department. You would gain experience in all the levels of work involved in opening and closing cases. This includes investigations, witness interviews, paperwork, police force and hero coordination, etc. Like I said, this is not required, so the choice is yours. Izuku was practically bouncing up and down in his seat, though he tried to contain himself. Getting real work experience and spending the week with the detective was just too exciting. And it helped settle any anxiety that he may have about working in person with new people since he was already comfortable around Tsukachi. I accept, the teen replied with a smile. That sounds amazing, thank you. The chimera smiled back at him. I thought you would like it. I'll let Tsukachi know to make arrangements. Izuku knocks on the door of Class 1A feeling confused. He had been told that he needed to visit the class for his homeroom today, but hadn't been told why. Just the other day he was here to give them their suggestions for costume changes, so maybe that was the reason. But not knowing for sure made him a bit anxious. This was the first time he was showing up to the class with no prior knowledge of what he was needed for. Aizawa slides open the door, tilting his head to the side as a signal to enter. Izuku obeys as he asks quietly, "Was there something you needed me for?" Majima-sensei didn't tell me why I was supposed to be here. It'll be explained in a second, kid, the man answered as they moved further into the room. He pointed to a stray chair placed near his desk before continuing. For now, grab that chair and take a seat next to your friend. We'll get started in a bit. The teen did as asked and grabbed the chair, moving down the aisle past Katsuki, who glared at him like usual and planting the seat directly next to Hitoshi. Izuku asked the silent question of what was going on with a raised eyebrow, and his friend only offered a shrug in response. As Izuku got situated in his seat, he noticed a few people eyeing him with looks he couldn't quite decipher. They weren't mean or bad looks, he didn't think, but being watched never made him feel particularly comfortable. He shifted closer to lean into Hitoshi a bit for the physical reminder of having his friend next to him. Knowing Hitoshi was next to him was always calming, and he wasn't exactly sure why. It wasn't something that bothered him though. And he knew that he wasn't bothering Hitoshi because the taller teen reached his hand out to briefly ruffle his hair as a form of reassurance. It made Izuku relax a little more, letting a small smile grace his lips. "All right," Aizawa droned as he took his place at the podium. "With your upcoming internships, you all have an important task ahead of you. Picking hero names. Even though you're still students and these names may be temporary, it's important to take this seriously. If you start making a name for yourself as a student, the name you chose now could end up being something you get stuck with. So choose wisely or dash, you'll have hell to pay later." Midnight interrupted as she slammed open the door. Aizawa sighed. "Midnight here will be the one approving your name choices. This isn't my forte." Izuku and Hitoshi both let out quiet snorts of laughter at that. They'd heard the story of how his name got picked, so they knew exactly what Aizawa meant by that. The thing is, Izuku still didn't understand what he was doing here. Did Aizawa want him to help approve student names? That really wasn't his job or something he felt qualified for in all honesty. So he decided to ask. He raised his hand, waiting for a nod from the tired teacher before asking, "Sorry Aizawa, but what am I doing here? Even though you're not aiming to be a hero, you are still aiming for a role that involves active field work. Having heroes or police call you by your real name in front of villains, even if it's just over the comms, could put you in danger. Having a code name will protect both your anonymity and your identity in the future if you gain attention from criminals." The teen nodded his response. He supposed that made sense. Picking a name would be a lot different for him than the hero students. The others would have to focus on picking a name that civilians and other heroes would hear and recognize, something that emphasized their role as a protector in society. Izuku's own choice could have less weight behind it. He wouldn't be famous to the people, but it would still have to be something distinct and easy for the heroes and police that he would work with to recognize and use. As white bards were being passed out, he let his mind race with the possibilities. The activity of picking a codename with all the hero students almost threatened to stir up some old emotions about being a hero, but he was quick to shove them down. Focusing on what type of name he would go with, ignoring the thoughts about what type of name he would be choosing if he were going to be a hero instead. Those thoughts were useless to him now and illogical. He could go with a name that would have relation to the word intelligence or knowledge, something that related to the role he would provide in the field. There was Tomo, which meant intelligence, knowledge, but that seemed too plain. The name Masa meant just or true, though he didn't like the sound of that either. He could always go with something foreign to avoid sounding too plain. Kato was a gender-neutral name of Latin origin that meant judgment or wise. None of those options felt right though. Izuku decided to do a little searching on his phone. Just as he found an option to consider, Hitoshi started nudging his arm. He looked back up to his friend, who was staring at him with almost panicked eyes. "I can't think of anything," Hitoshi whispered. Izuku snorted. "You never had ideas for your name when you were a kid or anything?" "I didn't think I'd make it this far," he replied with a slight grimace. All right, let's brainstorm." Izuku planted his elbow on his friend's desk and rested his chin on his fist. "Hey, what about that? Brainstorm." "No." The crowd. "Okay, something to do with your abilities. How about the Toucan Mastermind? That sounds like a cheesy villain name." Hitoshi pointed out with a flat look. They paused to think, and the taller teen was the next one to put out an idea. "Mindfuck. You're gonna tell that name to a kid?" Izuku asked incredulously. "Fair point." "Brain boy," the shorter teen offered with a mocking grin. "Now you're just being ridiculous." Izuku snickered, knowing that would be his friend's reaction. He made a humming noise as he racked his brain for real options this time. "What about controller?" It hints at the effect of your quirk without being too specific. It's also easy to say, and offers just a hint of intimidation that would be good for underground work. He watched as his purple-haired friend grinned and nodded. That's good, I like that one. Only a few seconds later, Midnight was announcing that it was time to start sharing names so that she could approve them. Both boys hurried to scribble their choices onto their boards. Listening to other students present their names was actually pretty entertaining. Most of them he approved of and quite liked actually. Some were less inspired. Oyama, for example, picked a name that did describe him, Izuku supposed. But it would be difficult to say quickly in the field and would probably have to be altered or shortened over time. He also thought Wajiro's could have been more creative, but at least it was simple. And, of course, Mina's choice. It was terrible, but so was everything else about the little sheet, so Izuku had no intention of caring much about that. Ida's choice left room for concern. He was aware of the situation that had occurred between the hero killer and Ingenium, and from only the short minute the teen took the podium to announce his choice, Izuku could already tell it was really affecting him. Todoroki also chose his own name, which Izuku didn't think was smart for safety reasons. However, that just seemed like something the guy would do, far less concerning on its own. Then there was Katsuki, whose choice was outright rejected. The ridiculousness of King Explosion murder made both him and Hitoshi burst into a fit of poorly stifled giggles. Something they got threatened for, but with Aizawa in the room, neither were very intimidated. The threats just made them laugh harder, and made the blonde even more irritated. It nearly escalated into physical violence, but Midnight and Aizawa were quick to order Katsuki back to his seat to rethink his choices. Lastly, it was their turn. Hitoshi was called up first. Izuku was beaming as he watched his friend walk up to the front and present his board. Controller, the command hero, he announced in a bored tone, with that carefully neutral expression on his face. There was an approving nod from Aizawa, who had slumped up into the sitting position when the purple-haired teen had walked up. Murmurs of intrigue and approval swept throughout the room. Even Kirishima let out his trademark, so manly, and Kaminari was giving an excited thumbs up. Hitoshi reacted to none of these comments outwardly, but Izuku knew him well enough to see some tension leave his shoulders and the hint of pride alight in lilac eyes. Izuku was proud of his friend, so very proud in this moment. It only made him smile wider. With Midnight's approval, Hitoshi headed back to his seat and Izuku realized it was his turn. Watching his friend had distracted him, but now the anxiety was back in full force as he realized how many eyes would be on him. Izuku stood from his seat as Hitoshi reached the desk, but just as he was about to take a step towards the front, a gentle hand on his shoulder stopped him. Hitoshi lightly squeezed his shoulder, leaning down slightly to whisper something in a low tone. "You'll be fine up there, Izuku. If it's too much, just keep your eyes on me." The shorter boy suddenly felt his stomach do a flip, but some of his nerves settled all the same. He barely had time to think about the strange way he felt during that moment before he was up at the podium facing the class. He forced himself to take a breath, fixing his gaze on Hitoshi, and presented his board. Akuji. It literally translates to dead and awake. He watched Hitoshi smirk, and decided to focus on that as he explained. The dead part could refer to my quirk, but it can also symbolize endings or dispatch, which could relate to my purpose as a strategist to determine the most efficient way to end a capture or fight. The awakes part can be translated to awareness, as it is my job to make myself aware of all aspects, quirks, weaknesses, and opportunities during an operation. In order to analyze a fight and provide feedback in real time, I need to be aware and knowledgeable. If anything gets overlooked, it could lead to casualties. I will work my hardest to prevent that. The class was silent for a moment, and Izuku got the sinking feeling that he had over-explained, rambled on, and made people uncomfortable. This wasn't his class, and these people weren't here for him. It probably would have been fine to just say the name without explaining it. He started to sweat, and probably breathed a little too fast as the moment of silence felt like it was lasting hours for him. Then movement caught his eye, and he was looking back at Hitoshi. The taller teen had waved his arm to catch his attention, and was now offering him a discreet thumbs up and a rare gentle smile. Finally, someone spoke. "That's sick, totally edgy," came from Jairu, who was looking at him with an impressed smirk. Revelry in the dark was offered by Tokoyami, something Izuku still didn't quite understand the meaning of, but it seemed to be approval. Other murmurs of interest broke out, and Izuku finally took a steady breath. "I like it," Midnight announced. "Your explanation shows your dedication to your future role in protecting both police officers and the heroes you'll work with." "Approved." Izuku was careful not to completely sprint back to his seat beside Hitoshi, instantly plopping down and slumping into the taller boy's side with relief of not being the focal point of attention anymore. The hero student gently nudged his knee against Izuku's for reassurance. "You did good up there. I felt like I was going to throw up." Hitoshi snorted, and there was a pause. "Thanks," Izuku's whisper was barely audible. "For what?" "Nothing. It was something." It was for the comfort that Hitoshi's presence provided him, the subtle care, the way his friend could tell when he was panicking and tried to draw his focus back before it could get worse. It was for a lot of things, none of which Izuku felt like he could verbalize at this moment. So he didn't. Hitoshi's been doing a lot of thinking. Specifically, thinking about Izuku. He still has his obvious concerns about his friend. Like how he seemed more tired recently, never mentions his mother or home life, scarfs down food at lunch like he hadn't eaten all day, and quite a few other things. All of that left a sinking feeling in his stomach and caused concern to swirl in his mind whenever he was reminded of the strange behavior. But he had already told Aizawa about it, and he wasn't sure what else he could do without seeming intrusive. There was something else currently on his mind though. What began as a few stray moments of confusing instances and feelings were steadily accumulating into something he wasn't sure if he wanted to acknowledge. So he had been ignoring it. But then that one comment Kaminari had made the other day had blown away his poorly defended, self-inflicted ignorance. Other people thought Izuku was attractive, and that had made him feel irritated. That wasn't exactly something a normal friend would feel about that. Sure, he could try to rationalize it as a friendship-type jealousy that others would try to get close to him too. But then there was everything else. Like how he also thought Izuku was attractive, something he originally tried to say was just an objective observation rather than a personal feeling on the matter. Or how just being around Izuku made everything feel better and safer and warmer. Or that beaming smile he has that Hitoshi would swear he'd sell his soul for. Or how hugging and touching Izuku made his skin feel like flames were dancing on it. Or even how his friend has been able to slowly challenge and change him into being a stronger and more confident person simply by being confident in Hitoshi himself. And then there was that moment at the sports festival after the cavalry battle, where Izuku looked so brilliant that he couldn't look away even if he wanted to. He didn't want to. All of this combined only to make the teen's mind a mess of confusion and mild panic. He wanted so badly to rationalize it all as something else. But he couldn't deny that Izuku was just different. He didn't feel the same way about his friendship with Mei, or during his interactions with any of the other hero students, despite them attempting to be just as nice and weirdly supportive. It was just Izuku, only Izuku. But what was he supposed to do with that? What did it really mean? Hitoshi laid on his bed stewing in these thoughts all afternoon before he realized he already had the perfect people to ask about what the hell he was feeling right now. He bolted out of bed, SWG opened his door, and bounding into the living room. Breathing and frantic-looking, he came to a stop in front of the couch where his mom sat, looking at him with amused and expectant expressions. "I think I have a problem, and I need your advice." "I need to borrow a shirt?" Izuku announced the moment Hitoshi had opened the door. He'd been informed last minute that he should bring a plain button-up shirt and slacks for his internship. The briefs for school would work just fine, but the shirt had the UA emblem on it, and Tsukachi told him he should avoid wearing anything that could be used to identify him in case any criminals they interacted with were the type to hold grudges. A shirt that displayed his school name would be exactly the thing he needed to avoid. Unfortunately, he hadn't thought of a situation like this when deciding what clothes to keep. So he didn't actually own any plain collared shirts like that. Sure, he could buy one. But he had finally found a potential apartment that he may be able to get away with renting and didn't want to make any purchases so that he could afford the security deposit. It's possible that a single shirt purchase would be fine, but he really didn't want to risk not having enough money to make the payment. So instead he had shown up at Hitoshi's door the night before internship started, hoping to hell and back that his friend would be able to let him borrow one. Hitoshi blinked back at him. What? I need one for my internship, Izuku began to explain as he pushed past the taller teen to make his way towards his bedroom, Hitoshi trailing behind him. Tsukachi said that I needed a plain button-up, but the only button-up shirt I have is the one for our uniforms, which has the school emblem on it. So I need to borrow one of yours, please say you have one. They had reached Hitoshi's bedroom by now, and the shorter teen was already rifling through the other's closet. You don't have one of your own. Izuku froze, realizing he forgot to think of a way to explain ahead of time. I haven't really had a reason to own one before. Except for when I was younger, but I grew out of all those. He hated lying to his friend, but it was necessary. Usually he'd be prepared with half-truths that left out all the important details, and he mentally kicked himself for being unprepared. Why doesn't your mom just go buy you one? The question was asked with hesitance. Izuku could hear it in his voice. His brain stalled. How the hell was he supposed to explain that? There really wasn't a good reason why his mother couldn't buy him one, if she were around. A basic button-up wasn't expensive enough to claim money problems over. The pause must have lasted too long, as Hitoshi seemed to give up on getting a response. He sighed and opened up one of his drawers to his dresser. Here, the taller teen spoke as he presented a simple pale gray button-up to Izuku. It's probably going to be too big on you, but this is my smallest one. I never wear it anymore because it's too tight on me now. Izuku took the offered shirt with a sheepish smile, feeling a little embarrassed over the whole situation. Thanks. Sorry, Toshi. His friend just clicked his tongue and reached out to ruffle green curls. You're fine. It's no big deal. On their exit back toward the front door, Izuku noticed his friend's moms standing at the entrance to the kitchen and realized they had probably been there the whole time, watching him burst through their house unannounced. Sorry about showing up without asking, he apologized awkwardly. I just needed to borrow something and forgot to text first. It's all right, hun. You're welcome here anytime. Both women smiled at him. They exchanged a look he couldn't decipher before they started giggling. He looked up at Hitoshi to see if his friend would offer any answers for their behavior, only to see the slightest dusting of pink on his cheeks. He wondered what the hell that was about. A little excited there, kiddo. Izuku was practicing bouncing on the ball of his feet as he stood in Tsukachi's office. He had just arrived, duffel in hand and backpack resting on his shoulders, currently dressed in casual clothes like he had been told to beforehand. It's just... He began as he bit his lip and forced himself to stand still. He was excited, for many reasons, but he didn't want to annoy the man too much. This was an opportunity for amazing work experience with someone he already trusted, plus a chance at a real bed for 5 nights in a row. Even if the detective seemed to like him well enough, he didn't feel like pushing his luck. He tried again. Sorry, I know we've kinda worked together before when I help on cases, but this is just real work experience. I'll actually get to learn all the normal processes on a case. The man smiled back at him. No need to apologize. It's good that you're excited. I'm glad Netsu came up with this arrangement. Just give me a minute to finish up this paperwork, and then we'll head over to where you'll be staying and you can change. Izuku waited patiently for him to finish up his work, which only took about 5 minutes. Then the detective led him to some back rooms at the end of the hallways with the offices as he explained that they had some simple rooms with beds that were mostly utilized by officers who had back-to-back shifts or overnight shifts and needed a break. And that this was where Izuku would be staying. I'll be staying in the room next to yours for the week, since I'm your supervisor for the internship. If you need anything, just knock anytime. Then Izuku was left alone to change. Hitoshi had been right, the shirt was too big on him. He was forced to roll up the sleeves so that they would cuff at the elbows to avoid looking completely ridiculous. Whatever, it would have to do, and it's not like Izuku cared much about how he looked. Tsukachi was quick to point it out with a raised eyebrow when the teen exited his room. That shirt is a little big on you, kiddo. Still hoping you'll grow a bit. He joked. Izuku left out a huff. I actually had to borrow it from Toshi. I didn't, have one of my own. Dark eyes squinted at him for a moment, questioning, concerned. The man seemed like he was considering questioning further, but luckily decided against it. Alright, let's get to work. First things first, reading incident reports and filing paperwork. The paperwork aspect of the detective's job had been fine. It was something Izuku was already familiar with, and not something he didn't enjoy. But he was ready to start on other aspects of the job. One of those aspects being taking statements, either from witnesses, officers, or heroes. Learning what questions to ask, how to word them, which details to focus on most. That was what he could really use more experience in. Luckily, the opportunity arose, in the form of the number 3 hero Hawks. The winged hero arrived after an impromptu villain takedown in the district of the police department to give his own briefing of the events. It took all of Izuku's willpower to contain his excitement, focusing on mimicking Tsukachi's notes and taking his own on the procedure of the process. The takedown and capture had been related to an armed robbery event, a simple team of 2 assailants. One had a perception-altering quirk that could be used on strictly technology, allowing them to remain off-camera. The other had a seemingly weak molecular displacement quirk. However, the user had been smart enough to realize they could use it to rearrange the tiny mechanisms within locks, or even use it to harm other people by messing with the nerves or other small tissue within their victims if they got close enough. It was a clever application of a quirk with such small limitations as others most likely described it. Both were quirks that were most likely seen as weak or useless, and Izuku would guess that was partially the reason why they ended up as criminals anyways. Actually, now that he thought more about their combination of quirks, there may be a connection to Yakov stirred him out of his thoughts. He whipped his head up to see both the pro-hero and the detective staring at him with questioning and amused expressions. It took a short moment, but his face immediately started to heat up when he realized he had been mumbling, a habit he was trying his best to work on and had gotten better at controlling. Something interesting, Midoriya? The detective asked with genuine interest. Tsukachi was well aware of Izuku's capabilities and quick thought process, and was also aware that the teen only mumbled like that when a particular train of thought was distinctly intriguing or important. Do you remember those convenience store robbery cases from a few months back that we weren't able to solve? The man nodded, and Hawk stayed silent but attentive, so Izuku continued. At the time, we thought there was only one perpetrator. And I suggested that the unsub most likely had some sort of stealth quirk and advanced lockpicking skills in order to pull it off without leaving behind any physical traces of a break-in besides the stolen items. Tsukachi's eyes widened as he slowly formed the same realization that Izuku did. You think it's connected? Izuku nodded. It's definitely possible. The combination of quirks match my original assumptions. Since they don't have any prior arrests, isn't it suspicious that 2 people would jump straight to armed robbery with seemingly no prior criminal experience? I would guess that with their success during the previous convenience store robberies, they most likely decided to increase their cash out by hitting bigger targets. Not that that ended well for them. The last part was mumbled, laced with a tinge of sarcasm. An amused snort brought both of their focuses back to the hero in the room. Alright, I gotta ask. What's with the little chick? Izuku and Tsukachi both belatedly realized that neither had explained what the teen was doing there or who he was. It was the detective that cleared his throat and responded. This is Midoriya. He's a support student at UA who is focusing on field work analysis and currently interning with me to learn about the full scope of the casework process for the week. For the week, the pro questioned. He was just talking like he'd been assisting cases for months now. Tsukachi glanced towards Izuku, silently asking permission to share further, which Izuku approved with a nod. Midoriya has actually been lending assistance to pros and our police department as an analyst for several months now. It started with anonymous tips, but we eventually requested his official assistance for safety purposes. Hawks grinned, turning his attention to Izuku. The teen thought there might have been a spark of recognition in the hero's eyes, which wouldn't be too far-fetched considering that he had sent Hawks his own anonymous email back when he had first started his blog. Wait. Are you the one behind all those emails? You had most pros up in a frenzy trying to figure out who the hell knew so much about them. You're one smart kid. The teen nodded, trying to keep his demeanor calm despite the excitement of being recognized by the number 3 hero. Yeah, that's me. We're trying to keep my identity a bit of a secret though. A nod was received from the pro as his grin only grew wider. "Who would have imagined you were just a little chick?" he laughed. "That's impressive as hell. I'll keep your little secret, but I'm definitely gonna brag that I got to meet the guy behind the blog." Izuku beamed at the praise, feeling weirdly elated and confused that just meeting him would be anything to brag about among the top heroes. Both men melted a bit at the sight. "Alright, kiddo. Normally we would call it quits for the night around now, but we're gonna stick around a bit longer tonight. There's a surprise that I think you'll like." It was nearing 10 p.m., and the two had been working with minimal breaks for nearly the entire day. Most of the work was slow, steady work. Paperwork, reports, taking statements, assigning officers. Certain things were a bit more interesting here and there, such as Hawk's arrival earlier in the day. But overall, it was all straightforward and exhausting desk work. Izuku tilted his head curiously, a surprise. "Like what?" "You'll have to wait to find out," Tsukachi grinned. He didn't have to wait long, as merely a minute before the clock hit 10, two people he knew well were walking into the office. "Toshi." A smile immediately found its way onto his face at the sight of his friend. Unfortunately, the costume design that Hitoshi settled on from Izuku and Mei's collaborative ideas wasn't able to be completed by the time internship started. So instead, his friend arrived in a fairly standard jumpsuit and combat boots that closely resembled Aizawa's. Izuku had to stifle a laugh at their similarities as he got up from his seat to bound over to the taller teen's side. "How's your internship going?" "I swear this old man's trying to kill me," Hitoshi replied with a nod in the direction of Aizawa. A grumble was heard from the man, but Izuku noticed the slight grin that he attempted to hide in his capture scarf. "What about you, Izuku?" Hitoshi continued as he returned his attention back to Izuku. "Looks like that shirt was a little big on you after all." Izuku waved him off. "A mere human like me can't be expected to fit in giant's clothing. Not like that matters. I don't really care too much what I look like. I'm just glad I could borrow one at all." A cough interrupted their conversation, and Izuku turned his attention to Tsukachi, who had rounded his desk, looking at the teen with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "Oh, sorry about that," Izuku apologized, instantly able to understand what the man was asking. It was honestly a little amusing that the man wanted the teen to introduce him to his friend, so he played it off with a dramatic eye roll and smile of his own. "Hitoshi, this is Detective Tsukachi. He's my keeper for the week." Hitoshi nodded at the detective. "You've told me about him, Dad number 2. Or should he be number 1? The shorter teen punched his friend's arm with maybe a little more force than necessary. "Shut the hell up, Lanky. You know he's not my dad." "Deny all you want," Hitoshi grumbled as he rubbed his assaulted arm. "I've seen your contact names for both these old men." By this point, Tsukachi was left sputtering and Aizawa was attempting to hide a snort of amusement while the two teens began trying to put each other into a headlock. Despite the play fighting and teasing, Izuku couldn't help but feel strangely at peace now that most of the important people in his life were meeting. And he could tell by Hitoshi's more relaxed demeanor and Tsukachi's drop in professionalism that they would probably all get along just fine. When Nedzu had approached him with the idea of taking Izuku on for an internship, Tsukachi had been both happy with the idea and concerned. Happy, because Izuku was a good kid and hard worker. He knew the teen would be a valuable asset to everyone he would work with in the future, and it certainly didn't hurt that Tsukachi had become a bit attached to the teen ever since their first meeting. There was just something about Izuku's intelligence and demeanor, along with his entire situation, or at least what the man knew about it, that seemed to demand his attention. Like if they don't pay close enough attention, the kid will just slip through the cracks and disappear. Concerned because, if anything, Tsukachi knew that Izuku needed to slow down on how much work he did, rather than find reasons to increase it. Despite how helpful he could be with cases and reports, the man had really been hoping that the teen would slow down his workload once school started. That was barely the case, which was even more worrying considering all the school work he must be doing on top of that. And the emailed reports he would receive at odd hours of the night certainly didn't convince the man that the kid was taking care of himself. So, there was the slight worry that teaching Izuku more about official procedures would only inspire him to work more and harder, when he should be doing anything but. Regardless, Tsukachi accepted the idea. Because if there was a possibility that Izuku would do the internship anyways, just under different supervision, he would rather be the one to keep an eye on the kid himself. And so far it had been going well, especially when Aizawa and his friend Shinso had come for a quick visit. When Izuku was around his friend, Sukwachi got to see a lighter and more energetic side to the teen other than that sharp yet tired demeanor he exhibited whenever he was working. It was good that Izuku had a friend he could actually act his age with. Shinso seemed like a nice enough kid, though Sukwachi did intend to run a quick background check later. Just to be sure. Overall, it had been going well, he thought. The second day of the internship had come with a slow start, basic work and assignments with a quick trip to another precinct in order to collaborate on evidence for a case that involved multiple departments. Then, Calmy Woods showed up, walking into his office to debrief on a case that had happened a couple days prior. Everything about the standard procedure was going fine, but Sukwachi felt that the air in the room was accumulating with something tense and Izuku's shoulders seemed more rigid as well. Perhaps it was just his imagination though. Or at least that was what he had hoped, only to be proven wrong when he leaves the office briefly to fetch fresh coffees, then returns to the sound of a conversation that he didn't find himself pleased with. It was Calmy's voice first, barely catching the end of whatever the young hero was saying. Some respect. Respect. Izuku's voice sounded calm, maybe a bit amused, but the detective could hear the strain underneath it. I don't recall being disrespectful. Now, that did not sit right with Sukwachi. This statement implies that Calmy had been reprimanding Izuku for some show of disrespect, yet the detective didn't think the teen had even said a word to the hero during the debriefing. And regardless, the hero had no right to reprimand Sukwachi's own in turn. He was essentially a stranger and in no position to criticize a minor who was not under his care. Calmy Woods continued, seemingly growing frustrated. Ordering around pro-heroes when you have no business being involved as a mere citizen, a quirkless one at that, does not no, that was simply unacceptable. There was no way he was going to allow Izuku to be spoken to like that, regardless of the context. And quirkless. How did the hero even know that about Izuku? Briefly, he realized that ignoring that slight tension that had appeared with the arrival of the young hero may have been a mistake on his part. But he would make up for it now, so he cut off the hero with no hesitation as he stepped fully into the room. Excuse me, Sukwachi's tone was professional as always, but undeniably firm. What is going on here? As he takes in the room he just entered, the tension seems almost palpable. Calmy Woods looks at the teen through narrowed eyes for a moment longer before shifting his attention back to the detective. Izuku remains in his seat on the couch, the same one Aizawa typically claims. His seated position is leaned back, but the rigidness of his shoulders and wary expression are obvious to the detective. He almost looks as he did the day they first met, cautious, defensive, calculating. A few moments of silence pass where neither seem keen on offering an explanation. Izuku is the one to speak first. We've met before, is all the teen offers, and it certainly isn't much. The man sighed as he made his way further into his office, depositing the coffees on the small table near the couch before heading back to his seat behind his desk. He turned his attention to the teen first. Care to elaborate on that? Izuku met his gaze for only a moment before returning those calculating eyes back to the young hero. Sludge villain incident, the second attack. He's still mad that I jumped in to help apparently. Now was when Calmy Woods finally seemed to find his voice. Helped, he scoffed. I wouldn't call a child interrupting pros at work, acting like they can bark out orders, helping. Pros at work. Izuku let out a strained and short laugh at this. Sukwachi hadn't quite seen this side of the teen before, full of frustration and masked pain. He was glad the kid could stand up for himself, but he had the sinking feeling that this frustration was an old and festering one in Izuku. Something built up over years of being put down. I hardly call watching a kid suffocate because you don't have the right quirks being very heroic. Recall, it was my idea that got Katsuki away from the villain. Calmy looked like he was about to open his mouth to retort, but Sukwachi felt very done with the conversation at this point. He already knew what happened that day, both from Izuku and the report. While he can agree that running into a fight isn't safe on Izuku's part, he can't agree with the pro's insinuation that the teen had no right to want to step in, or that stepping in was somehow disrespectful. The only people who would consider valid criticism and advice as disrespectful were those riddled with insecurities. The detective spoke up before the conversation could continue. Calmy Woods, I would appreciate it if you stopped attempting to place your own shortcomings during the sludge villain incident on my intern. Midoriya has been working with this department and helped solve numerous cases for several months now, and I can honestly say that he has every right to make suggestions and critiques on both pro-hero and police work. It would be advisable that you take that advice as well. He's proven to be a valuable asset to our work and a highly intelligent individual. He paused, taking in the reactions of the other two in the room. Izuku seemed to relax a bit, but not much, sending an appreciative glance towards the detective before turning back to his notebook. Calmy Wood still seemed irritated, but made no further comment. Tsukachi supposed that was the best he would get in this situation. Now that that's settled, let's continue where we left off. Izuku actually held a significant appreciation for heroes like Edgeshot. He was the type of hero who was still known, still daylight to some extent, but never refused the work of the shadows, never demanded recognition for work done behind cameras. There was media coverage of larger, flashier fights he was a part of, but he still played the part of an underground hero as well, taking on seedier and less pleasant cases that gave him no fame or fortune. As the hero himself sat in the conference room with Izuku, Tsukachi, and a handful of other officers going over the current details of a more complex long-term case, Izuku found himself hanging on every word and detail. This wasn't a case that Izuku had been given any backup information on, and it had been going on for a good couple months if he was understanding correctly. While the officers and the hero were tossing information back and forth, the teen attempted to fit the pieces together so that he could understand the situation properly. The abductions are occurring too frequently within the same area to not be connected. One of the officers, Sansa he thinks is the guy's name, goes on to explain. All women from the age 18 to 25 who are believed to have worked in underground clubs at some point or another within the last 5 years. Due to the nature of the supposed victim's work, it's difficult to find any solid information on their work history. All we have to go on are some scattered bank transfers and witness reports in terms of forming a connection between the women, another officer chimed in. Tsukachi let out a heavy sigh from where he sat next to Izuku. We've got 3 bodies, 10 additional possibly missing women, and only a dubious connection between their victim profiles that we can't solidly confirm. Edgeshot spoke next. Well, if we could even get confirmation from the other club workers about the victims' professions or their last known locations, we could get a solid lead. But as of right now, none of them will speak or share details. They would barely even confirm whether or not the women were missing. It's too tight-knit in the underground club community due to fear of legal repercussions of their work. None of them will talk to a hero or police officer. Now this sparked Izuku's interest. He reached out to lightly tug on Tsukachi's sleeve to get the man's attention. Once he had it, he asked the silent question of if he had permission to speak. Go ahead, Midoriya, the detective answered, gaining the attention of the room. What clubs were the women possibly working at? The teen asked. Heaven's Door, Moonlight, and Gloss. Tsukachi replied with a curious tone. Oh, that's easy then. If you just need someone who can get the other club workers to talk, I can help with that. If any of the people in the room weren't paying attention, they certainly were now. Several eyebrows raised in his direction, looks of confusion or shock aimed at the teen. And how exactly can you do that? Edgeshot asked. A moment passed before Izuku replied as he had already taken the time to slide his phone out of his pocket, dividing his attention between the other people in the room and the message he was typing in his phone as he spoke. 1 second? Yeah. I have a couple contacts in those circles. Nice ladies, one just had a baby recently. His tone was entirely casual as he spoke and typed simultaneously. As if he wasn't admitting to having a direct line of contact with a network of STRPRS and borderline prostitutes. I can just let them know that you're safe to talk to and you should be good. They're just trying to stay out of trouble, but they trust me well enough. There's a pause where no one knows how to reply to that, and the only sound that can be heard is Izuku's phone going off with a quick line of buzzes from text message replies. He's too focused on the messages to realize all the stares he's receiving. All right, Yuka and Megumi are both willing to talk. but I suggest being careful about who goes to question them. Too many officers or pros will put them on edge. Izuku finally looks up, only to be met with wide eyes all directed his way. He tilts his head in confusion, focusing his gaze on meeting Tsukachi's. What? Kid, why the hell do you have the phone numbers of club workers? Tsukachi asked, clearly exacerbated. Izuku merely shrugged. I told you before when you asked me how I got so much information for the reports I sent you. I simply know how to ask the right people the right questions. Information is valuable, knowing where to get it is even more important. Plus, they're nice and they seem to like me. He tacked on the last statement with a Cheshire smile, something he knew would only bother the detective more. It clearly worked, as the man simply pressed his palms into his temples and let out a long breath instead of replying. Edgeshot was the next to recover from his shock, returning to his air of professionalism. What clubs do the women work at? Yuka has worked at Gloss, though that was a few years ago, and currently works at Heaven's Door. Megumi works at a different club now, but used to work at Moonlight and still has a lot of friends there. They might even be able to convince some of the other workers to open up for questioning. And you said they're willing to talk? The pro questions, slight disbelief evident in his tone. Yeah, Izuku began as he bit at the corner of his lip, glancing back down at his phone for a moment. They asked if I could be there, just to make them more comfortable since they don't really trust officials. But I wasn't sure if that was, allowed. Tsukachi looked up again at this, and the two locked gazes for a few moments before the man sighed. This is technically a part of casework, and it seems you've already done this type of thing on your own. So I'll allow it only if your contacts agree that Edgeshot and I get to accompany you and ask the questions. The teen nodded, quickly typing out another message to the women. It had been a while since he saw any of them. What was meant to be a brief, one-time meeting to get some information on a case last summer had turned into semi-regular contact with several of the workers in that profession. Turns out they hear a decent amount of info from shady business people and criminals who visit their establishment and were more than willing to talk to Izuku about it since he wasn't officially tied to any law enforcement. With a few more questions and trades of information, the trio involving a teen, a detective, and a pro-hero left for the red light district. The ride there mostly involved Izuku reading over case reports and Tsukachi filling the teen in on certain specifics of the case, along with their current suspicions. It was clear that they didn't have much information to go off of at this point, and he now understood how important getting willing information from the women could be. Both Yuka and Megumi were waiting together outside of Moonlight when they arrived. Yuka was a taller woman with a full figure, long dark blue hair, and eyes that constantly swirled sparkling colors of blue, green, and purple. Megumi was closer to Izuku's height with curly blonde hair cut short near her jawline, tan skin, a skinny frame, and feline mutations that appeared in her ears, tail, claws, and eyes. While Yuka had never shared her story about how she ended up working at seedy clubs, Izuku knew that Megumi suffered from discrimination growing up, often being referred to as a pet or less human. Maybe that was part of the reason he was able to interact with them so well. Whether or not he knew the stories of the women and men who ended up in this type of work, there was a general understanding that circumstances forced them to this point. That the world was an unforgiving place, especially for those at the bottom of the barrel. A fact of life he understood from experience. Hey, SQR. Yuka greeted excitedly as she scooped the teen up in a hug the moment he got close enough. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the slightly panicked reaction he noticed Tsukachi displayed from the way the stranger shot forward to grab his intern. It's been a while since you've come around, we missed you. Izuku gave the woman a single squeeze before tapping her arm to request being put back down, something Yuka immediately complied with. I've just been busy with school and stuff, sorry about that. You could at least send a text every once in a while, the woman huffed. Mika's been wanting to introduce you to her baby. It's a girl. She's cute, but the little sheet has been crying at all hours of the demon night. Is she around today? I could dash, a cough interrupted Izuku as he turned to meet the gazes of the two men with him. He had practically forgotten they were there for a few moments, too caught up with, well, catching up. Alright. Yuka, Megumi, this is Detective Tsukachi and Pro-Hero Edgeshot. They were hoping you could help them gain a little insight into a case they're working on. We know what they're here about, Yuka responded, tone suddenly serious. Izuku knew her well enough to understand what that shift meant. They had information all right, and it wasn't exactly the pleasant kind. Some of the other girls that heard you would be here and are willing to talk are waiting inside. We should go in now. Megumi finally spoke up, voice much quieter and more nervous than the other woman's. The teen reached a hand out to give her arm a comforting squeeze of reassurance, knowing Megumi had more anxiety related to talking to law enforcement. All right, Izuku kept his tone soft. Let's go. About 6 other women were gathered inside, all of various club backgrounds but each with a connection to either the potential victims' workplaces or personal lives. What they had to say aligned with Izuku's assumption that it would be important. It was exactly the information they needed, but not the kind he wanted to hear at the same time. Some man had been circling around the underground club scene several months back, trying to recruit some of the girls for his own business. The women described him as creepy, pushy, and aggressive even to the point of violence when they refused him. It had been obvious that the type of work he wanted them for wouldn't be pleasant, wanting women who were desperate enough to do anything, literally anything, for the client, including tailoring to clients who were violent or aggressive. Then, a little over a month ago, the women that had declined his recruitment began to go missing one by one. All signs point to him being the one to take them, force them to work for him despite their refusal, and a few even turning up dead as a result. It made Izuku sick, sitting and listening with a pale face and clenched fists. He had even met a couple of the women who were now missing. A softly placed hand on his arm caused him to turn his attention to Megumi, and he found himself taking a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Her green, feline eyes met his, filled with concern and understanding. He reached up to clutch her clawed hand with his own, squeezing it to let her know he was all right. I did what you taught me, Megumi whispered out, barely loud enough for others to hear, as she took out a folded piece of paper from her pocket. We only know the name he gave us, which was probably fake, but I wrote down everything about him that I could observe just like you do. His features, mannerisms, any defining characteristics, and any tells of what his quirk may be. This is great, you did a good job, he replied after briefly scanning the paper and passing it over to Tsukachi. The next part he spoke in a low tone, really only meant for the workers to hear, though he assumes the 2 men may have been listening too. Next time something like this happens, don't wait to contact me. I just wish I was here to help sooner. With some nods of agreement and final questions, the questioning came to an end. Izuku bid his goodbyes and thanks to the women before exiting the establishment with both men, feeling solemn and angry despite the success of their conversation. It was Edgeshot who broke the tense silence first once they loaded back into the car. We gained valuable information today thanks to you, Midoriya, the pro began. It can be difficult to get people in these types of professions to be forthcoming with information, even if it could help them. It's impressive that you've already established that level of trust and connections. Izuku let out a sigh, fixing his gaze on the scenery passing by his window as he spoke. It's easier to form trust with people who can understand or have been in a similar situation. Outsiders are still outsiders, regardless of good intentions. His voice became softer, nearly whispering out the last part. They trust me because people like us know what it's like to be nothing. The statement hung in the air for several moments, and Izuku isn't quite sure if they heard him. But he feels too distracted and drained to care, his mind swirling with worry over the women's safety and anger at both the suspect and the world for putting them all in a position to hurt more than they already have in their life. Tsukachi spoke next, seemingly trying to break the tension. You're gonna give me gray hairs, kid, the man huffed, nudging his arm to gather his attention back to the present. And I'm absolutely letting Eraserhead know you've been running around making contacts in shady areas. Izuku gaped at the detective. You wouldn't? I already am, Tsukachi quipped back as he began typing a message into his phone. He's going to keep my contact name as Leash Kid forever if you tell him that. The teen groaned as he reached out a hand to try to take the cell phone. There's a huff of amusement from the pro in the front seat, but Izuku is too distracted by Tsukachi's playful threat to worry about feeling embarrassed over his reaction. Come on, don't be a snitch. That's so unprofessional. Tsukachi retaliated by planting a hand in the teen's hair, gently shoving away his head. If you don't want to be a leash kid, don't act like a leash kid. They had only just exited the car upon arriving back at the police station, fully intending on calling it a day and letting Izuku rest after the stressful events of the afternoon, when Tsukachi's phone rang. The man came to a stop, tension immediately forming in his shoulders as Izuku watched him warily from only a couple feet away. "Get back in the car," Tsukachi ordered as he turned back around and hung up the call, face pale and serious. Izuku followed orders immediately, only questioning it once the car began moving again. "What's wrong? Where are we going?" "Hosu," the detective answered, face grim. "It's the League. Nomis are attacking Hosu."